हेदलोस 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 रेस्ट लिया कि नहीं लिया ना 2 घंटा। हेदलोस एवरीबॉडी। लेट माफ करो भाई, मैं उठा 12 बजे लेकिन नहीं उठ पाया। मैं 12 बजे मैं उठा लेकिन उठा नहीं। हेदलोस एवरीबॉडी, हेदलोस हेदलोस हेदलोस, व्हाट इज अप, व्हाट इज अप, हेदलोस हेदलोस everybody, हेदलोस everybody। चलो एक पहले इंस्टाग्राम पे न्यूज़ देते हैं अपन, फिर तुम लोग को भी देते हैं न्यूज़। बैड न्यूज़ बट आई एम यूज टू इट नाउ। अभी तो रिएक्ट भी करने जैसे कुछ नहीं है। वही सोच रहा था, 6 के साथ रैंक पुश का प्लान था। हाँ। ला 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 ला। पपातिया ततना तू तू तू। मेरे को मेरा चैनल क्यों नहीं दिखता भाई चैनल में यार। 69 का जी जी, यस सर, डिसबैंड फॉर द 69 टाइम। 369 disbanded for 69 time today. La 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 la। आज कुछ जल्दी नहीं आए, क्यों डिसबैंड? मत पूछो भाई, थक गया भाई, थक गया भाई, थक गया। सुना सुना के भी थक गया, बता बता के भी थक गया। थक गया मैं। जितना वॉच पार्टी में नहीं थकता हूँ, ये लोग के साथ बात करके मैं थक जाता हूँ। बताओ ना मसाला। कुछ मसाला नहीं है यार। पहले 5 लोग थे, ठीक है। फिर एक बंदा बोला कि मेरे से एनएच के, मैं जा रहा हूँ पढ़ाई करने। फिर अपने को फिफ्थ ढूंढने को नहीं मिला। फिर अपन ने वापस फिफ्थ उठाया। फिर कभी कोई स्क्रिम्स में नहीं आता था, कभी किसका लाइट चले जाता था, पूरा दिन बाद मैसेज आता था। कभी किसका पीसी खराब होता तो 1 हफ्ता लगता पीसी ठीक करना है, पूरा एक दिन लगता पीसी ठीक करना है। आज मैसेज आया है कि मेरा रैम खराब हो गया, मेरा पीसी खराब हो गया, प्लेऑफ्स नहीं खेल सकता। अब बताओ, सबसे मेन है प्लेऑफ। तो सबका अलग अलग भाई, नहीं है भाई, इजी नहीं है। मेरा स्ट्रिक्स एडिट वाला जमाना ही बाप था। और स्ट्रिक्स एडिट ये लोग खेलेंगे ना, वापस वही टीम के साथ खेलूंगा, एटलीस्ट चिल मारने के लिए खेल लूंगा मैं। ये सब एनएच के भाई, ये लोग से एनएच के। और सैलरी रहेगा तो बराबर काम करेंगे वाला फंडा है, मेरे से नहीं आएगा। ऐसा सीन है। यू नीड ऑर्गेन सैलरी, इतने सारे लोग देखते सपोर्ट करते, उसके वजह से और उनको मिलेगा वो सब नहीं। नो लॉन्ग रोड्स, डायरेक्ट शॉर्टकट। वो जाने दो, क्या सोचा कल ही हरी ट्रांसप्लांट सही का। जरी बात आगे बात टू डैलस। हम दिल से प्लेट को ले लो, ऑल टाइम अवेलेबल। सोच रहा हूँ भाई, फ्लैट टू इमोर्टल का एक टीम बनाओ, बैंच पिक भी करेंगे। हाँ।
Today the milking tea optimo.
ये कपड़ा किधर तो देखा हुआ लग रहा है। Q2 आ गई, Q2 चैट में Q2 आ गई है। ए तेरा स्ट्रीम नहीं है, चल सॉरी सॉरी। तो या खत्म, T69 खत्म, एक रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी खत्म। अभी कब वापस चालू करूंगा, कब अच्छे लोग मिलेंगे पता नहीं, मेरे को पूछने मत रहना क्या सीन T69 का। ओबा ने 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 ने।
Spike planted.
स्टार्टिंग ही कर लेते थे गेम का।
अरे टाइम नहीं है, इसके बाद वॉच पार्टी है सीधा।
भाई बोल वो कर
कैसे जीत गए? हाँ बोल बोलो।
Defuse the spike. Well, that's just grand.
मैं स्ट्रिक्स बिजी है।
Bouncing vacuum deactivated.
एडिट का डीजे होता है कभी कभी, तो भी गया फिर।
Outside of this game, immortality doesn't
तो
have
मैं
this immediate state then.
मैं गया फिर।
सुन ना,
हाँ बोल।
तू मैं
हाँ
पंखी
हाँ
सिड और ज़ेरे ऐसा लगा ये
बढ़िया।
Can I get a drop? Okay. Spike down A.
ready
To put to the right.
फ्लॉलेस। अच्छा मैं शेरिफ लिया तो इसलिए पैसा नहीं था।
Okay, now we do that some more.
मेरे ऐसा मेंटर मिलता, एक साल बिना सैलरी ग्राइंड करता। व्हाट हैपेंस? नहीं
व्हाट है
पागल हो गए जेरी, हेटर बन रहा है मेरा। $5 दे रहा करके हाइट नहीं खा रहा है वो।
तू क्या
नहीं $5 आ रहे।
थोड़ा पर्सनालिटी पे तुम लोग जोक्स मारो इंस्टेड ऑफ फिजिकल अपीयरेंस।
किस पे जोक मारा? मेरे पे। मेरे को हर्ट हुई।
Hey.
काहे टेंशन ले रहे हो?
पति किसका? तू मेरा।
बात
Oh shit, I'm dead.
Drop in a smoke. Bomb buddy out.
Go.
हाय अंदर
Spike
Drone
planted.
going out.
Sand's clear.
Drone is down.
Last player standing. Team
टीम
Ace.
एस। मैंने पिज्जा मंगाया, मस्त खा के देखो मैच। लव यू।
मैं भी मस्त खाना खाया।
You make your passion of valor with SLR valor lineup. You show your work and effort for them, and salary is hence provided. मतलब?
ये पासी
बड़ा पॉजी।
अभी फेस कैम स्ट्रीम कब से?
पॉजी कैसा लगा इस बार T69? बढ़िया ना एकदम।
पासी मेरे को कॉल किया था उसने उस दिन।
Drone is on.
Right there.
लो।
Reloading. Drop in a smoke.
One in B side already. In B.
Landing. One main.
Spike planted.
B main, 2 side.
मैं एक और ऑप्शन दे सकती थी तो थोड़ा सस्ता वाला. If you're not
1B
looking
तो.
for,
So
if you're not looking for DS,
oh,
Last player standing.
why you play on ulti मतलब?
We can stand around.
WatchParty अभी से
Oh,
चालू.
why you paying me?
बहुत ही डायमंड पहुंचने वाला है.
आ गया? तेरे को छोड़ना चाहिए गेम में. राइवल प्लेयर.
हाँ तो राइवल्स में हो. और से डाउनलोड किया तो
Reloading.
सर बैंक दे फ्लिपकार्ट में आया जैसे कि चिल है रे.
नहीं मेरे को खराब लगा 50 गिफ्टेड का.
दिल सुमे नवा.
The hunt begins.
Missiles away.
40.
Spike down. B.
Right here.
Spike planted.
Almost ready.
Last
अरे
player
मैं
standing.
बुलेट में देखा. Look, you smoke from here.
No,
You
then
can smoke
Papaja.
outside.
You compromise your
Okay, I'll just stay in base. Okay.
and them are free.
You can fight here and go back people. You cannot play this.
There.
Bro, you don't have to. Okay.
अबे मैं मेंबरशिप करने लगे. Excuse me.
Breeze inside.
Back like I never
Spike down. B.
अच्छा लगा.
One enemy remaining.
Spike drop अंदर.
The spike is here.
You know, I could just say look.
मेरे को मिलते हैं.
Reloading.
Real पंकु. Nah, hide better than 50 gifted. Excuse me. लाइव आने से पहले से वेट कर रहा था. नहीं उठ पाया रे. इसमें को जगाया भी. उठ के बाहर.
Come on in.
Come on in.
फिर मैंने इसको बोला साथ में वेट खाना.
All missiles away.
मेरे लिए थोड़ा.
Grenade. Right here.
Thirty seconds left.
Reyna pushed up.
One enemy remaining.
Default.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Ananataye, ananataye na atatinu, ananataye. Binks, Valor के लिए esports player कैसे बने? Like get into it. Please help me. Get radiant. People will come to you, buddy. That is the most easiest way. But the thing, radiant is harder to compare. जब आप radiant पे, obviously everybody is learning more, no?
Go drop.
Everybody is learning more. Can I
Meta
still
change.
go radiant? Possible, very much.
Meta change हो
If I grind. मेटा का बात नहीं है, लेकिन लोग इम्प्रूव करते हैं. पहला जैसा वाला नया आया था, किसको पता नहीं था खेलने. Much easier.
But Radiant के लिए वो
रेडियंट इतना डिफिकल्ट नहीं है यार. 400 इलो मतलब रेडियंट है. 200 इलो तक आज भी पहुंच गया था मैं, मतलब इस बार भी 180 कुछ तो. Not that easy.
Oh, 120 breach, 120 breach. CHUMMI.
Last player standing. Spike down. One enemy remaining.
हक दिया मैंने, हक दिया मैंने, हक दिया.
Make peace with yourself before you pull the trigger.
And hey,
out of charges.
यार हक गया. थोड़ा MC बंक्स हो जाता तो एक्सक्यूज मी. बंक्स भाई बीबीएल नहीं खेल रही क्या? उसके मैचेस नहीं दिख रहे इस बार. खत्म हो गया शायद बीबीएल का मैचेस. बाहर है ना या फिर
Okay.
डिश खेल रहा है.
Smoke it.
You should run.
Spike planted.
Gun here. Gun here.
Last player standing.
मैं ही कैसे भी. मैं ही कैसे.
Get a reset button. So stay alive, please.
कौन सा सर्वर है? सिंगापुर ही खेलता मैं. नो मेंबर टू नो रिप्लाई भैया. थैंक्स एवरीवन. मतलब
ये
पढ़ा नहीं.
पढ़ा नहीं.
पहले मैं एम कैसे सही करूँ? सेंसी 0.8 है. सेंसी तुम लोग को अपने हिसाब से करना पड़ेगा. एम प्रो के लिए ग्राइंड करना पड़ेगा.
रेंज में प्रैक्टिस.
रैंक खेलते रहेगा तो भी चलेगा.
डेथ मैच भी. Look who's giving ज्ञान.
Weapon here. Enemy line.
One drop.
One suppressed.
Two behind.
We have bomb.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Reload.
Wait, I can smoke.
Player standing.
105, 105.
Anyone have any space? I may have jammed my fingers.
Huh?
Multiple fingers.
जैक्सन भाई थैंक यू फॉर द नाइन मेरी जान के टोटे
बिल्डिंग भेजा
हाँ
बिल्डिंग भेजा
बिल्डिंग भेजा
बिल्डिंग नहीं अपार्टमेंट
बंग भाई मेंबर्स ओनली मेंबर्स कम दिख रहे क्या सीन खत्म हो गया भाई एनर्जी भी खत्म हो गई है मेंबरशिप भी यार और कल से पानी खाऊंगा मैं
He's done.
Body
race.
Okay.
Door up.
Like I never left.
Wait,
One to the
One
right.
CT.
Rina.
One enemy
140,
remaining.
140.
Last round in the half.
Thank you.
I need a drop.
भाई मैं मारता तो हूँ भाई कंसिडरिंग मेरा यूसी पे यूसी हो रहा है और मैं फिर भी टॉप पे हूँ
I need a drop.
यार मैं ही हेटर है यार
Wait, can you back? Let's run.
असो वेंदो
I need a drop. Gracias.
Thank you.
Yep.
Reset show.
Good job.
140 killjoy. Nice.
Spikes planted.
What? Don't they?
Enemy remaining.
I got ulti side. Oh, never mind.
Did you just
Well, I lived a good life.
I thought the next guy was inside, bro.
Team 8.
Ozzy एक clip करके how radiant
It's a
play
joke to them.
जान बुझ कर मारा हूँ नुबड़ी
Switching sides.
नहीं समझ में आता ना अभी वालों में क्या हो रहा है क्यों हो रहा है
डेथ क्यों ज्यादा किया तूने
अरे खत्म ना क्या करूँ मैं डेथ स्टेडी वेडी का क्या करूँ
रेडी मैटर्स भाई
राइवल्स नहीं है ये केडी मैटर्स
उधर तो कुछ मैटर नहीं करता
यार मैं हर गेम एमवीपी हूँ मेरे को टीम ऐसा रहा है कोई हीलर ही नहीं ले रहा है कूदने वाला एजेंट ही नहीं ले रहा है स्पाइडरमैन से मैं कैसा लड़ूं सुना हुआ लग रहा है ना सारा डायलॉग हाँ डायलॉग सब सुना हुआ लग रहा है कि नहीं
जाऊंगी अभी से
मत कर
I have two smoke.
2 ही बजे
दो ही बजे जैसे कैजुअली बोलते हैं ना 2 ही बजे
क्लियर बॉक्स
Bomb buddy out.
We're gonna go back to B, Rina.
मेरा आवाज स्टिक कर
All three there, for sure.
There.
Fuck this
Grenade. A kill.
बेस्ट पेनी पार्कर लॉर्ड हूँ मैं पेनी पार्कर में लॉर्ड
Both there.
One enemy remaining.
Canteen.
Nice.
Okay. Who's got the snacks?
apate de no apate no STK Gaming thank you फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान की रटे। सुनो तो एक्चुअल में ऐसा है कि तेरे को रेंज वेंज करना पड़ेगा, ठीक है। रेंज में हार्ड डिफिकल्ट करके बॉट्स मारना 20-25, ठीक है। और डेथ मैच करना हर दिन 2 से 3 डेथ मैच करना, और टॉप किल्स ने कम डेथ करने का ट्राई करना, समझ रहे हो?
बस अभी खास नहीं लिया।
ठीक है 150 में।
Go get him. Grenade!
Be clear.
Reyna killed.
Be clear.
Reload.
They're going back, yo. 1 CT, breach.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go in canteen.
Lurking
You're
duelist.
going to scatter from my stuff.
Beast,
Super
the
easy
beast.
to pick off.
Just ran a whole ass marathon, bro. I didn't see a single person.
मैं 3 साल से वैलो नहीं खेला, लेकिन आपसे इतना प्यार है कि स्ट्रीम कभी मिस नहीं करता। लव यू बिकॉज स्ट्रीमर तो अरे मत करो, फ्रेंडली एडवाइस दे रहा था मैं।
आप कहाँ से हो वैसे? यूएस?
मैंने अभी मोबाइल से पीसी में शिफ्ट किया है तो हार्ड है, कोई से नहीं, मोबाइल आ रहा है वापस शिफ्ट करो।
Wait.
किधर से हो?
क्या
इधर से लेग्स बाय पूछ।
नहीं $2
Go big, guy.
$2 दिया।
हाँ?
Hey, out drone side.
Killjoy is inside, huh?
Killjoy Molly like in the main.
Killjoy tower.
One heaven.
What the fuck? Heaven.
Reload.
One flank Sapphire. One flank.
Oh my god, bro, I'm dog shit.
Sapphire को सुनाई दे रहा है कि नहीं दे रहा है?
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
Come, let's go B. देखो you need.
Okay. Do you want me to make Nate towers or
हाँ गॉड स्पीड भाई सही
just
बोला।
do you want me to break the trip?
There is no trigger. Need here so that he comes outside.
Okay.
Okay.
Go net.
Give me up.
18 first. Nice. Behind the box.
Aye, there is no smoke.
I thought I smoked it. Fuck, my bad. There's no one there.
Bro, so hot.
Last player standing.
My ult is ready.
Remember, no one wants to die.
Ali पूछ।
Safa, you come B main alone. Let's go for arcade, bro. They cannot stop push. Come arcade, right?
There.
Oh. All good.
Back like I never left.
No, 130. Reyna P.
Raised it.
He's 130. He's 130.
Oh,
Nice.
Both B.
Oh, wait.
Enemy spotted.
Oh,
One heaven.
Enemy remaining.
Sure.
together.
He dropped.
From पहले पिंकी बंक्स भाई लालच हो गए अब से पूछते
Nice one.
हाय इसलिए पिंकी ने पूछा
Binks बदल गया.
Oh, I
like
flipped right.
thank
What
you
the
for
fuck?
the $5
Sure, you.
Out of charges.
It's time to mute chat. Nobody gives a fuck.
Out of charges.
आने वाले मैच नहीं
ये
चालू
guys-
कर रहे बोल रहे बंग में मैच खत्म करो तो फर्स्ट मैच फिर करेंगे लव यू यार गॉड्स टू
Let's make him dance.
देख भाई ये गाड़ी आपकी है डीपी में जो है वो.
बनना ताते ये ना ब्रिमस्टोन की वजह से रेस मारा और ले रहा था बेचारा रेस फट से हेडशॉट गया भाई नाइस
Neptune Vandal thing. Good win.
नाइस
Last player standing.
नाइस W
Do that.
bro what do you think of next gen Vandal
Good Vandal.
Oh, surrounded by me and familia. We won't lose.
Bad.
फ्लोर है ना बहुत मार रहा है ना
Guys like नहीं हो रहा.
Bomb by out. Here comes the
ये लोग ए जा रहे भेन के लोड़े स्मोक्स भी नहीं था यार
Language.
क्या करो तुमको दिखा कोई भी दिखा
no peeking.
Pausing comment.
ना दिखाना क्या दर्द लो अबे क्या दर्द है यार कैसे मजा आता है ये लोग कैसा खेल के भाई वीडियो सेटिंग दिखा दो एक बार मेरा डिफॉल्ट है हाई अल्ट्रा हाई प्रो मैक्स
I flushed them out. You finished.
You are getting better FPS than me.
Why you are crying? You don't even play Valo.
That's
Out of
why I don't
charges.
play Valorant.
Not that's why you don't play only.
No.
You are a LOL blocks rivals streamer. LOL block. ऐसा मत दे एक दिन टरेट तेरे से ज्यादा बजेगा No.
करना पड़ेगा comms.
क्या क्या करना
Last
पड़ेगा
player standing.
Caught one.
Spike down B.
नाइस एंट्री ए जाता है तो भी फायदा नहीं था, आपका स्मोकर भी किल कर रहा है भाई, बहुत heavy egoistic people.
I where to?
Na 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 na.
Grenade! How'd you reach?
One enemy remaining.
Krishna bhai, thank you for the 1 month मेरी जान की today. What was this update about A69 and broadcast? Disbanded, done.
Bomb here. Use my call.
Crazy
One enemy
Kiara.
remaining.
Enemy
Crazy
spotted.
Kiara.
Planted.
Crazy Kiara. Crazy.
My
Match
ult is
point.
ready.
Crazy Kiara. भाई कॉम्स मेरा टीम टॉक्सिक है नहीं रे, ना सुन रहे ना कुछ कर रहे भाई, 10 बार बोला आ जाओ आर्केड इजी है, गेम खत्म होने आया है, एक बंदा मेरे साथ आर्केड नहीं आ रहा अभी। अरे मेरे को 2 बीमेन दिखे, मेरे को लगा बी खाली भी।
Locating target.
As usual MVP. Hey बे, है अभी भी है, हाँ अभी भी है बे। देखा, रेना को मैं इसलिए नहीं मारा, लो रैंक पक्स,
तो किलजॉय को क्यों मारा?
क्योंकि ऐसा नूब लोग खुद का नाम गोट रखते हैं ना, गुस्सा आता है।
मैंने तो नहीं रखा है। किसको टारगेट किया तूने?
अरे
किसका
उसको ही
नाम
बोला, उसको ही बोला।
किसका नाम गोट है इस
उसको ही
गेम में?
अब ना है ना, अब ना है, अब ना है, ना है कि ना है मेरे को नहीं पता,
अब
लेकिन
ना-
ना है।
अब ना है ना
नाल नहीं रे,
ना है ना
नाल अपने पास भी है, यहाँ पे पानी भर ले। अपाते ताते ये अपाते भाई, रात को लॉबी में सारे विंस है, या फिर विंस या फिर लंज है। इस सीजन क्यों डिसबैंड हुई भाई? नहीं भाई, बिना सैलरी और के कोई क्यों ही खेलेगा 5-5 6 घंटा दिन में? चूतिए थोड़ी है लोग, अपन ही चूतिए प्लेयर्स क्यों नहीं आ रहे हैं इंडिया से। सबसे पहले ये बंद, ये चलो, हो गया है चालू तो प्यार से जीना। ठीक है, चाय पकलो, 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 चाय पकलो।
Played, and they got kind of rolled. EG slow attack side that you're talking about ripped them to pieces, and it was the same when they played against MIBR. In particular, Melzer anchoring the C side was getting ran over by the pivot to the Neon comp. But the common thread of both those games was Kesnet really underperforming on this map. She's got to be a lot better today if they want to take EG's pick.
Yeah, and then I look forward to Icebox as well, which is not maybe the clear win you would have thought of KRU in the past with their loss yesterday, getting kind of beaten up, and with how strong Evil Geniuses looked as well with the role swap between Ye and Icy. That second map, I think, is the pivotal one of this series.
It's also a very interesting one because there's so much hype on KRU on Icebox, whereas Evil Geniuses only showed it once.
Yeah, and they had a pretty good showing, I think, when they did end up playing it, and that clutch factor was coming out. The coordination was pretty good from these EG players. They are genuinely reaching that next level, I think, towards their overall game. And yeah, for EG themselves, well, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on Superman as well as an individual. Last time, he was the key player in making EG's dominant win versus Lotus a reality, I think. And for Superman as well to have a really good game, it allows and enables EG's slow style of play to have pivot options. That's the most important aspect of it, I think, as well. If Superman is just taking out these players who are trying to solo anchor a portion of the map on Lotus, he makes it so much easier for the overall calling of EG to be able to make those rotations in a timely fashion.
EG's macro has been weak on defense pretty much all year for this squad. And KRU gets a start on attack. I assume they're going to go back in to the pivot they made for their last game here, locking in the Neon for Kesnet instead of the Yor. And I think this is a great opportunity for them to seize the pace, get Kesnet confident, and just start to run away with this map at the beginning.
Yeah, you know, Brent, you were talking about how you want to see more like early fighting, seizing control of the map. Neon clears Yoru on that regard, so I would agree that I want to see Kesnet back on that pick.
Also, of course, from EG on Lotus, we did see that Ye, Clove are going to run it back.
Yeah, I mean, listen, just on paper, I'm not the biggest fan of this composition from EG, but they make it work in the way that they do play overall as well. I guess it just frees up Ye to just clear his brain out and just only focus on aiming as well to some capacity for them, because it is an interesting kind of divergence from EG in terms of how they approach this map overall. But yeah, for KRU, I think the emphasis is just going to be placed on them as individuals. How are they going to change it up and switch it up compared to the last time they played against EG? And I can really agree with your point, and just they need to take control of the tempo of the game. The Neon switch, if they hard settle on that one, putting Kesnet into that position, that's what my eyes going to be set on.
Clove is not an amazing off agent compared to some of the other stuff that Ye locks in. And that's what defines his incredible performance in this last series. So in this first half, I'm really looking to Icy to keep his form, winning out against Kesnet in these opening duels, finding his right timings to make those plays, get aggressive, the stuff he was doing in that last match that they won against C9.
Exactly. That's the big question of this opening series. It's going to be how Icy performs up against KRU, and how the lurks come into play as well. How well KRU can deal with that. I think those are the two big questions we have for our teams.
That's Superman on that Viper as well, because of that final pick is going to be important.
Last time they played, Superman had a just unbelievable performance lurking on the Viper. He was good on defense too.
Yeah, he went 22-5. It wasn't just unbelievable, it was otherworldly.
So you said it, Bren. When we switch sides, KRU need to punish these B lurks. They have to set up those trap plays and stick to them.
Well, the pressure is on for both of these teams, so let's head into the first pistol round and send it over to our ever so lovely casters. Here are Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Zoe. My favorite part of this part of the tournament is that the stakes are pretty straightforward. Much like we talked about a couple of days ago, it's elimination match. Win, and you're in. You lose, and you're kind of sitting on the sidelines for the next little bit. We've got a massive rematch here, Dre, between KRU and EG.
Yeah, last time KRU starting on the defensive side and EG, specifically Superman, completely dismantled their defense. This time, KRU get to set a pace of their own and kind of warm up into things, which is something that I think that they needed in their last match.
It is time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. You were mentioning KRU on the attacking side, a little bit of a different look compared to what we saw previously.
Yeah, and if you guys pay attention to your screen, I want to point out the armor regen buy for Kesnet. Somebody buying him a go Shy, investing into a Vandal. This is going to be very pacey.
Tap of the orb on the C side of the map. Second time is a charm. Athena will scoop that up. And turn their attention towards C. You mentioned that there might be a little bit of pace on the other side of this, given that Kesnet's got regen armor, that he's got Ghost, but instead they're contacting their way out.
Yeah, using that Viper smoke time from Superman to lurk all the way into the site. Now, actually here, Shy. He's just holding the flank right now. It's going to be a post-plant retake. This is somewhere we're struggling with. Their post-plants weren't good. It looks like the change from yesterday to today is proactivity.
I mean, they have a lot of utility on the other side of this. Icy.
Adverso.
Falls at the hands of Adverso.
भाई ये तो easy for KRU होना चाहिए. ये तो easy for KRU होना
work that you mentioned. Superman's going to be on the flank. He might catch a timing, but Vecino and Melser crack the side open.
Yes, bye. Thank you for the membership, मेरी जान के today.
Superman's left in a 1v3. It was heroics from him last time that took EG over the edge on KRU. He does get the first.
Still plenty of work to be done, though. Swinging out into the second. He dinks somebody, does not clean him up. And that armor was the difference maker.
Exactly, the power of the regen. So strong, and he brings that into this next round as well. So he's going to be investing into an Outlaw. Decides to upgrade to full armor, not wanting to get Sheriff headshotted. But yeah, proactive in the post was KRU. It's a place where they struggled with. They were 2-9 against MIBR in that facet of their gameplay. And they're vibing already.
One round in, you mentioned Outlaw in the hands of Kesnet. A Phantom purchase too.
Yes, this is a very strong buy.
They're leaning into this for sure, yeah.
C-mount control being conditioned from KRU, back-to-back rounds. Shy again left to be the solo holding the flank.
कभी करेगा तो फिर I think 29th को कुछ नहीं.
Creeping up towards that.
क्या 29th को कोई है क्या?
Two holding that Omen smoke in the previous round.
They're gonna try to push this middle of the map and A flank again.
29th कर ले.
The door and Ye takes a step back.
इतना late क्या कल है 29th नूबड़ी.
as well, so sights were set there for a moment.
आज आ रहे हैं कल आ रहे हैं आज 28 है 12 बज गए.
He crept up to this close C spot, but with Ye dropping here. EG kind of feel like they have to force the issue on the safe side of the map at least.
And they also have to force the issue because they're in this eco. You want to try to make a play. Icy takes a fair amount of damage, has to take a step back. Super will get cleaned up. A lot of discipline out of KRU to start this series off.
Yeah, they look like they've cleaned up their gameplay a lot from yesterday. They were talking about how a patient playstyle kind of counters them, but it's cool to see them take a page of their own from that. I feel like a lot of what got them so lost and what got them so snowballed in their series against MIBR, and also EG the first time, was the micro. Their overall macro was great. You could even talk to Adverso or Mithul about it. When it comes down to these man-up scenarios, they were not able to convert. And it's really clean. They save every single weapon that they needed to. Shy, he only had a Ghost holding the flank right there, and he's going to be able to upgrade to a Guardian of his own. So it's a very healthy bonus round now for KRU. And if you look at the side of EG, 3 members on light armor, this Outlaw can do a lot of damage. If Kesnet could find that timing.
Language.
As it was pretty quiet yesterday, all things considered. It was Shy who was maybe the only real saving grace.
How's the DP with curly hair? Excuse me.
Plus 13 yesterday.
$2.
They got stomped.
घूम रहा है वहाँ पे. Brown color.
Getting pushed back by Shy, but it's another C default. I mean, they're trying to bait out Superman's Viper smoke here, and then they kind of just contact in after. But here's that Omen TV play that we saw.
Hopscotching his way into the back of the site.
भाई फिर से रीटेक और अर्ली रीटेक भी नहीं आएगा, रोटेशन बहुत लेट है.
Taking water control.
अब
doesn't seem like they're interested in that this time around.
Oh, but EG, they have to send 3 bodies here to try to clear that out. So they're so worried about that.
जब तक ये लोग आएंगे वापस टर्न नेट आ जाएगा.
Still a big window to play around. Kesnet splits it uprights on that first shot. Meanwhile, Adverso falls. EG with the numbers advantage. Supa gets another. And now the Rolling Thunder in round 3, and that's going to cause everything to go into disarray. The defense has to take a step back now, doubling down on their efforts.
Oh shit.
Looking to find the window to play around. Derek will succumb to the pressure of crew, as will the rest of EG. The bonus for the attack.
भाई क्या अल्ट मारा ब्रीच ने भाई.
They couldn't win any pistols on Lotus against MIBR.
Huh?
And here, not only did they win the pistol, but they convert the bonus, putting themselves in such a good spot on this attacking side. And I think the fact that crew are able to set a pace of their own, and yeah, it hasn't been extremely aggressive. It's been methodical. It's really important for them as a team to gain momentum in series. Most of their losses, their 2 losses in stage 1, right, including playoffs, have been stomps.
अभी EG हारी तो लोअर ब्रैकेट के घर पे. मेरे ब्रैकेट देखना पड़ेगा.
At least so far, it doesn't seem like a stomp.
भाई क्रू बड़ा और के भाई.
Oh, there's going to be a mess, isn't there? Icy here. The ding delivered, not enough to find lethality.
Damage भी नहीं लगा.
Now Ye is going to peek on the other side of the smoke. Gets his one. Instantly traded though.
Crew again.
EG का aim भी घर पे. Oh. EG का aim भी GG नहीं लग रहा है. भाई मैं पहले से बिलीव करता हूँ कि क्रू में बहुत फायर पावर. बहुत. टीम भी बहुत प्यारी है, यंग है. और फायर पावर भी बहुत इंसेन है.
He did get one in this round, but it's just not enough. Superman is going to be left all alone on this B site. We'll see if Derek can take a timing with this Phantom that he picked up. It does not matter. Shy. Still on point on Lotus.
All missiles away.
And it's a free B site. Spike is planted.
Adverso can't shoot, bro.
Not much left for Superman to do here.
मैं ID pass मांगाऊं?
Grab that Phantom.
हाँ, ATB खेलेगा?
I think if you're EG here, you're gonna have an extended window to talk.
वैसे भी wireless mouse use कर रहेगा वो. तेरा mouse connect कर देना यहाँ से खेल.
There have to be some adjustments on the defensive side here for EG.
मस्ती मजाक में आए यहाँ तक वो लोग.
At any moment, with the way that crew have been playing, they can kind of change the pace and run it down B.
Sure.
I don't think they're gonna do that this round, but they've been playing very slow, not getting caught by any of EG's traps or random timing peaks. And they're converting man-up scenarios, which is something that they lacked on extremely against MIBR. In the MIBR series, crew actually were up in first kills, first deaths, 20 to 19. But it was so one-sided.
A little bit faster here.
Is that nice?
About the need to inject a little pace. Shy on the other side of the smoke will spam
and connect
onto Kesnet.
Tap of a door, though. Baits out an extra rotation. Nature now grouping up with
the
the rest of the A players.
Sharam karo, Harsh bhai, sharam karo.
And crew, they want to walk back towards the C site. If Shy can pick off Superman here, it's a free site for the taking.
सरगर team है, crew is big team. पता है भाई, हम लोग वीडियो कॉल में बात करते रहते हैं.
Stealthbot gets no information front B, but the proactivity from EG will allow Superman to be more ready for this push.
He is alone. And they're not taking space elsewhere on the map.
What is the format for qualification?
Oh, played that so quietly. Now Shy
दो exam देने
there's a threat
पड़ते.
afoot. Derek is going to start to rotate over.
और
He has
उसके
those
बाद
salvos to delay.
qualify.
As soon as the flash goes up, the salvos are traded. And now the
Basically
out,
जीतते रहने का,
Supa
basically.
just waltzes into his death. Not able to find a window to strike from in the swing.
The rotations have come in.
क्या है लिख रहे हो? कौन दे रहा है
Look at the spacing out of crew right now on site, taking every engagement together.
Oh!
Maybe connects a little bit.
भाई
Nice
बाप का
standing
combo,
strong.
बाप
Mazzino
का.
left alone, 1v2. Managing to get the spike down, and now the rotate around. 2 on the other side. One of them found. Icy delivers with 3 as EG get on the board.
Yeah, the dynamic duo from last time continuing here. Icy, he's one off of that showstopper because of that 3K that he got in this round. But Crew have been doing a phenomenal
किसी का chat
job of
पढ़ ले?
using Superman's Viper Smoke in the C choke.
हाँ?
Finding that window when it
Yeah?
goes down to actually entry in.
डर गया क्या? मेरे को तो FC दिख ही नहीं रहा.
And this is the problem with running
You
a
disband,
clone
okay?
double controller composition if you're EG. Yeah,
Not
you win
enough
that
hunger,
round, but
buddy.
if the trades don't go your way on site, it could get really dicey. It's going to be an A brawl, though. At least it seems like it might be.
बंस भाई कौन जीता कल सैन वर्सेस G2 बिजी था भाई सैन क्रेजी भाई वो जाके वापस मैच देख
He's going to go
सकता
for the Superman pick, who's been jump spotting C.
ओ गया बच गया ऐसा
What good awareness from Super. He jump spotted the first time and then he
भाई
hit a
के
jiggle.
मॉड गिफ्ट के बारे में कुछ बोल रहे हैं सेकंड को बड़ा गिफ्ट आ रहा है फॉर एसएसएल मेंबर्स हां क्या किधर है यश भाई ने तो मेरा मेंबरशिप लिया वही यश भाई ना
He's playing. Think about how Crew have approached these attacking rounds. Make a little bit of noise and then they slowly
यश भाई
contact
तो ऐसा
C,
क्या
and
दिक्कत
then
हो
they
गया
burst
कि आपको
Superman.
सिर्फ भाई का
Fully
मॉड
respecting
बनना
that
पड़ा
right now.
Yeah, and here's the thing. He likes to cycle his smoke up and down frequently, right? Now,
टिम्बर
the
में
fact that
गन
EA is
छोड़ के
close
कट्टा
enough,
ज्यादा चलाते
that smoke can be consistently recycled, whereas
क्या हो गया,
before,
life में कोई
we were able to
tension?
find a gap of, okay, this Viper smoke is going down, the Clove is still at A, we can walk our way in with no fear.
How much do EG invest on what's happening towards A?
सेकंड डेट को आएगा डन से मेरी जान के रोटे थैंक यू फॉर द लोलेक्स यार
They're not biting on that. Trusting Icy to hold this down with the showstopper.
बॉट बाय मेरे पास फोन नहीं है
The tap of the door, is that what draws the rotation?
सेफ रहना
Second
पड़ता है
guessing
भाई
it.
बॉट पे आते हैं
Oh, he spots Super. What a wild angle.
यार ड्रोन बंदा है भाई
Has to give the space back up.
ऑफ लेके
Gets his
ड्रोन
one
कर
kill.
रहा है
We'll buy a little bit of time and alleviate some of that pressure. Quick look at the minimap. Reversal is going to be on this
भाई
left flank.
$500
As
का
the
जो
nightfall
सुपर
is
चैट किया
invested.
था ना वो
They're gonna
वाला
rotate back
यशु
out onto
में
B.
हाँ
And
क्या
remember, Icy has his ult. 13
लव
seconds
यू
left. He can cause
From
so much
Sid, bye.
disarray in this. On the mark, 8 seconds left. Spike still not planted.
तो एक
Number for the
सेकेंड
defense, they pick Crew
$500
apart.
का सुपर चैट करने वाला यश भाई अगर मेरे को एक बात बताओ यश भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ आप समझो कांदा लेने यूयू मार्केट में जा रही हो ठीक है आपको लोग पहचान रहे अरे ये वही $500 वाला यश भाई है करके लेकिन बाजू से एक आवाज आया अरे लेकिन ये वही बंदा है ना जिसने कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप ऑफ द गोट ऑफ गोटर्स नहीं लिया तो बुरा तो लगेगा यार बात है कि नहीं चैट
It was a very strong start from Crew. Icy's going to be here with the operator.
2 rounds in a row for them. You mentioned the op. Does look like it's going to get
इसका
challenged
मतलब
early
ये
on.
नहीं कि कांदा लेने मत
We
जाना
saw that same TP
Yeah.
from Melser yesterday.
Yeah, Derek
तो
was
लोग
ready
बोला
for
मैं
that.
कांदा नहीं लेने जाता
Now he can rotate in. He has
पूरे
Armageddon
एग्जांपल की
online.
माँ बहन ये बोलते
Yay, casting it down.
Ye is in form, man. Playoff Ye is just a different animal.
Currently
Yeah?
4-4 right now.
Yeah, but
What
the shots that
you
he's
are
been hitting
Hey!
so clean, and Icy's continuing his dominance.
राउंड के बाद ये वाला ना यश भाई को लेनी तो चाहिए
See how
इसी
fun
बात
they
पे
can
काश
keep that
दोस्त
off the
मेंबरशिप
play.
लव यू यार
A speed up
नॉट
towards
लिंक
B.
दो
Adversal does have his ult.
EG are so willing to give all this space. Armageddon
That's
used.
a problem. Oh, that's a massive problem. He TPs through it. Stays alive into the swing, but Melser falls. And now
Did
Ye's
you
gonna
just
pop his ult.
ulti in a
A 4v2 Adversal left
4v2
alone. Tagged up,
situation?
30 HP. Has to throw it in reverse. And it's inevitable. EG get to 3.
कमबैक आ गया हाँ क्या नॉनसेंस
It's going to be a timeout here from Crew shortly. I feel like the way that EG have been taking these engagements together, they're just overwhelming Crew's attacks. Multiple players just getting faced by 2-3 at a time.
नहीं चाहिए ना
The teamwork, the synergy that this EG team was built around is shining right now to try to even the score on this defense side of Lotus.
पति पे हाथ उठाएगी
No timeout yet though. And a lot of players geared towards front B.
This weird light by.
Shy's been lurking up solo front B, so nature not understanding the threat behind this.
The Salvos is trying to buy so
मेरे को
much
उसकी
time.
HP नहीं दिख
I
रही।
mean, they decide that they want to try
भाई
to
मस्त
accelerate
था
B,
बेसिस
instantly run into a
मस्त
brick
चीज
wall.
था भाई
4 players facing Kesnet.
And then they invest Adversal's ult
मेरे हिसाब
too
से
on this
क्रू
weird
इज हिटिंग
buy
अ
when
ब्रिक
they're down
वॉल
in
अभी सी
numbers.
पे जा नहीं
What, you're
सकते
gonna open the
वो
door
लोग
and
को
run
ए
into
जाना
Superman's
पड़ेगा
Viper pit? No way. You're gonna have to walk all the way back to A
और
now.
जब तक ये लोग
It's
A
the only
जाएंगे
weak spot
वो
on
लोग
the
भी A
map.
पहुंच जाएंगे
With the way that EG
भाई
have
they are
played this,
hitting
the
a
fact that
brick
they have
wall
3B,
मेरे
it's a
हिसाब से
quick
brick wall
rotation either way.
more help यश भाई yep
off of having his rolling thunder. And we did
यश भाई
not
कोई
catch
हेल्प
the
नहीं
orbit
किया
big
तो
grab day
उनको
so
डायरेक्ट
far.
टैग करके हाथी का लंड दे दो ठीक है फुल सपोर्ट
And it is still up in play. So
Yeah.
Nature takes a step back. Mazzino might have a shot at
और
this.
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप जरूर
they've
ज्वाइन
got
करना
two
उसके बाद
rifles.
ठीक है लव यू कैसे पुलकित भाई
That stealth bot being used though, you're gonna assume there should be a rotation coming through to help Nature on this A side. That smoke should confirm it as well. There still could be a pivot front B though.
क्यों
So
रोटेट
some-
नहीं कर रहे बे
some pings from the attackers. Tree being
बस
opened
दोस्त
up.
को
Now
हाइड
look at
होने
the
की
minimap.
धमकी मिलती है जस्ट सही
EG understand what is going on. Melzer's gonna have to come up huge here. The solo stair player.
Full arsenal of utility.
कैनेडियन डॉलर वाला तो सादा डॉलर
Not connecting on the op.
There's
सादा
the
डॉलर
reshot that
होती
you were
है
talking about.
Oh, and it's going to be aggressive.
3 members are gonna get hit by this, but he doesn't pull the trigger.
Hesitation.
ओ तेरी
Thunder.
आड़गी भाई सोच
Sends
वो
Nature
ऐसा
sky
उछला
high. But there's no punish on the other side of it. They can't scale.
I talked about Melzer earlier.
Icy getting a little bit high ground, turning the flash, connecting onto Mazzino. And having a shot at more. EG again.
भाई क्यों पनिश नहीं
Come
किया
out on
अल्ट
top,
मार
and that was
के
a heavy investment from Crew.
So many ultimates
Huh?
used. Breach ult. Teho
क्यों
ult.
पनिश नहीं किया
No conversion from it. The spacing that EG have on these retakes, they're so confident in giving all this space up because of it.
यस भाई आपको सिर्फ
They
परकिस
trust in one
दिखेगा
another. They
उसके
trust
ऊपर
that the
क्लिक करो
trades
देन
are going to go
उधर
their
अपग्रेड
way.
का बटन आएगा बात
And the Icy,
-1
those
मेंबर
two
फॉर
op shots
श्योर
are sick, man.
ऑन 5th में ऐसा मत करो यार जरी भाई
He has outperformed everyone's expectations in playoffs. There's that timeout I was talking about.
So
4-0
what's
to
different for
4-4.
Crew here? Because they were down 0-4, weren't really able to get anything together, but they rattle off 4 of their own. What changed for the defense?
और यार ज्यादा क्यूट
It's
है
the
दिन
fact
में
that
मिलेगा
Ye has been playing a lot closer to
हाँ
Superman.
इसलिए ज्यादा क्यूट है
And there's been just more backup at that C site in
क्या?
general. Stuffing the lurks
Awu
of Crew.
nata.
I mean, let's be
Awu
honest, they were
nata.
just putting a one-way up on site, walking out for free.
What's the no?
With no fight, nothing.
हाँ
So EG making that one change. Also,
नहीं वो मीम है
Icy's
ना
off. It's been looking very good on these first bloods.
Bambadino, Busadino.
He's able to isolate a lot of the players in Crew's post plants as well. So right now, EG,
EG
are just
should
ahead
go
on the info
ahead for
game,
real ना
understanding where Crew are leaning towards
Bot
in the
by
beginning
supporting
of the
Jerry
round,
में
and then
bot
in the
by
late round,
इतना
they're willing
thank
to
you
play
बोलते
retake
हो
on the other side.
इतना thank you बोलता हूँ मैं
7-4 for Icy, still has that op. You take a look at the
भार्गव
financial
भाई
situation
language
for the
तुमको
defense,
नहीं करना
and
मीम
they've got
इधर
enough to invest in case things do go a little sideways.
Keep track of Ye here, starting at this A site. If it's a fast speed up at C, you only have Viper smokes.
No wall over there either. It's just Derek who's close by.
ऐसे तोड़ेंगे इनके defense
And he's getting pushed off angle immediately.
Yeah, those salvos being used. Full C default. Shy, trying to find that timing, but
Yes, bye.
That
Let's get
sniffs them out.
Yes, bye. Thank you for the card.
Give us a
Those
look a couple
membership
times,
मेरी
they speed up
जान
to get the
के
C orb, it goes into Mazzino's hands, and then they play the rest of the map.
www.
What's going on at C is so
आए
important
WhatsApp group
for
में
EG.
आए
That's why Icy comes
मैं
back
real
to it. The
hater
operator, he gets
हूँ
another
कहीं नहीं
pick on
जाऊँगा
the
ठीक है
Kesnet.
love you भाई
Derek,
दोनों अच्छा ऑप
when
करते
that
थे
one-way
किसनेट
smoke
और
was
आईसी
being used to lurk in
मेरे से थोड़ा
from
कम
Melzer on C
देखा
site,
जाए
used his stealth bot and got the info that the pack isn't there.
To tap
Love
the
you,
door,
Yash
and again,
bye.
it's a fake.
Jerry bhai, thank you for
Yeah,
the
reading
Canadian
into these
Australian
fakes,
$2
though, they're
मिल
willing to
जान
play the
today
C retake. From the start of the round, that was the whole setup.
It is still Derek who's close by. Shy. There's a lot on the other side of this. Spotted and dropped by
Superman.
Supa.
बेट हो गया रे फेड की
Nature
आवाज
waiting
से
on purpose for Supa in front B, waiting for
क्रू
that lurk, and
टोरंटो
now you
जाएगी
can just play
अभी
retake
क्रू
on
क्वालीफाई
C.
क्रू क्वालीफाई
Everyone
इजी
rotating
नहीं जीतने
in.
वाला
30 seconds left.
You're in a 5v3 here. The money's not great.
You gotta push. You gotta push and try to catch EG off guard. But look at how much utility EG still have because of those free picks.
यस भाई उसे टैग कर
Everything in
दो
the kitchen sink thrown their way.
Hero
Melzer falls. The first
treated
on the
in
trade.
red
He's going
on
to get another,
Discord.
but Mazzino in a 1v3 is just too much to
हेल्प
ask
कर
for.
देंगे
EG will take the lead.
थोड़ा मुश्किल है
It's
लेकिन
so
एक बार हो गया
dangerous
फिर बाद
playing
में
against a
easy
team that's confident.
सैलरी
playing
आते ही
like
अपग्रेड
retake
कर रहा
and
है मेंबरशिप फुल
actually converting
सपोर्ट
them.
लव
'Cause
यू
now in your
प्रोडो
head, it's
भाई
like, okay,
लव
yeah, we
यू
get the site for
यार
free,
भाई
but
फाइनली
they've just
चैट
been dominating us
5
on the
लोग हो
actual
जाएंगे
site
ग्रुप
itself.
में finally.
Makes you feel like you can't really do anything. Yeah, you're manipulating the rotations and you're getting that free sight, but when it doesn't convert into round wins, it's
मैं
all for naught.
finally कुछ खा सकता हूँ बाहर से.
5 in a row.
तू
for
सुबह
EG.
बोला था जीतेगी करके.
Momentum completely
सुबह का बातें
taking out
भूल
of
जाओ.
Crew. And Icy is coming up to another showstopper, 2 away.
8-4. Meanwhile, it's a weird buy for Crew again.
Look, it's the same setup, back-to-back EG. They don't need to change up anything. I think Crew
4-0
need to
से
take the
5-4.
C site fast. And they need to get proactive in their post plans. It works so well for them on the pistol round.
The eye again.
वो लोग को पता है
tagging
वाइपर
Shy.
लर्क पे.
Yeah, he hasn't really been able to get much value on these lurks.
Oh, rotate
Meanwhile,
करो
the
सी
drone's gonna spot a
पे.
couple. Doesn't get the tag, but you get the info.
Nature tried to use
दरवाजा खोल के
Prowler
बुंड
to
मारेंगे
clear out this
क्या?
front B lurk. Shy is allowed to take
How
that
to
timing, but
upgrade?
there's a lot
First
of
पे click करो, वहाँ पे
emphasis
option
of
आएगा.
EG on shutting down Shy in this defensive side.
I feel like we've seen this round before.
Yep.
But this time, look at how aggressive EG are on the A side of the map. They've taken all of main.
भाई जितना
And so
डिले
they're gonna
करेगा
deposit
उतना
IC,
ज़्यादा
A's
वाट
gonna rotate
लगेगा
off.
बे.
Another Prowler to
पकड़ा
sniff
गया.
out a lurk.
And another lurk found.
Superman
Uh-oh.
trying to get a pick through these smokes, opening the door. Should be a free spike planted. And let's see if Crew can win a post plant. Looks like they do want to get active here. Or at least
Easy retake.
threaten it.
No ults. to
Easy
speak of.
retake chat. Easy
No
retake.
ults to play around. They're gonna have to frag their way through this. Remember the lighter weaponry. It's a stinger, it's a vandal, a
गेम का नॉलेज
sheriff.
है कि नहीं? सीधा क्वेश्चन पूछते
Universo
हो.
so far
कैसे easy
delivering for
retake?
Crew.
जब वो लोग साइड के अंदर और लड़ रहे.
Much to be done though.
नहीं होता भाई. Retake is always
EG and
50.
Supa trying to find some space. There are just too many targets to deal with here. Instantly traded out. Nicely done by Crew. The thrifty
चलो
round
नहीं
wins
होगा
to
मैं
tie us
मतलब
up
कर
at
अकेले
5.
करूँ करे
Great
pretty
adaptation
bye.
from Crew to disrupt the retake of EG, not let them set up all that utility that they
कैनेडिक
have.
क्वालिफाई हुआ ना मास्टर्स के लिए. ये में चालू
They
नहीं हुआ
finally
playoff.
stopped the bleeding. They even the half up. In Crew's only win on Lotus this stage
भाई देख के खेलने का मन करेगा.
against Sen, they won their attack, or their attack was 6-6.
Vamos.
Looks like that might be what's going on here again. First time out for EG, trying to stop all the momentum
मत
from
कर
Crew.
जिंक्स
And
मैं नहीं करता
it's
हूँ
very
यारो.
interesting because Crew have only won
Dad,
one round,
2000
right? But you
लोग
clearly
देख
still
रहे
have
हैं.
the momentum.
स्ट्रीम को लाइक
Back
करो
up on
जल्दी
the
से.
side to Ice.
2000 लोग
This early
लाइक
on,
करो जल्दी.
after they've only won one round is
ये मैं क्वालिफाई
pretty
ड्यू टेक
impressive.
इश्यूज. यस सर.
I
बस
wonder
मैं
what the
गुड
conversation
कलाम.
is here,
ए
because
बुक कभी आ रहा रे.
I mean, it doesn't feel like a momentum swing
आगे
at
क्या
all.
ग्रुप में?
And so you imagine this is more of a strategic conversation than anything else.
Yeah, she wants EG to close out this half, 7-5 at least.
आए ना अभी.
Maybe a little bit more oomph towards the C side of the map. That's why Superman is leaning back over here.
Bugs bye,
They've been
miss
leaving
your
Derek alone on that
gameplay.
side for
आज
quite
तो
some
गले
time. He's going to be able to delay with the Viper Molly.
मेरे कोरियन बर्गर और नगेट्स अच्छा है. नहीं नगेट्स खाओ. नगेट्स अच्छा है. प्राइस अच्छा है. ऑफ अच्छा है.
EG roster
मैक
that
महाराजा अच्छा है.
has really recently caught
Max
fire. I
Spicy
mean, they
Paneer
were
सब
able to
कबाब
best
है.
Crew, and then they rattle off
ये चार
2 big wins. One's against
टेक्निकली
Cloud, and then the
बचपन
other
से
one against
ऐसे
Cloud9
जिंजर
that shocked many,
जैसे बड़ा हुआ
myself
तब ऐसे
included,
पावर
if I'm
चाहिए. मेरे
honest.
पास ऐसा कुछ नहीं है यार.
And so they're still in a spot to continue this playoff run if they can get past
Tag
Crew.
नहीं आया अभी तक.
Ace towards A.
ठीक
A
है.
lot of utility shown
Easy
right
range.
now, but Icy is holding this close corner. This is the power of the Viper on this map. You're able to
मॉड बना
reposition
तो पूरी
behind the
चैट
wall,
को रिप्लाई
delay
दूंगा. एक्सक्यूज मी.
any type of offense. It's a tap
नो
of the
ऑप्शन टू
door, but
अपग्रेड. उस पे क्लिक
most
करो.
teams aren't willing to run through a Viper wall. And look at this. Ye's hunting for a kill.
An unreal shot. You can tell what the objective was there for Crew. They were trying
भाई
to
ये
get Kesner
easy
aligned
shot
to
नहीं
find
मारता
value
है.
with the op.
हमेशा गलत शॉट
But
मारता है.
Mazzino pays for it with his life. And now what? I mean, you're forced to take a step back. You're down in numbers. You've tried playing the map well, but EG is so
Superman
disciplined the entire half. That's not discipline. Shy finds the tiniest of windows to get through and punishes.
That's a play that he tried doing before. Superman
7th को ये publish date. मेरे को वो तो ना early
This time he gets
access.
exposed. So it is a free C site, and it's going to be a 4v4 post-plant retake.
क्या बोलते उसको?
Nature
First copy. क्या बोलते?
pushing all the way up front B, trying to find out if Shy is here, but they're gonna find out soon.
When do you sleep? So
Once
curious
that
to
Vice
know.
ultimate is in
I
play, that
sleep
he was the
whenever I
one
get time.
that planted the spike. Tap of a door though.
And Verso's gonna have his ult as well. As the door swings open, no kill found. And the swing back.
Easy
meanwhile,
retake for EG
Crew
chat.
planting their
Easy
flag at
retake
C
for.
mound. They're gonna wait out the other side of it. It's just Ye who's ahead of it. So that ult should not have tagged anyone else. And now the flood starts. Now they try to funnel back in. Ye trying to jump out on the other side of the smoke. But they can't find any value.
6-5. मेरे हिसाब से 6-5 आएगा score. कोई भी जीते 6-5
Crew
आएगा.
have been so successful up until this point, but it drops into a 2v2. Remember, at Verso's ult, he's playing far back. That is the safety valve. That
Come
is
to
the insurance policy.
boys!
That is the lead
इस
for
बार
Crew.
देना जरूरी है. वो भी टीम पे full volume में देख रहा था. By the way, hello. यार अभी तक आपने बताया नहीं कि family में कौन कौन है.
So Adam in that timeout that Potter took was able
Come to
to
boys, thank you
say,
for
hey,
$5 मेरी जान के
Shy, you haven't been getting
चोटे.
much value towards A or B. At least I think that's what was said. And he finally finds that gap.
Pampi, thank you for the
window of
29
opportunity to take out
Jan.
Superman alone here.
Really opening up the whole map. And then again,
W.
the fact that they
Prediction
were
देख
able
रहे
to
हो?
deal with
6-5.
every retake attempt from EG.
Vamos.
At worst, means a 6-6 half for Crew.
And
6-6.
keeping the Armageddon. But if you look at the ultimates from EG, it's so much firepower behind this. Showstopper Armageddon of their own.
भाई EG के पास 3 अल्ट है.
And the
ऐसा आँख
Odin. I
बंद
was wondering
करके
when we were going to see Nature
अपने
bring
अपने
this
X
out.
को याद करना है बस. IC एक बंदे को उड़ाएगा.
Gets so many
डायरेक्ट
spam
अल्ट
kills
मारेगा
on
2
this A
बंदे को
site.
उड़ाएगा. नेचर
Threatens
अल्ट मारेगा
any type
5
of
बंदे
walk-up.
बहरे.
Something that Kesna
समझ
got
रहे?
punished with a lot the last time these two teams faced off on Lotus.
लेकिन जो रबल लिया वो
There's so
जीता.
many good ultimates for EG to retake
वो भी
with.
तो
They're
है.
going to be willing to play retake on this A site.
नहीं EG जीता ये.
Retrieving flash.
EG जीता.
I think part of the question for EG is, when do you pop some of these, right? Because if you're a Crew, you're trying to bait this out. Ye falls. Remember, they do have that double controller comp, but they're deciding to play around where he can still impact the round. And now an Armageddon of their own. A little bit ahead of it. Icy's ult finds no value. Now they're rolling Thunder, invested 2. Crew in a really nice spot to close out this half on top. Kesnit's behind them. And they have no idea. They're all turning around, playing in the smoke. Derek tries to challenge. Nature takes care of him, but that's just a start. He's gotten it down to a 1v1. Adverso salvos back up.
All missiles away.
And instantly popped. Nature 7 bullets. He's gonna have to
सबसे नहीं हो
wait
रही
it
है.
out.
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है इस भाई. पहले WhatsApp ग्रुप में आओ.
At least get to half here, right? He can play off, but it's not enough. Adverso challenges and Crew with the 2-round lead at half.
बोला था कि
IGL versus IGL, he just jumps into the smoke
Message
and
not
clutches it
send
for his
edit
team.
and tag and
But
letter.
it should
तो
not
फिर
have
आप
been
जो
that
कुछ
close.
लिख रहे हो
Crew
ना
dealt with the
वो
flood
नहीं
of
लिख सकते.
EG.
कुछ word एक दो
Honestly,
left right हो
perfectly.
रहेगा.
That kill from Kesnit on the Icy
वो एक दो
Showstopper
word
was
कुछ अजीब से
crucial
रहता है तो वो लोग
in winning this
allow नहीं
post-run, or at
करते.
least being comfortable in it for the time being.
Nature gave it a run, but it was
YouTube का वो
not
कुछ
enough.
सीन है. मैं भी एक बार कभी सुपर चैट करता हूँ वहाँ पे एडिट का आता है. जब तक मैं
That's a
कुछ
smirk
गलत
of a
नहीं
guy who
लिखता.
knew he was close. But again, not enough. A 7-5 half the way of Crew. We've got Elizabeth
Same
standing by with
reaction
two
था.
very
Same reaction.
special guests. It's Icebox and
तीन
Verno on the
अल्टों के
stage behind us
कैसे हारे
right now.
करें.
Elizabeth,
Same reaction.
take it away.
Potter का.
Thank you so much. Doug,
Oh!
here with the two specialist guests I could find. It is Icebox and Bruno from MIBR. So you guys qualified yesterday. You guys made it to Masters Toronto. Has it sunk in yet that you're going to be? I believe it's your first international tournament that you'll be going to.
Good
Has it sunk in yet?
बोलते.
Yeah, I mean, like last night, yeah, definitely. I mean, in the moment, because you're not thinking about like going or like what it means. You're just thinking about like winning. But like after, yeah, it sunk in. I mean, it's a really nice opportunity to get. So.
Something I want to ask you, Icebox, is that when Fraud was talking to us during the post-match interview, he talked about your leadership. And
Aura
you kind of
देखो
really
बेस
stepped
का.
into this role,
Aura
leading
देखो.
younger rookies like.
आसपास भाई अगर तू हंसा ना $100 सुपर चैट.
I don't really know how to explain, but I know that I have a different impact outside of the game as well. But basically, if I would say something like, I don't know how to explain this, but something that I want to say is that I'm very proud of my team.
Does that mean a lot to you?
Yeah. I mean.
Well, now we found out Sen, after a hard-fought G2 match, will be joining you
I
as
was
Masters
joking.
Toronto representative.
Pumpy bye, thank you for the 89
Is
minutes.
there anyone who would like to join you as the last spot?
I want to see G2 win. I want to play them again in Toronto or in the grand finals, so I want to see them win.
What about you, Aspas?
I like G2.
You like G2? So G2 win today, everyone. Well, thank you so much, Aspas and Vreno. Everyone get it for Aspas and Vreno joining us today on the stage. We have a game to get back to, so casters, please take it away.
ऐसा मजाक कर रहा था.
Thank you so much, Liz. I think we need to draw back to the last time we saw these two teams clash on Lotus. The Deaths talked about it.
Thank you for the
Ray, you
29
mentioned
and
it
thank
as
you for the
well.
89 minutes. जान की
Superman was a
क्यों
menace. Goes 22-5, plus 17 to best crew, and today
Hello,
he's been
Reshmi
anything
ji.
but that. Nobody really on the side of EG creating a little bit of separation. But with that said, they're still just 2 rounds apart.
Yeah, pistol round is ever so
कितने
important.
जोकर है
in moments
chat
like
में?
this.
Language.
And it's going to be a C fight. But look at this
It's
cool
not!
shot from Shy at the bottom of that mound. Thought Kesnet was going to use it to get out, but he decides to stay. We saw the power of these two, the duo of
FC
crew.
tag करना, noob tag करना. ऐसा लिखेगा 10 PS by 12 आएंगे बधीर.
But they weren't able to convert. So let's see if now, man up advantage, if crew can settle and win another
100
pistol in this round.
NA
Spam through the wall, trying
are
to find
gonna
a free
get
one.
speedrun today.
And again, this phase utility is such a problem. The crew punching back. Big
भाई
pistol for
वामोस हो
crew.
गया ये तो.
Big adaptation in their defense on pistol round. They ran the same thing
काहे जब जीत
in
रहे
their
हो.
last match. But the difference maker here was
काहे
the
जरूरी
fight
है
at A
उतना.
with 3 members. Understanding that once C mound control is lost
जरूरी है.
for the attackers, it's likely that you're going to re-clear A.
And that's where the fight was waiting.
Yeah. So Superman, last time on attack, went 17-3. He found so many lurk kill
मौनी नहीं
timings
है वो पिंकी
because
shameless.
of the pressure that EG was able to inflict with the main pack. He's here alone at A site, but he's met by a breach and omen, and that's a big sheriff kill from Ye.
He's going to need more than that, though. Because, yeah, Kesnet may fall, but Shy still stands.
Bro.
Crispy 3.
Yeah.
Showing that he can dance just as well. Weapon now upgraded. He has a bulldog, but no
फिर
spike.
भाई से आपका नंबर लेके
And no
टेक्स्ट करो
space.
ग्रुप में
Meanwhile,
आने
Kerr
के लिए
about to
डिस्कॉर्ड
walk
से
into it and
दुश्मनी है
find
मैं
it.
डाउनलोड नहीं करता. डन
He
सीन
does
है
have
डन
upgrade
सीन
to
है
a
डन
bulldog,
सीन
which
है.
is sad. But he's still
Done
staying
scene.
front B. He's walking all the way through side. Superman's gonna get caught right here.
डन सीन डन
Grabs
सीन.
the outlaw.
वो अभी जगह नहीं रहेंगे अभी.
He's not expecting
दो
it. There's
रहेंगे
no
शायद.
shot. It's all
But
on Ye's
whenever
hands
you're
now.
free. Yes, we're coming up. Use with the $50.
all the way around
Chat सब लोग गाफ मार लो और
And as
छुपा दे
time
दो.
ticks, you imagine, or you assume by process of
करके.
elimination that
Yes, bhai, thank you so much for the
maybe behind
$50.
that smoke might just provide the window that he needs.
Oh my goodness.
He's gonna find one, but they turn at just the right time. Meltzer cleans it up. Crew avoid disaster.
Melzer's the one that sees him? That must have been such a quick shot. I don't even think Ye saw him on his screen. Just gets deleted, but that was a good...
Love you, Bunks bhai. Keep
eco round
entertaining.
from
Thank
EG.
you, Ronak bhai, for the
Getting a lot
Shake
of those
Chili
trades on
20.
C-Mount. That flick on adverse.
What's the meaning of chup thing you say?
Just
You
sickening.
sleep. What's the meaning?
Oh my gosh, just perfect timing for Melzer. Maybe a little fortunate, man. That was close. So C-Mount has
Language,
been in
Dave.
full control of crew in these first 2 rounds. But Melzer gets completely
Apate
punished. EG do not care. This time, more firepower behind it.
It's a big difference from what we saw in the first half. Remember, Crew were able to convert that bonus.
Yes, bhai, वो number पे
They were
WhatsApp
able
करो.
to really create a gap. And yes, EG punched back, but if you're the attack side here, you don't want to
कल
have to deal with that
से
again.
end sem exam है Bunks bhai. Tension ना लो.
Oh,
Top
after that
करेगा.
pick
Top.
from EG,
Top
it's a
करेगा.
lot of taps of the
Tension
door.
मत ले.
Trying to see if anyone else
Hello,
from Crew is
Grid
gonna
Baji.
try
What
to
is up?
even the score. Crew are willing to just hold. Mazzino.
तुम लोगों को पता है ना
forced to
अभी EG
use
जीतने वाला है.
his fault line,
69
but
होएगा और मेरे को
with
short
no
shot
smoke
मिलेगा.
coming up here on the C
हाँ?
side of
काहे
the
इतना
map.
intense कर रहे हो?
Kind of makes it a little bit free for EG to isolate these fights and bombard the site with utility.
Oh, I think the salvos bought just enough time. It was delay upon delay, and now They can fight a little bit stronger. Kesnet has also joined the fold. He's got an outlaw.
Superman found the gap.
Very nicely done. And now B is theirs for the taking.
Shout out, buddy.
Very controlled approach from EG.
Spike planted.
Kesnet and Shy are left to just do damage right now.
Whoop. You saw him.
Upgrade for Kesnet off of that pick from Azino earlier on.
Tension नहीं ले रहा बंग्स भाई आपका stream देख रहा full chill. Love you.
Might be able to get some damage here. Icy, he's not aware of somebody on the left. Derek to support him. Look at how patient crew are playing.
सिर्फ मुझे लग रहा है कि
Really
EG
trying
जीतेगा.
to do damage into the economy of EG. If they can get a couple of these rifles out and save.
इस बार मेरे को आया नहीं WhatsApp.
There's not going to be a trade, though. Shy's here alone. One exit. That's all it is. Can Kesnet deal any more damage?
He wants to.
They're not even going to give him the fight.
He's also willing to just save that into the following round, but...
Why you not streaming? मतलब?
Again, playing every round very methodically.
No pull. EG is gonna win, no?
Not allowing crew to get the best of them in those trades amongst the chaos. And they're already pivoting, already Superman finding lurk timings.
Excuse me, मेरा
I
stream
think
नहीं
crew need to
देखते?
be a lot more proactive and kind of denying the lurks that Superman can get, much like how
Poll डालना
EG was
पड़ता है.
denying
जब
Shy to get
poll डालता
value.
हूँ ना stream like नहीं करते यार.
This will be the first big gun round for both teams.
वो hurt होता है.
Oftentimes a setting where approaches where defaults change. So if your crew here, a
Why
denial of the
Email
A
not
main
streaming
space.
VCT on YT?
Yeah, denial of both extremities. But yay, he took a lot of this front B space. Let's see if
आपको
Shy
पसंद है?
just goes for a jump spot or walks into his crosshairs. It's like he's just jiggling. Oh, that jump spot is hurt
कौन सा
from Ye,
match
so
हो रहा
he's
है जो मैं
understanding
stream
that
करूँ?
Kesnet is C, and EG might take the bait thinking that there's more players behind Kesnet.
Meltzer's in trouble. The spit, the nade
गया
has to TP
मतलब?
away.
गया वहाँ से गया.
Look at how far up Icy is. The Paranoid's going to buy a lot of time, though.
Paranoid hits 4 members.
I know you take a look at crew. They're scattering away.
They baited out so much utility for the attackers.
This late flank that's going to be coming through stairs is already smoked off. They have to find some value on the other side of tree. And it's Ye who's pushing the pace. Oh, now popped as they look for more.
Bro.
And more will be found.
Bro, LWs दिख रहा है भाई.
Crew, first attempt to try to find value in a retake.
LWs दिख रहा है.
42 now, and Shy tries to stand strong. It's Kesnet in a 1v1 against Icy on the other side. A menace. Last time he played. And he
W
delivers
baby.
against Kesnet again.
Down to the wire. Icy with full confidence in holding that angle. Kesnet has nowhere to go. EG did a great job of taking tree control here with follow-up utility, and Ye getting that pick. Feel like it burns
देखिए देखिए आईडी खुद bronze lobby पर मार नहीं पाता.
giving him that kill. It's an extra body that stays into the game. Remember, you could just run away from that Clove ultimate.
उसके बाद gold plan में
he's out for the
MVP
count.
करूँ plus IGL 2. सब करो डरते नहीं.
Broken by for crew, a guardian for Kesnet, a stinger for Mazzino.
Yeah, 1-3-1 now for the defensive side.
कैसे ओहो देखो कौन
Play that patient style, wait for any type of aggression.
अभी मिल रहे कि नहीं?
Sheriffs want to get active.
Crew did this a lot last time we saw him play on Lotus. On the defensive side, they would threaten or commit to some aggro B.
It never really worked because MIBR did a great job of not running into the stack. Just say it how it is, but there's a very aggressive eyes wall.
8 into 10
Yeah, A side. I wonder if that's a cue for
plus
crew to
6 minus 48
maybe walk into some
4
space.
minus 2.
Stealth bot use front B. It only sees
current
Superman,
pass
so they
was
might think
0.
that's just a lurk.
The flash is found. Now the space is theirs.
Yeah, fast rotations from the defense. They're going to be able to get into this A site, but let's see if EG actually commit here. If they
pivot
decide to go
करेंगे
towards
मेरे
B
हिसाब
because
से.
that door
जिससे
being
अल्ट
broken.
मारेगा B
Yeah, I
pivot
mean, if
करेंगे
you're
chat.
EG here, you bait the ult out from Shy, and then you
देखना.
can rotate B.
एक stream
I
snap
think
मत
that's what
कर
the game
यार.
plan's going to be. You see Icy and Superman still outside of this tree area.
They're committing into the plant. They're deciding to stay for the fight. Ye
B
falls
pivot.
to the pressure of the salvos.
EG
pivot.
can't pivot anymore. The time is too
कर
low. They
सकता
have to
है, कर
full
सकता है
commit.
अभी भी.
Ult popped.
pivot.
Icy forward. Kill found. You've got a flank on the other side of the map, Melser, but all he's got is a classic.
Jeez.
You can't pop the rocket that close, I get it. Discipline on the trigger. Spike planted, numbers away of the defense, and it's not getting any better. Can Derek clutch it out for EG? No.
Thrifty round win for Crew.
No way.
You can hear the fans. Crew did such a good job of not exposing their bodies in that mid round. They had all 5 players at one point sitting towards C and B, giving up all that airspace, but the delay utility that they had allowed them to creep up into such good spots and just pick EG apart. So punishing that slow style that EG
almost 50%
have seemed like they mastered in this playoff. And now there's going to be a timeout called from Potter. Maybe you have to change the pace yourself. You cannot let that timer run down to 30 seconds before you decide what site you want to go to.
I bola tha pivot. Why TC9 disbanded? Everybody needs salary and
that last round.
Or to feel motivated.
The economy is going to be broken as well for EG. You have to settle here. Remember, that attack side from Crew was the best that they've had all stage.
इसने $1,000-$2,000 दिया रहेगा.
7 rounds. It's the defense where they shine. It's the defense where Kesnet and Shy are able to turn up. The difference here today is that it's not just the Shy and Kesnet show. Everybody is online helping each other out.
Excuse me?
A stark contrast from what we saw.
Why you are saying about glass half empty? Talk about glass half full, no? Noob?
When you think about what the rest of the series holds. This is Crew at 1 and 2 on the stage on Lotus, but Icebox is next.
Yeah,
they dropped yesterday. I mean,
जो जीतेगा वो Masters नहीं, lower bracket run चल रहा है.
Here's that fight again towards C. This Vi Splash goes through Mound. And Kesnet is able to play off
Diablo.
So unique, so cool. Shy here to support him. I don't think the updraft was heard.
I see best in Kesnet.
Slow, boss. Love you,
Arjun. Dash towards C. The Prowler's going to be the tip of the spear, finding one. The Armageddon in exchange, though, and instead of pushing forward, they have to take a step back.
But this is good. अभी वो लोग pivot कर सकते हैं, reheat कर सकते हैं. कुछ भी कर सकते हैं.
He could be here. It was cancelled.
कुछ भी करेगा EG wins here.
Do not care. Looks like they still want to approach the C site.
कुछ भी करेगा EG wins here, chat.
That Omen smoke though, it's going to cause further delay.
W.
And I don't think that EG are ready for Melzer to still be here at the C site. If they decide to go back, it looks like that's not going to be the case.
And right now
for Crew, the defense is really spread thin. I mean, 2
तेरा
players in
character का
one,
नाम
but
भूल
2
गया रे,
players
क्या
to
था?
enter the C site. No smoke up yet at C.
They do have the gun advantage, though, and that might be the difference maker. Shy with but a sliver
Heavy
of
damage.
HP takes a step back. And now they're rolling Thunder 2, and again, they're going to try to flood him behind them. Take a look at Melzer's position. Look at Reversos 2. Oh, but he's stunned. Yay. Still finding value. Still finding a kill. Still keeping EG in this fight. It was a scrappy buy that they brought into this, but they're making it work. 2v2 now, 15 seconds left. The spike's still not planted. They've got to get a move on. What can Melzer do?
10 seconds left.
Outnumbered and now the problem is significantly more difficult to solve.
Cover going out.
15 bullets.
Trying to buy as much time as he can. It's a thrifty round win for EG. They're not done yet.
Gotta point out that satchel that was used early on from Icy. Kesnet was scoped in. He didn't hear it, so he wasn't aware of the drop. Stepping up massively. He's so clutch when it matters, and he couldn't settle when he was stunned in the beginning. I mean, happens to the best of us, but the work that he was able to put in after that with the Phantom was disastrous for Crew. A must-win round for EG to build back their economy and break the economy of Crew.
It's aggressive C. Kesnet popping his ult.
Yes, bhai,
and it's a crunch from the B side of the map as well. EG looking like they want to try to take their heels in, but it's a slaughter! 3 for Kesnet.
Very balanced agent, na chat?
Yeah, Super gets his 1, but good luck.
Very balanced agent, na?
EG just not ready for the pure aggression from Kesnet. All that front B pressure was a distraction. I don't think a single player from EG was looking at him in this moment. Look at this. A quick answer back to force EG. Into a bad economy again. And now EG have to worry about more aggressiveness from KRU. You have to play even slower.
Different wall from Shy.
गलत agent है भाई.
Ross B here. We haven't seen that much. Meanwhile, EG.
अगर EG को free set मिला ना, इसके ult में कुछ धमाकेदार कर सकते हैं मेरे साथ.
Superman's trying to act like he's a solo lurk here. He put that Viper wall up, that smoke up. Some shots of a Vandal should make it obvious that there's more behind this.
That's danger.
Bro. Chat मिल गया. मैं हूँ Binks भाई. इधर नहीं chat पे लिखो.
There has to be pace behind this. They don't really have the guns to take their
Stream
fights
chat
out.
पर भी हो सकता है.
Yay and Icy. Are they gonna do this again?
This back and forth
एक और बार. भाई
Icy
EG
gets
जीता
his
भाई.
3. Meltzer's alone.
EG
All weapons
जीता.
upgraded. EG in a position to steal another round away.
So clean. It's the power of the Viper on the attacking side. When that Viper wall goes up A, if you don't try to push through it, take control of that space.
Finally chat
You're not
5
able to
member हो गए
understand
भाई
what's
काश
behind
दोस्त
it,
में.
and
कोई
the
है
threat
6?
was looming.
हाँ?
Mazino
उसके
got
बाद lucky
completely
number
overwhelmed
7
in
आएगा.
tree.
ताला for a reason. सोच लो.
We've kind of seen him get punished there more than once.
खड़ा
as
होके
well.
गलती किया. मैं तो बोला था
Tap of
जब
the
जब
door.
तब.
This time it's Icy that just runs through main.
Kisnet का वाला round
Catches
6
them
था
in
लेकिन.
rotation.
I think both of them
Clean
were
मारा.
massive to that round, and it was the two guys, it was the two problem makers,
कितने
the
teams जा
stars that we
सकती
talked
है?
about the
Masters
last
हर
time
region
EG
से
were on the
3 team.
stage. Icy and Ye.
पापा बहुत
Unreal
सिक्योर वीक हो गए
performances.
हैं. क्या करूँ?
Icy had Mimi talked about it on the desk.
76
Icy had a
years.
life
जितना होता है
game. I
उतना
mean,
care करे.
it very well may have been his
जितना
best
होता है उतना प्यार
performance
से.
ever. And Ye looked like he was rolling back the years, back to his prime Ye days on Optic. And those two are the ones who stand. Those two
Make
are the
his
ones who keep
every
EG in this
memory
fight.
count.
And they're going to have to keep it up as well because they're still down 2 rounds here.
Jokes मारो हर दिन.
Final timeout in regulation for KRU. They will have a full buy into this.
Hello, bye.
But with that lurk play that EG put into effect, you kind of have to worry about that. And maybe you compensate, maybe you put a little bit more firepower there, try to deny that space early on.
All the little things here.
And the thing is for EG, because of what they just showed, because of the extra layers behind Superman, if KRU decide to not check that because they think that there's more of a threat behind it, that can open up a lurk time.
Hello, bye. Thank you for the 1,000, Mirijan.
And we have to keep in mind,
I'm sure you'll make him
last
smile.
time Superman was plus 13 against KRU. He basically, in a way, you could say he 1v5'd. Obviously, it's still a team
Crazy,
game,
thank you
but
for the 100.
performance-wise,
Binks bye, pranam.
he was
कैसे
the
हो?
star.
हैं?
He was
आज
the
hate
problem.
नहीं.
He's sitting at the bottom right now. If he
Ranjan
can
bhai,
tap
thank you for
back
the good
into
morning.
that,
Binks bye, good
if
morning.
he can find those gaps in the defense,
Hey na
EG
6
could
रोज
bring
एक
this one
टाइम
back.
पे हम खाना खा के ये
they have
member
ultimates
बना
right now
हूँ.
too that can
अब
go in their
आप
favor. So I don't think
बिना
Superman's going
पता
to try to
चले
lurk this
renew हो
round for
जाती
too
है.
much because
Excuse
if
me?
you use the showstopper to get into any
Upgrade
site you
करो.
want, you can get that
Binks
Viper's
वैसे
pit
काश
down.
दोस्त तू लेकिन
Put
ग्रुप
KRU
में
in
नहीं हो तो
a very
आपका
rough
अकाउंट
spot.
+1 इस ग्रुप में नहीं हो मैंने
This
आपका
could
ऐड किया
easily
था
be
आखिर
an
भाई.
11-11 game.
This is the similar defensive look we saw from KRU. Look at all the focus across B.
1-3-1. One way used at C, and EG are willing to wait that one out. If they walk into this trap, it would be probably the first time it's ever worked.
And so the drone is supposed to catch contact first, and then if you confirm there are people there, the stun hits, and the swing is waiting. Prowler though, and KRU deciding not to spring the trap into action.
Icy's gonna have to use the showstopper reactively once
Contact
this vault one
में
comes
stun
out,
nade
unless
Neon
EG
के
can get
contact पे.
ahead of it.
Both
blue
on the other
combo, bro.
side.
Blue combo.
The rocket pop, the rocket
Blue
connects onto
combo,
Kevnet.
bro. But for
Look at the A side of the map.
Combo
Superman's
तो
walked
W.
all the way through. It's a free
वो
A
मैं exit
site.
हो गया था बीच में
EG don't know that
1-1
yet,
मैंने
though.
अच्छा मैं करता
It
हूँ.
looks like they're rotating to the other side of the map, and that means Soup is going to be in a position to cause problems. These late lurks, these picks that he was able to find
मर गया
previously.
मर गया
Icy's alone, Doug.
इसी मर गया
And Melser realizing it snaps
नहीं कर
onto
सकते
him.
रे जब भी अकेला साइड में घुसता है यही
They
दर्द
are going to rotate back to Supa, or at least attempt to. You still have all this.
कहने से
flexibility you have
कौन
to
कौन
navigate.
जा रहा है भाई कौन कौन जा रहे हो
Waiting for his team to get here so they can all make it through the wall. But the
वहाँ
spike
पे
is so far away. He
Toronto
triggers it too early. I guess it doesn't matter because you could just run through tree. How are crew going to
राइट छोड़ से
navigate
कुछ ले लेना है
through this
limited
Viper's
edition
pit
वाला
that's going to be
please.
put down?
13 seconds left. No contest on the site.
और वो कर देना बी फास्ट
Oh, those salvos are a problem.
Oh, they're
Just
off the
barely
mark.
off the mark.
जीत गया वाइपर अल्ट इज इक्वल टू इजी विन
Sumun's going to be able to sit comfortably in the back.
I don't know that comfortable's the word I would
Yeah.
use.
He's not going to get spammed at least.
All of this pressure coming in from crew Mazzino.
आगे
Gonna
ग्रेट
test it
बाजी
first. The tap of the spike is just a threat. It's just a warning sign. That's the only thing in between those two members right now. Adverso waiting for the challenge backside. Now he's going to fill his way back into
वाइपर
Super Fall.
कैसे
The pit joins him.
मरा
Salvos.
Mazzino's gotten it 3/4 of the way. The salvos might be a
मारने
little bit
पड़ेगा
too late. They've got to swing behind it, and it's not in time. Crew gets him at point.
पासेस दिला दो
Suman was
मेरे
in
को
such
जाने
a
क्रीज
good
में मैं
spot
ट्राई किया
to
लेकिन नहीं हो
close
पा
out
रहा मैं
that
एक और
round.
बार
All
ट्राई
he
करता
needed
हूँ
to do was
मैं
allow his
genuinely
players in
try
front of
किया
him to take first, but he
मेरे
gets
को अच्छा
spam
लगे
killed,
अगर
and that
ज्यादा लोग
opens up
जाएंगे
Crew's retake.
लेकिन नहीं हो पा रहा
They
था
have the confidence to actually go for it.
जो है वो लोग का ऑफिशियल साइट वाला ही सीन
It's
वाला
a
है
bit of a blunder for Supa. Oh, Nature and Derek should have been the ones
Jinx
taking
मत
contact
करना मैं
first,
क्या
and
किया जिंक्स
Supa should have been the win condition. If all else fails,
Vamos,
right?
vamos!
But I understand. Derek wants to
भाई
play
मेरे
with the
घर
salvos.
वाले कहते बड़े बड़ों का आशीर्वाद
EG now on
देना
the ropes
चाहिए
here in Crew.
Obviously
Pushing
देना
A
चाहिए।
into Supa.
सबका
They're
आशीर्वाद
applying
देना
pressure where it hurts. He's got a shorty in this, in the face of 4.
मैं 10,000 में
But
देता हूँ
the stealth
आशीर्वाद
bot is
जस्ट
gonna catch him. Oh
He's so
my
cooked.
goodness.
I mean, he was stunned, he was blind, he was deafened.
आपके हिसाब से मैंने क्या किया
Now EG, instead of accelerating to the other side of the map, want to fill in the space.
4v5
that
है
Supa
लेकिन वो
previously
लोग
had.
ओवर रोटेट कर रहे हैं ये राउंड भी इजी टेक्निकली
Bowser's
जीत
still
सकता
here,
है
though, in Rubble.
अगर मेल्जर को मारा
He's got Omen TPs to get himself out if he gets in
It should
danger.
be a
He
W
might
round
be
by EG.
timing.
Crew tried getting ahead of this. As soon as it got the kill, thought the rotation would be fast C, so they all send that way.
W
But it's Melser, as you were saying, who was left alone, and now EG can take A. Can take all of this space. The
पर मुझे
Prowler will
कभी
be
कुछ
first,
करने का
and
मन
now
नहीं करता
EG
जब मन करेगा
gonna
तभी
try to
करो
funnel behind it.
oh shit
Derek has his ult, and it's
मर गया।
preemptively used. They're gonna force Keznit into
भाई
this fight.
फिर
He
भी
still gets
उसने
his
मारा
one.
बेक
But that's gonna push
फिर भी
all
उसने
of them
मारा
back. Shine Adverso, we're gonna have to
रीसेल में
solve a
भी मिल रहा है
2v3 to take the
फाइनल्स
map.
और सेमी का
to take us
रीसेल
to
तो प्राइस
Icebox.
हैवी रहेगा रे
Look at how far Shy is, though. And they both have Guardians. Two of the members are one shot to the body, though. IC and EA.
यश भाई का व्हाट्सएप आ गए ग्रुप में ऑलरेडी
This could be possible, but look at the setup from EG in the post plant. So many angles that you have to be aware of. And you're just going to walk into IC.
That's his one. Job's not
12
done.
10 अभी पैसे नहीं है
The buy
अभी
is
पैसे
not
नहीं
great for
12
Crew.
11
They're gonna
12
save the
11 के
Guardian.
बाद कुछ अल्टी आ रहा है
He's
नेचर
back-
का
he's
अल्ट आ
gonna
रहा
be able to
है
upgrade here, but
नेचर
this
का
back
अल्ट आ
and
रहा
forth in
है
this
लेकिन
match
सामने
has
ब्रीच
been
अल्ट है 13 11 जीत
just
गया
amazing to watch. Because now, look at the economy for Crew. It's not looking good. If EG
पिंकी
can
बोल रही है
navigate
कैमरा टिक
around
कर
the lesser
क्या
buy,
टिक करूं अच्छा
all of a sudden we're playing for OT.
I think again we kind of have to draw attention to the early
Binks group
rotate
देखो math is not
from
mathing
Crew. As soon as Epic happens,
हो गया, पांच लोग
conventional
हैं ना?
wisdom suggests that they're going to try to accelerate back towards C, right? Not deal with the pressure A. And Crew trying to read ahead of it, kind of call themselves out of that round.
Retrieving flash. I need a
Melzer
weapon.
gets caught trying to
अरे
re-smoke C.
6 हो गए क्या 6 लोग गए
Nature hit a great shot, though. I mean, Ye was right in front of him. The EG, they got punished on a thrifty already.
Note here, Keznit's one off of his ult. He's the one with the Vandal. If he gets a pick, maybe they drop it. He pops the ult and they go.
Similar
Technically
look
6
to
लोग
last
ही है
round, but this time there's a lot behind Supa.
He's got help.
एक आईडी इमो
He's
3
got
एक आईडी
backup.
इमो 2 बट रेडिएंट नहीं हो
They
पा
take
रहा
a step back from
सिंगापुर
Everett.
सर्वर
Fall
किल
line,
सोलो
it's the paranoia.
देख
Nature's
SN1
the one
जा
who's
रहा है
caught this time, but somehow Stun gets a kill.
अरे मैडम
Now the Nightfall will push them back. You've got drones, you've got prowlers, you've got
मैडम भी लाइक
pedal to
crazy
the metal
crazy
for
crazy
EG.
crazy फटे
They're caught, there's nowhere to go. Melser and Mazzino fall. EG looking to stand tall And it's all on to Shy now.
Bro.
Great read from Nature.
ऐसे खेलता but duo ही करता क्या
To
ना solo
support
खेलना मजा आएगा.
Superman, I feel like EG have done a good job of
Check the
adapting
कैसे
to
जा
what
रहा
Crew have been
है. Diamond
showing,
जाएगा
not
मेरे
allowing
साथ.
the same thing to happen twice. So they should
Crazy,
be able
crazy,
to win this
crazy.
round. Damage at this point doesn't even matter.
Binks by
for
कैसे हो?
Shy. The economy
Usually
is
I
looking
don't
very good for
message,
EG.
but
Your best
your
case
streams
scenario
really
is to
help
try to
me
get
get
close to
through
that
the
Vice
day.
ultimate so you can have
क्योंकि
it
मैं
for a
पूरा
retake
दिन
or
ही
to
stream
delay in
करता
the next round.
बेंच
Now
जो
note
भी
here
मेरा
is
stream देखेगा
Shy's
ना
left
उसका
in
डे
this.
ऐसे खत्म
Now
होएगा समझ
1v3.
रहे हो?
Nature was the
Love
weaker
you
of
guys,
the four.
bye.
Shy upgrades
इको था
the
वैसे मैं
weapon,
तो वही बोला ना इको था बदी.
and we'll carry that
लेकिन
into the
अभी
next. I want to draw
13,
attention to the
11.
next round here because Kesnet's
Once
got
मैं
his
आपका
ult.
number leak
You
कर
think
दूं
about
मेरा
how many
number
times
already
Crew have
public है
popped
लेकिन जो भी
these
मेरे को
tricky
message
little
करता है
trap
सीधा
plays
block
off of that ult, even just in the previous half.
वैसे कोई करता नहीं है लेकिन
They
जो
also
भी
have a
करता है
breach
सीधा
ult to
block किया.
follow it up if they want to do something aggressive. I think EG are going to be ready for it though. I think they've done a good job of
Please
adapting
कोई
to
link
what
tag
Crew's
कर
shown
दो कौन सा वाला
in
क्रिस
this
भाई?
half so far, especially those pushes, right?
They weren't ready
Once a
last
link?
time. Remember the crunch in through C? They were stuck in spawn. They all died.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Right. Sure.
And if
भाई
Nature
बाप
doesn't
का
get
ना
that
एक
kill,
combo.
I mean, these nades don't
हेलो वाला मतलब
get two in that right there as well. So
कॉल करेगा तो ब्लॉक
listen,
किएगा ना
Kesnet is towards that C. I don't think he's going to run it down this time. I think it's going to be that normal C fight that he showed with Shy with that flash.
एक बार
But
किसी ने
if he
मैसेज
ever
किया था
wants to
पर्सनल
speed up
ग्रुप में
after
गाली
getting
आया
the
था.
initial kill, he can do so. One way shown as well. This should be obvious
गिफ्टेड
for
मेंबर भी
EG
ज्वाइन कर
that
सकते हैं ग्रुप
it
उनके
is the
लिए
neon
नॉर्मल
towards
ग्रुप
C
है
because
उधर
of that
मैं
vice flash.
ज्यादा टेक्स्ट वेक्स नहीं करता मैसेजेस देखता हूँ लेकिन टेक्स्ट वेक्स नहीं करता
They've
खास
left
दोस्त
Nelson
वाले
here
ग्रुप
alone
में
again.
टेक्स्ट करते हैं बकचोदी
How's
करते हैं
paranoia this time? He's going to have to back up now because of that jump spot being
Selfies with
fished
Thomas.
out.
But instead of the paranoia, just drops the smoke, hangs onto that bit of utility.
A huge
गिफ्टेड मेंबर
investment
भी
used
1
though
मंथ
there. No
फुल
more raise nade.
एंजॉय कर सकते हैं मेंबर ग्रुप
No more Viper spit. You do have all A control because of it though. This breach ult,
Right there.
if EG wait too long, is gonna delay the plant on wherever they go.
मोस्ट क्रूशियल किल चैट
A tap of the door A, but it's not enough to manipulate rotations. They're trying to string them along into thinking that that's where the hit's headed.
But it's gonna be layered utility. EG are trying to bait out some of it, so salvos are gone. But now you have the breach ult. Kesnet can flood with this. Do you?
भाई वेट
They
कर
got it
दिया
out. They're trying to funnel in behind it. Kesnet with the ult popped. Finds
अरे
Icy, finds
ज्यादा वेट
Ye.
नहीं हुआ
30 seconds
And those
left.
were the two big ones. EG call a freeze into the round, trying to wait that out. Playing on a knife's edge.
Oh, क्या खेला इजे राउंड व्हाट द फक इतना भी अच्छा नहीं खेला ना भाई क्या खेला इतना अच्छा नहीं खेला
One shot's gonna trade. It's gonna be a 1v1 Shy with the ult, but he jump spots the smoke, waiting for it. Now invested. He fumbled this last time, but this time playing on the other side of the
W baby क्या खेला बे
What a clutch from the IGL. I mean, ridiculous. And you're right. I was
bro
just flabbergasted that Shy was jump spotting that and not
normal
using
members
the
का
ult
भी
right
ग्रुप
away.
है obviously
Maybe expecting Nature to push into that smoke himself. This is where Crew fall apart, is when they're up numbers.
बस था ना
Zeno said it himself. Crew have a
ये
hard
लिंक
time
मार्क
closing
कर
out
दो
rounds.
कोई कौन सा लिंक
And you just cannot be doing that when you put yourself in such a good
Mod बना
spot to
था 1
close
करोड़।
out EG's map pick.
11-13 कोई तो बोला था कौन बोला भाई
You cannot afford to go into Icebox down a map. You just can't.
इतना शांत है नो एक्सप्रेशन
If they have any shot at
काम
this
काम
series,
प्लेयर कहते हैं उसको
they have to win Lotus.
इतनी बार भेजा
They're on defense this time.
Icy is alone at A site, hiding in stairs.
गलत
So
बंदे को ग्रुप
EG
में
are
डाला
already willing to play
आपने
retake on A, full retake.
मुझे नहीं
Shy, this time breaking that fade lineup. Look at the proactivity from EG trying to get info,
जिस
paint
पे
a
आपके
picture
गाफ
of
में
what's
हाथी
going
का
on in the
लुल्ली
map. So many members towards the C side.
गलत बंदे को डाला रुक जाओ
I
निकाल
feel
रहा
like
हूँ
Shy's gonna really have to sell this A, unless
क्योंकि उसके
it's
पीछे
all
भी
pump
स्नो
fake
और वो
approved.
था
Yeah, they
समझ
all
रहे
insert
हो
shy
ये बंदे के
to try to catch
फोटो में
any
भी
late
स्नो
rotations
और
or anything like that.
बाहर का नंबर है
Tap of a door delays any type of C aggression from crew. But again, the defense stalwart.
मैं हूँ Binks भाई
Not moving an inch.
नहीं मेरे को सुपर सेट है
Shy's trying to find that opening.
वो अभी भी बोल रहे हैं मैं हूँ करके यस भाई को गाली दिया ये वाला नहीं रे जो स्कैम किया रे मेरे को
Tap of the door.
यस भाई आप करो व्हाट्सएप
On the other side, Icy. That one got away from him. But nature equalizes at least for a moment.
जीत गया क्रू 13-12
Do they try to flat out onto the speed? 13 seconds left. They try to delay the plan, and so far, so good.
10 seconds
They have to
left.
continue to double down. Again, the spike on the ground. Shy's got a 1v2, and I don't think he has time. He doesn't. EG take the lead.
How do EG clutch these moments?
लगा
They just make magic
यस
happen
भाई आप
when they're
करो
down numbers, when
व्हाट्सएप
their backs are against the wall. We saw them do it against Cloud9, and we're seeing them do it again here against Crew. And it's not a plan, it's full intuition, it's full synergy. Superman runs through the door,
भाई ग्रुप से कैसे निकालूं
ends up making a crossfire on the player running through spawn. It's just ridiculous. Crew using a timeout in OT.
वो बंदा मेरे को बार-बार मैं हूँ करके लिख
They
रहा
had such a lead into this.
है I trust in super chat
It was
buddy
what, 12-9 at some point.
क्या
Now,
रुक
they're on the
जा
back foot.
And remember what their defensive side looked like. Yeah, Kesnit and
ये
Shy
रहा
were
ना
kind of playing together C, and then a lot of aggression A. They showed a lot of different looks.
ये
Or excuse
ना
me, B. They showed a lot of different looks. A being the A fight being another one. And so you wonder here on the other
किसी
side of this
और को
timeout,
ऐड किया मैंने
given that they're in OT, given that they know Icebox is next, do they draw up something different?
shit
What can you even
search
throw
just
as EG
right
that you haven't already? You've
Gosh.
shown a lot of aggression everywhere in these rounds. It kind of feels like your trump card has been used already. And you're left to default. I mean, your retakes haven't been the greatest.
आपने अभी जिसको भरा वॉइस नोट
BG can get
भेजा
onto
के
site.
मैं सॉरी
They can
सॉरी
put
रुक जाओ
Crew.
रुक जाओ पैनिक मत करो माफ करो
They can
I
take
take
this
the hathi
map.
back
Evil geniuses
let
understanding
me
the
just
mound
fix
is
this
not
let
theirs.
me just fix this
Crew have moved the line of scrimmage up just a bit on
Good
both
contact.
sides.
This Viper Molly we've seen EG throw to
Edit.
push off Melzer, but there's a lot behind this.
OP,
Melzer
OP.
might get punished on the TP. Mazzino has to be a great support.
But he doesn't have stun.
बराबर है
So the drill will buy a little bit of
क्या
time.
मिलता है
Melzer catching
वापिस
some damage.
You can add people without
But staying alive for now.
using contact.
Icy's up really far. He's tucking again. What? Is he gonna get the kill? Yes, he is. Mazzino down.
तो जीत गए
Crew on their
EG
last leg.
हाँ
And who else but Kesnit and Shy, but they cannot stand to EG here. They cannot stand to EG now. Lotus.
EG जीत
goes
गया
to
बेबे
So clutch.
माफ करो for the
When it
hathi
matters the most. EG again. Bringing it back in OT.
welcome
The
welcome
resilience that is shown. Icy 7 first blood sitting at the
Six
top
number.
of the scoreboard. 23 and 16. He hasn't slowed down a single step.
They won 6 rounds in a row to close this game.
finally
It was
W,
something
yeah.
ridiculous. They started off the map 0-4,
Thoda-
right?
Yeah.
Win 5 in a row.
क्या कभी
The
मैंने
constant
मेंबर्स
back
देखे नहीं
and
ना
forth,
पांच
I
दोस्त
mean-
वाले इतने कम लोग हैं
What a great map of Valorant that we just witnessed.
तेरे को सोना नहीं है
I
वापस
think they
4
got a
बज
really
गया
good read on what Crew were trying to do on defense.
4 बज गया
Fine to not double down on the C
आज
mine.
मैं
C
12
mound
बजे
fight,
तक
excuse
सो
me, that
जाऊंगी ठीक
Kesnit
है
and Shy were trying to take.
इसको उठा खाना
the
था
adjustments
मुझे
that they made on the A
उठाया
main
मेरे
fight,
को
those
1
were the
बजे
difference
फिर
maker.
खाना खाया
1:30 बजे
That
फिर
just heroics in the micro. It's something that crew
1:30 बजे के
has
बाद
थोड़ा
been
बैठना होता है खाना खा
saying
के
that they
ठीक है 2
struggle
बज गया
with.
फिर
I feel like
फिर
crew
क्या
didn't
तूने
call a
बोला
bad game in
rivals
terms of
थे
macro. They didn't really run into many
मैं
stacks.
नहीं मैंने
But now it's
स्किन
their
केयर
playground.
किया किचन
That's
साफ
up.
किया
Icebox
सब
on the other
किया
side of the
अभी
break.
मैं
We'll see you guys
जाऊंगी
soon.
सोने मैं सोने ही जा रही थी कि मैंने देखा मेरे बूमर हस्बैंड को यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम हो रही है मैं आई हेल्प करने उसको It's all you not me it
पक्का राइवल्स
sounds
कर
like you
पक्का
problem
राइवल्स खेलने बैठे हाय हेलो बॉट भाई अच्छा इसलिए हाय लिखा बॉट भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 1000 गाफ पे मेरी जान के टोटे भाई सबसे पहला दिन का हाँ सबसे पहला जी पे बॉट भाई की तरफ से सबसे पहला जी पे समझ रहे थैंक यू बॉट भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 1000 मेरी जान के टोटे लव यू मेंबर रोल क्या होता है मॉड्स मेंबर रोल क्या होता है यश भाई इतने पैसे देकर भी गाली सुना भाई देखो इन माय डिफेंस मेरे इसमें 3 यश भाई एडेड है इन माय डिफेंस
अंको
हाँ
मैंगो भूलना मत फ्रिज में
हाँ
दे दूं काला हो जाएगा फिर दे दूं
आज क्या डेट है हाँ नहीं मैं बाद में खा लूँ मैं खा लूंगा रे पापा
ये चैट इसको याद दिलाना
एक सेकंड हाँ दिस लिंक ऑन पीपल नीड इट क्या है ये क्या है ये लिंक मॉड्स कहाँ गए क्या हो गया मॉड्स कहाँ गए क्या हुआ क्या मैंगो खा ले मैंगो खा लूंगा मॉड्स कहाँ गए हुआ क्या लेकिन आपका कंप्लीट कर रहा हूँ रेसिज्म रेसिज्म कहाँ से आया यश भाई को बोलो गोल्डी भाई से कांटेक्ट कर दें हुआ क्या लेकिन क्या हो रहा है पलेश भाई हैप्पी बर्थडे टू यू मेरी जान के चौथे तू कह रहे अरे हुआ क्या वो बताओ बाद में मैं गया मेरा ब्रेन लैग हो रहा है चैट व्हाट हैपेंड मेरे को नहीं मालूम इट्स टाइम फॉर चिप्स 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 अभी रूम से आवाज आएगा मैंगो खाना चुपचाप मैं काटी ना मैंगो खाना
Ahora tiene que buscar el choque. La triple para Sean. Classic play.
Did he think the omen
Hold on, the super is generational. EG come back on map 1 to win in OT on Lotus, and I had the pleasure of listening in on their comms throughout the game, and I'm going to give you a quick update. First of all, this team, even though they went down 0-4, even though they were against 12 rounds on the other side, never lost confidence in their game plan the entire time. They felt like they had a very strong read against what crew were doing based on the openings to the rounds, and because they were able to sort of not focus on the macro of the rounds because they knew exactly how they were supposed to respond with a unified vision of team macro, they're able to focus almost all of their comms on just calling how they were going to approach fights, how they're going to swing together, how they're going to use their utility. And you saw that consistently with them comboing up utility, the paint shells, with the mollies, with the seizes, all of these things. It worked very nicely for them. Second thing is last night, Potter on Match Point told us she thinks she's super strong at coming up with the ideas on eco rounds. And I can promise you that's true. Round 18, EG come in on a bad buy, and she gives a very detailed vision of how to play the round. Not just one plan, but how to react to what crew we're going to be throwing EG's way. So again, EG didn't have to focus on all these extra ideas. They were just able to follow her direction and play the game themselves. That led to winning the eco round that started swinging things back for EG. And lastly, well, Icy just wanted to let Kesnet know thank you for buying an op so early on in that first half and letting him have a lot of fun with the weapon. Now we're going to check in with EG's coach.
Here with Potter from Evil Geniuses. Overtime, but we took your map of Lotus. The narrative going into this map is that you had to take Lotus. You could not let it be a reverse sweep into Icebox. So, in your opinion, what is your plan for Icebox? Make sure you just a clean 2-0.
It's got to be the ICKJ, right? That's our secret weapon. I mean, he was having so much fun the last series around. It was his KJ debut, and I'm looking for him to have double down on that. Have even more fun. Pressure's on, but we're welcoming it.
One game away.
Thank you.
You love to hear it. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Mimi and Bren. Let's talk about what just went down on Lotus. We went all the way into OT. EG get their map, but at what cost? Like, that was a hard-fought victory, and they started on the back foot.
Incredibly hard fought, and honestly, the most impressive aspect of this is that EG ended up losing both of the pistol rounds and still managed to drag this one all the way into OT, winning it as well for their map pickers. I think EG were in danger, honestly, of a bit of a trap here because the same game plan wasn't really going to be working the first time they beat KRU, yet they still persevered.
KRU came out of that first half with a 7-5 lead, but I think that was largely because of winning the pistol and the bonus. And KRU, I feel like, is a team that struggles when they have to play these slower rounds. I've grabbed a couple clips where I see KRU just being a little bit off in the way that they're playing, especially around Kesnet. I think he's a player that thrives when he gets to go for fast, set plays at the beginning. But when they go into these slower played rounds, he likes to try and take a lot of fights, take a lot of timings. And it seems like at times his team isn't fully on the same page, and he ends up losing these first fights, and KRU is playing from behind. Thankfully, though, they won the pistol and bonus, and Shy had an incredible end to that first half, which still got them that close game.
Yeah, let's actually hear what the opposition has to say as Liz had an opportunity to talk to Adam.
Here with Adam from KRU Visa. Now we are one map away from KRU being eliminated from playoffs. We were going to your map pick of Icebox. We see the ICKJ coming out from EG. Can we expect anything new, anything exciting from KRU?
Well, I think that yesterday we learned a lot against MIBR on Icebox. We lost that map with them. And I think it's a map that we are pretty confident, and I'm sure that today we are going to show it off.
So nothing new?
Maybe.
Okay, best of luck.
He's saying maybe, but I don't really expect something new. They were 3-0 on this map, just lost to MIBR, but with the Harbor Viper composition, KRU is still one of the best teams, not just in Americas, but in the world on this map.
Yeah, but there's so much tape on this composition from this team, so I'm sure EG is coming in with a good game plan. We heard they're here to have some more fun, so let's jump on that ride and see what they have in store for us after a quick break.
Evil Geniuses draw first blood as they take their map, and now we're headed to as we touched on prior to the break, played down a spotless record on Icebox prior to yesterday and Dre. I mean, that was against MIBR, one of the best teams in the world.
Golden Mango के
team have been going, and the way that IC played last time around on Icebox themselves, I don't think it's going to be as free as Crew think it's going to be.
No, I think in a playoff situation like this,
Fire
nothing
Mango
is
कोई
free,
combo
nothing
देगा
is
क्या?
handed out. And I think we saw that on Lotus. Even for as much as EG got pushed, they were able to close things out at the end. And Crew definitely gave them more than they can handle.
Cash in को like कर दो.
We'll take a quick look at the compositions for both of these teams.
आ गई
I'm
देखो.
not expecting any
कौन?
changes here. I know Adam was kind of
वो
flirting
hat
with
नहीं
the
क्योंकि
idea of
उधर
something
हमारी
new. I was
beauty है
hoping to see
camera में
maybe
मतलब.
a Kesnet Reina. That would be sick, but
Yeah,
no,
you
it's going to be
तो
the
पैसा
Harbor
कमा
comp.
पा रहे
And
नहीं रे
remember,
बाबा.
EG have experience against this
तो
comp.
बच्चा है
Cloud9,
महंगा,
granted,
up to
they went the
excuse me.
distance, it went overtime, but the difference maker, much like how Lotus went, is the micro plays and the clutch factor for Evil Geniuses. I feel like even when they're down, you cannot count them out. And it's just so rough for Crew starting on this defensive side when, again, your retakes are just not there. Last map, 2 out of 9. This is a map where once the spike is planted, you gotta be confident enough to retake. And EG are a team that are confident to play the post plant. They're confident to clutch on you. They're confident to retake on their defense when the half switches over.
And the confidence brimming from the fact that they're up 1-0. And confidence in the fact that Evil Geniuses, or excuse me, that Crew struggled on their defensive side yesterday. 9-3 half for MIBR, and so you kind of walk into this
Shot भाई ये
a
को
little bit
क्या
of
हो
weakness.
गया आज
CA
भाई?
again, picking up right where he left off.
Walk into this doing a backflip.
Gonna take the ropes and continue to scale forward now. Waiting on the other side of the wall as the drone will pave the way. One target found, Hell still concealed. And that's Crispy out from Kesnet.
Oh,
I thought he was gonna find the timing, but
भाई.
Universal saves the day. But EG managing to get the spike down, managing to get a numbers advantage. Shy, 12 HP.
Shy का HP low क्यों पता क्योंकि वो shy है.
It's a double face though.
Both found for Crew. It's Nature alone in the 1v1, and it's
Nature
again,
बोलते.
who delivers for Evil Geniuses.
And EG again just being clutch, getting the best of these trades. It's the micro. Crew cannot convert these round wins. Yeah, it wasn't in their favor, but at the end there, a 2v1, and they just can't
Attacking map है या
execute.
defending?
They
Yeah,
cannot
attacking
close
map है
out
मेरी
these
जान.
close rounds, and in playoffs, it's something that's gonna just be terrifying for you.
He had 8 HP going into that 1v1. Insane out from the leader.
It's ridiculous. EG just find a way.
Hey, Mango.
Crew just investing a Marshall into the hands of Kesnet. Meanwhile, Ye's got that Outlaw.
Yeah, we saw how clean he was with this against Cloud9. I'm sure he's not going to be skipping a beat. We saw that Sheriff shot that he hit on the pistol round to open things up for EG on the A site.
A lot behind this year. Crew have 4 members on A.
Yeah, they've rotated over, but they're still at
मेरे को
such a
सादा
disadvantage.
mango पसंद है, ठंडा mango नहीं.
EG baiting out the
हाँ,
wall.
गरम
and they're
कर
willing to
सकता है
do
क्या
so.
oven में इसको?
Now they settle. Once that wall goes down, you're going to see the real execution. Nature still has 2
मत करो.
flashes.
अब
Derek
क्या पे नहीं है
starting back
mango?
up,
Bot
give
bye.
KO knife to suppress. That's going to be the start of things. That dart from Adverso cannot be used now.
You see the strength of the double wall comp. As soon as the gas dissipates, you've got the water
Hit,
wall that comes
pop
back up.
flash.
Yeah, that KO flash didn't hit anything either.
Adverso's close by. He's the trap lying in wait. He runs right at him. But Icy connects. Crew in a position to steal this one away.
Bro.
Right, of course
Bro.
it's Ye. 3 for him. Kesnet in a 1v2. Drops back down. With the Marshall looking to connect, but tagged through the wall. Problem not getting any easier.
भाई ये को क्या हो गया भाई?
Ye's just built
Price
different.
बता था बाद में.
Simply put, was that a no scope in back
शर्म
sight
आती
with
है
an
इतना
outlaw?
15,000 जीप पे करके बोलते हो मैंगो खरीदने का पैसा नहीं है.
Ridiculous stuff. I mean, it was looking good for Crew. The double harbor walls, they dodged a lot of the KO flashes, and there was honestly a team flash as well.
Score prediction
that hit
13-0
Icy.
EG.
He was still able to settle and get one, but Crew, they got 3 weapons out of the hands of EG, and now
ये
Ye
सुनने
is
से
on a
पहले मर
Marshall
गया यार मैंगो ओवन में
himself.
गरम करे भाई.
And pay attention to Kesnet's buy here. He's at the B site with an outlaw.
भाई sexy खेल रहा है ना ये.
Look at all this utility from EG just sniffing out where Kesnet is playing. Should give confidence to the rest of EG that A side is weak.
This is danger here for Kesnet. Yeah, he has to take a step back. Tuck's behind the wall. Tuck's back yellow. He didn't have his dash. Couple of pot shots thrown at Ye there. Takes some damage.
He's staying.
करने का जोश पसंद है आमरस baby.
It's going to be a speed up on A side. It's going to try to find alert timing, but there's so much killjoy utility up here.
Uh-oh.
We'll see. Another man-up advantage for Crew. This is where things go south for them, Doug.
They got bonused against MIBR yesterday.
मर गया.
Gotta avoid that here. Shock spit, not connecting. And so now Crew are going to have to attempt this retake. Have an outlaw. They have plenty of rifles. They have the firepower, but can they convert the kills? Trades working out when you're up numbers. Derek. Having the jet dash right by his face. And Shy is on the flank. Superman down. Can Derek do this? A 1v2. He's waiting for the other flank. Knows where it is. Connecting. Melser cleans it up. Crew avoid the bonus.
But it came down to the wire again. Something that is unique from this side of Crew is Shy actually going for a flank. It's something that I feel like Crew have been lacking with. They all retake from the same spot. There's no pressure from behind, and it just makes it that much easier when you take out that guy that's sitting in heaven. So B was shut down very early on from Crew, but there's a lot more firepower behind EG's B default this time. KO knife being used in nature. A lot of default set utility.
थोड़ा leaks मिल जाते तो.
With that harbor wall going up, EG want nothing to do with that. They're gonna.
क्या score line है 13-1 पे?
Walk back towards that A space, not being threatened.
13-1 बोला था मैंने.
The only one here is Melzer. He's got that spit and a killjoy molly with him to deny the plant. See how EG navigate this site.
Adverso's in a position where if there's confirmation that the hit is A, he can pop his ult.
मेरे को भी कुछ leaks से मिलेगा. क्या leaks से आप?
Drums him up top, instantly cleared out. The knife not going to tag him. So that is still in play.
Yay.
Oh, he's going to catch him.
My ult's ready.
And he tries to double
भाई
down.
अच्छा तो खेलता है भैया अभी हाँ.
Zeno's one walks away on top.
I see the other heavy hitter is still alive. Superman is so far back in spawn, waiting for that flank from Shy.
Right here.
And it might never come.
It's not going to come this time. Oh,
Watch party किया देखो. Watch party कर रहा हूँ मैं.
Can't connect.
Waiting for flood out from heaven. He's going to drop the first nano. And then Tuck waiting for the flash. Mazina was there to greet him. And now the reckoning a problem.
Oh shit.
More utility cleared from the spike. More utility cleared from the site. There's not a lot of time on this. The clove is cleared. They're going to try to fill in behind it.
Oh shit, time नहीं है bro.
Crew tried doing everything the proper way. They tried approaching that retake together, and yeah, it bought them all that site space.
Ultimately, you don't reach chats. Have to super chat नहीं Johnny बाबा. इसके पहले आपने क्या लिखा बताओ?
The deciding factor.
मैं मिस कर ही नहीं सकता. आपने लिखा क्या कुछ? नहीं लिखा ना.
All because of the fact that EG were able to
मैं हूँ
watch
because streamer हूँ लेकिन इतना नहीं हूँ.
That's the advantage that they have in this series is that.
Johnny बाबा, thank you for the 20 euros मेरी जान के रोटे. How about card those membership and welcome to the group. 7 बंदे हो सकते. ताला for a reason.
And now it's a scrappy buy from Crew.
Johnny बाबा.
No orb denial allows Kesnet to get those jet knives
6 बंदे हैं
online.
big
He's
group
gonna
में.
have to turn up here.
7 हो सकते हैं. KG
Such
है
a
और बड़ा है.
slow pace from EG, expecting an A push off of those knives. The main pack is at B. Every time the Harbor has been here so far, they've fallen back. Oh.
There are the blades. Ye continues to push the pace. He gets up top. Kesnet on the other side. Dashes back as well.
Verso's still sitting on that Hunter's Fury.
Keeping close eye on the Jets. Kesnet was looking for that fight. Now the 100 Fury that you mentioned invested. Or excuse me, that was Derek's.
Huh. Turret spots somebody under two, but Elzer gets out wisely so. Superman and Icy in mid.
Starting to alleviate some of that pressure and take some of the control of the map out of the hands of KRU.
Are you expecting the double lurk though?
The Blades not finding their mark. And EG should be able to coast their way through the rest of this round.
So much mid pressure was used.
Gandhi Baba, thank you for the 20 euros. मेरी जान के टोटे.
Not much he can do.
Chat मैंने बोला था ना आज.
Doing a great job messing around mid. I like that Icy takes contact on that turret, and Superman is ready and dialed for this shot. Good reactions from him.
मेरे पास ऐसा एडिटर है मेरे जो instantly करेगा.
Yo, they are pissed.
यार सब बढ़िया STK.
Yeah, it feels miserable when you start losing rounds like that. And that's what we saw happen to them against MIBR. It was really the downfall. At some point, it felt like they were in the walls, right? Just getting killed from so many different angles. And another early timeout last time against MIBR was at 4-0.
Yeah, something like this.
I mean,
Master 2 दिन जा रहा हूँ क्या लिखूं board पे?
So far, yeah,
Goat of the
they did
Goaters.
survive the bonus.
Binks is the most handsome.
It was very costly.
या फिर hello school friends of Mr. Binks.
They're the ones that start off hot on this map of Icebox. And they really haven't
मैं
had
बन
to
जाऊँ
do
बरी भाई आप सच्ची बन सकते हो
crazy. I mean, that mid lurk was
UK से मेरे को doubt है.
probably as good as it gets. Everything else has
See,
just been
never reads.
down to the
Hello.
wire. Clutches
मेरे को नहीं
are
दिख
in favor
रहा.
for EG today. KRU need to clean things up. They want to keep their playoff dreams
सिर्फ
alive.
लिंक करके लिखा है. अच्छा लिंक दे रहा हूँ ये लिंक ये रहा लिंक
Completely dominating
ये
so
लो
far.
जाने बाबा
And then you
आपके
take a look
लिए
on the other side of the
स्पेशली
map, you
पिन
take a
कर
look
दिया
at
मैंने.
Kesnet, and it's lackluster.
जाने बाबा thank you for the 5 euros and 20 euros and 25 euros in total मेरी जान के टोटे.
Yesterday, yeah, maybe it was Aspas.
एडिटर आ जाएगा आप चाहो तो नहीं आ सकते. ऐसा एडिटर नहीं है जो टीम रिकॉर्ड करते करते अच्छा हाइलाइट्स डाले
aggressive Superman is in mid.
और वो भी ऐसा कि 40 मिनट का गेम 8 मिनट करके प्रॉपर अच्छे रिएक्शन डाले.
Taking a page out of Shenam's book right now.
जैसे गेम खत्म हो गया अपलोड करना.
EG have read into the fact that KRU are going to be putting Kesnet towards his A site.
तेरा चैट नहीं पढ़ रहा.
Control.
सही बोला उन्होंने. तेरा तो
sitting at top yellow and nobody from KRU is here to know that.
चैट अगर ये राउंड हारा ना अगर ये राउंड हारा
pick here because of that. You might see Mizzino just walk into the crosshairs of Ye.
The spike is here though. That alarm bot sounded like it was popped. So they understand where some of this attack is headed, and Nature commits to getting the spike down.
Spirit used, but it's way too late. It's not going to connect on anybody.
Way late.
Mizzino gets walked on from top site.
KRU looks so lost on this map right now.
It's snowballing out of control. And Derek just heard this mid lurk as well. Superman's just gonna wait. If Shy drops early on, Superman gets enabled.
Hey, even sidestepping, the shock spit, Icy gets 2.
There's just nothing you can
मैंने
do.
पेटीएम किया वो नहीं दिख रहा. कब से लिख रहा? मुकुल भाई love you यार लेकिन मेरे पास है ही नहीं पेटीएम.
Play, but Derek cleans it up and EG push on.
But मेरे को मैसेज आया कि आपने 100 दिया. लेकिन मेरे को नहीं पता था कि आपने दिया क्योंकि मेरे पास पेटीएम नहीं है.
Top yellow. I imagine it was just.
मुकुल भाई thank you for the 179 and 100 मेरी जान के टोटे. Just saying इतने में मेंबरशिप आ जाता था और ज़्यादा स्ट्रीम्स आप देख पाते थे. मेरा love you.
Everything's all safe, but the members of EG were pushed up so far, so aggressive, not showing a single ounce of respect to this KRU roster. Now you have lockdown on both ends. Ultimate on both ends as well. But the weaponry is just not there for KRU. An outlaw buy from Ye to abuse the light armors. He can't connect onto Kesnet, but he gets out alive. Crew know what's coming. They've seen this round before from EG.
Welcome to cast.
I wonder if EG decide to go back
जान
or
के
they just
ignore
want to
कर
try
रहे
to
पिंकी
bully
ये आपको नहीं
the gun disadvantage
Hello,
that Crew
Bangkok.
has.
Yeah, maybe even get out an ult or two from Crew. They have
ओ
Shy
दिखाओ
ult,
दिखा
they have
दिखा
Meltzer's
ओ
ult.
फिर से दिखा ओ फिर से
How many chances are you going to give him? I mean, how many chances are you going to give him?
Yeah. I mean, more than one is too many.
Did they not watch what Ye was doing in the previous matchup against Cloud9? I mean, hitting those pixel angles?
Two players detained on the other
लटाया
side of the map, and it's
बल्लो
There's help on the other
कोच के
side.
लिए अप्लाई करना सेंटिनल्स का
And if you
कोचिंग
use
अलग
Shy's
जॉब
ult,
है रे
you're cooked.
NHK इतना
Doesn't
टाइम
even
देना
matter.
है
Look at nature.
They're all so far up. It's a firing squad.
अरे बाप
As Crew try to take space, try to get into
मतलब
the
आ जाएंगे
site,
100
and they're met by an arsenal.
जॉनी बाबा आप आए नहीं अभी तक जस्ट सही
Nature was someone who was really quiet in their last series win against Cloud9, and he even stated so. He was like, I'm glad my stars were able to shine. For him to be stepping up like this on the initiator, securing his
bro Crew
second
eliminate
KO
होगा what
ultimate,
the fuck
it's just
it is
gonna
what it
further the
is man
snowballing.
it is what it is
Crew are just on the back foot again.
Oh no, not the gap.
They're struggling against retakes. They can't hold sights. The fights aren't coming through together. And yeah, part of that is because of EG's utility that they're using on site. But
मैं चाय भूल गया
it's a timeout. The last timeout for Crew. Adam's last chance, last hope to try to get through to these guys. And
love
you
you
can
Binks
see
by
the struggle
Srinivas
on the faces
bye
of Crew right now.
thank you for the $5 आपने बताया नहीं आप कैसे हो घर में कौन कौन है
To get something going for you. Saw that Kesnet
Huh?
had enough money to buy an operator. He's gonna have to try to find a
Srinivas
pick.
bye
He
just
needs
saying
to get aggressive.
अगर आप कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप लोगे तो आपका नाम
Kesnet
होएगा
needs to get aggressive.
श्रीनिवास
He
औरा
has to be the one that steps it
Alanki.
up on this defensive side. He has to
कैसा लग रहा है
win these head-to-head duels. He has to put his team in a spot where they have the advantage. Maybe
You can
just
be
go
the
for broke.
7th
Try to
member.
kill as many as you can
Kala
before you
for a
get taken
reason.
out.
I mean, somebody has to be the answer to Ye.
But like, again, like Kesnet, although everyone from EG is going
क्या
to be at
लगता है
beating,
chat
he's
ये
not gonna have to
फंसेगा
run into them.
excuse me
He's
तुम
taking
लोग
such
अलग
a
ही गेम खेल रहे हो
passive
chat
off
में
angle on top gen. We saw him try to do this in his last match. It doesn't get you much value. You gotta force the issue. You have to disrupt. But Nature is calling a great game right now. Rotations are coming into B side.
ठीक है
Flash in the dart, they
ठीक है
invest
ये
the pit, and that's going to provide a little bit of cover. Is there any acceleration on the other side of this? Investing one of their own, the flash on
भाई
the other side,
अच्छा
and Icy
मारा
gets
भाई
his.
भाई
Both
अच्छा
teams trying
मारा
to
भाई
beg for
घुस के
control around the pits. The res brings Nature back into the equation, and now EG at a numbers advantage. As Ye gets another.
So confident.
भाई सेव करना पड़ेगा ब्रो ब्रो
Been able to play in that
7-1
Viper's
ब्रो
pit. There's no space
7-1
for Crew. They have to save again.
7-1 भाई
I just saw Kesnet hit another sigh. I mean, he's just like,
मेरा मैसेज
oh
नहीं
my
दिख रहा है दिख
gosh.
रहा है ये औरा वाला ऑफर
It
कल
really
क्यों
feels
नहीं
like
दिया
that. That's
मुझे
the way things are going.
मेरे को मालूम है आप नहीं लोगे इसलिए
Derek is hunting very early on as well. He's going to get punished for it, but EG can do no wrong right now. Some really
ये
good
प्लेयर
pop
ब्रेक में
flashes
हाथ
from
में क्या
Nature
यूज
to
करते
take
पाउच
out
टैप
Adverso.
हैंड वार्मर है वो हैंड
Icy goes 1-for-1, but they were able to push Melzer all the way back from that B site.
Remember, this is a crew who came in as the #1 seed from the Alpha group. This is a crew that everyone thought had finally figured it out, who would finally make their way back to the global stage and be
भाई
able to compete.
7-1 chat
When EG
ये
defeated them the
duelist
first time, their bounce back was great. They
हाँ?
took out 100 Thieves.
कितना लोग इसको सुना रहे थे याद है ना चैट वेट के टाइम पे
This
कितना बैठ कर सच्ची बोल रहा
playoff
बैठ के
evil
भाई
geniuses,
मेरे को रॉन्ग प्रूव करके दिखा
they're
दो
just
अगर
different.
हिम्मत
They're
है
making a run for it. They've won 3 matches in a row. The
और कल
momentum
उसको
going
फायर
into
किया गया जॉब
playoffs
से
is
अर्जुन
in
को
their
दिखते
favor.
रहे
Yeah,
हो
they had to start from the lower bracket, but what a story.
हैशटैग वन घर पे सारे
rounds in a
टॉप सीड
row.
वाले निकल रहे हैं
For EG.
सारे टॉप सीड वाले निकल रहे हैं
More spread default this time for EG. Hasn't another passive offline.
इसके बाद EG को एक और जीतना पड़ेगा ना to come third, I think so.
It's so easy.
एक जीतना है, दो जीतना है. I think एक जीतना
on Gen. Again, there needs to be a spark in crew. They need to take the fight to EG. Maybe on a re-clear timing, whatever. It doesn't matter. I just feel like staying still in your formations, allowing EG to take all the space and take the fight to you is just not it. It has not been working for you up to this point.
Aura, वो अलग.
It's almost like you're playing to lose.
सोच के देखो.
Knife not tagging anyone close to flash on the other side, and Ye swings out.
Kesnet finally leaves that.
DSG7-1, excuse me.
It's just a deposit.
Mukul bhai, thank you for the membership. मेरी जान की टोटी.
Yeah,
Mike is not far off.
Yeah, it's a fake right now.
Love you, thank you for the 40, Mithul bhai.
Hit with that drone.
Thank you for the 40.
Kesnet gets sniffed out, and now this leads confidence for Ye to try to find a pick, understanding that the operator's not holding a passive line. He's slowly creeping up. He might get a pop blast from Snowman here.
The wall is down. He just swings on the other side of the spit, and Meltzer's unaware,
and the lurk
unprepared. And now Superman's all the way up in kitchen, and Versalo tries to get involved in the play, but he's just sidelined.
No charges.
Mazzino, though, might have a chance to respond. He sees him sticking, drops him. Can Super win the 1v1? What can Kesnet do? Proxy Dash gets up on high, has the shorty. As Super's dancing around, flashes forward!
Bro, खेल लिया भाई उसने Superman के साथ.
That was a ridiculous 1v1 to say the least.
I've never seen a guy more disappointed
challenge है, obviously बेटी. Obviously. मेरे को मालूम पड़ता है कौन ले सकता है membership task 216 कौन नहीं ले सकता है.
That was insane. Yeah, the spit from Melzer not being aware that somebody could creep up. It just feels like
wrong proof कर दो अगर है तो.
Being caught off guard just time and time again in this map, and
70. 70.
I mean, it's such a stark contrast for both sides.
Yeah, I think Kesnet's reaction there is a testament to the fact that he understands that win was ugly. It was sloppy. It wasn't pretty. And so, yeah, maybe they got away with one there. But there's much work to be done. Yay. Popping the blades. Already. Past tube. Already applying so much pressure. And yeah, you can dump all the harbor utility you want. But Meltzer's on an island. Gets his kills. Takes a step back. And now there's help. And it's desperately needed.
Toxins going up.
भाई वाइपर के बारे में मालूम नहीं है.
He was ready for that swing, just
वाइपर के बारे में मालूम नहीं है chat.
And look at Superman, he's already all the way through kitchen. This mid pressure from Evil Geniuses has basically cut off any type of rotation crew want to do if EG decide to double back.
Mara be.
Yeah. Just picking crew apart. A good answer back from Mazzino, but the double lurk?
As Icy tries to find a little sliver of space to operate in, and he will find it.
Bro, सब जगह से मार कर रहे वो
लोग. Has to feel really small for crew right now.
And it's because they're not willing to use their bodies as a unit to re-clear some of this space. They're so afraid of walking into the crosshairs of EG when they take control of kitchen or bottom mid, and you just simply cannot do that on Icebox. It's not like you don't have info utility as well or cascades that you can use to isolate certain angles. You have to be willing to take the fight to EG. Do it as a team if you're scared to duel alone if the duels aren't going your way. But you cannot just stand still.
Unfortunately, that does seem to be the call for crew again. Kesnet has his blades. Spot a couple members, procs a dash. But no fight. Reinforcements here, though. 4 rotate today.
Yeah, they've lost this A fight almost every single time with the stack here. A side is so hard to defend. The Killjoy ult's going to make it even harder. You have nothing to answer back. Verso's not using his Hunter's Fury to counter that. But maybe you can delay the plant for long enough. Maybe you can find a way in.
Hunter's Fury invested, Kesnet. Finding at least one with the blades.
Down A.
Spike to
It's
gayo.
8-2, and all of a sudden, EG find themselves in a 3v5. With the spike still not playing it in, well out of reach.
This is where Crew drop the ball, Doug. And they're up numbers. They make it so hard on themselves to close out the rounds.
30 seconds left.
They're just waiting for anyone to swing in and try to get a little over aggro, try to get a little messy with it, and all of a sudden, EG find themselves in 1v3. Supa was a monster the last time they
W
played, but
baby,
he sat down this
Edwardson!
time. A thrifty round for Crews. They get to 3.
Crew fighting together, using the man advantage to their benefit.
ये में का मैच कब होगा? Fnatic versus TH कभी भी होगा, वो मैटर नहीं करता, वो टॉप सीड के लिए.
The difference here for
Top
Crew
seed के लिए.
was the flood.
जॉनी बाबा हाई लिख रहे हो?
The fight to EG. Look at how uncomfortable EG were because of
Group
that
jump
Hunter's
करो.
Fury being used and Kesnet with the knives.
यार तो मैं पढ़ता हूँ.
Disruption was there. Crew need to do the same thing in this round with the Reckoning. Flood out. Go together.
Orre.
Not sharp enough.
No.
डॉट भी लिख रहा
I
हूँ.
swear
क्या
he
क्या
hits
सब
that shot.
9
Retract
times out
भी
of
कर
10.
रहा
9 times out of 10.
क्या क्या सब ठीक?
Something
कल
that
पैसिफिक है, कल पैसिफिक है.
he's
I think
been good at
29th
in
को
the
छुट्टी
stage
है.
one was his operator play, and that was the
Because
movement
of,
that
tech
Kesnet had.
pauses.
I feel like it was
Cheetah.
something that over the years he's kind of gotten better and better at. It felt like this was the year that his off was going to get immense value, but I thought they were connected that for a second. I was going to be like, oh, this is rough for Crew.
Quick side step from Reverso, and he stays alive.
मैटर
The
करता है हाई
Reckoning's still
प्रोटेक्शन
in
में
play
पोजीशन
too.
मिलता है. क्या करेगा पोजीशन में?
And you can look at how they're postured
Hello,
on the
Arab.
minimap. That's exactly what they want to do. Rotating over.
हाँ, already member है. वो आईडी कौन सा था?
And now the Reckoning dropped. As you see him try to navigate and
दोनों
fight
आईडी से लो.
around it. Refusing to relent. Melser in a 1v3. EG knocking on the door of 9.
By 9-3
And it's
by
Supa who will clean it
done
up.
membership. पहले से
You need
थे
to
ना,
counter
पहले
how
से
many
थे.
times
बक्सुदी
EG
क्या
have
ना मेरे
shot Crew
साथ?
members in the back.
Switching sides.
हाँ?
But Crew had the
Group
right
में भी
idea
हो
in
ना
that
आप
round. They
already.
used the Reckoning. They
बक्सुदी
tried
क्यों
to
ना
flood.
मेरे
The
साथ?
difference is they didn't take the fights together. It was ones.
Well,
बस
I
कर
think it was
better.
also EG
I
took
got
the fight
not.
to them, too.
हैं?
You talk about
लिख के नहीं आया
disruption, how
नाम?
desperately that's needed from the side of Crew. It was EG who took the fight to their doorstep. Instead of waiting for the flood, they caused the flood of their own. A massive lead for Evil Genius's Crew on the ropes. That's an understatement. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
लोग बोल रहे कल नहीं है पैसिफिक? हाँ? ओ कल नहीं है.
Red Bull gives you wings.
New
Might have heard
WhatsApp
I'm
group.
going
कहाँ
for
से
a
उसका
little
WhatsApp
upgrade with my
group?
tats. So when
हो
Verizon
गया?
announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Hard days gap I think. ठीक है. हेलो हेलो. वो मेरे को लगा कल पैसिफिक है बे. तो कल अपन नाइट पुश कर सकते हैं. कल कुछ नहीं है. मतलब आज कुछ नहीं है. क्या कर रहे हो चिप्स दोपहर वाला? ये तो लड़का है तो Liliana membership next month का done saying vacation sleep vacation है.
Many people didn't give EG the time of day. I mean, they come into the playoff. They come into the playoff in the lower bracket. You've got a tough road you're going to have to get through, and then Crew's waiting on the other side. And yeah, EG were able to beat him once, but surely that was a fluke. Surely that was fake, right? Evil Genius is silencing every single doubter. Up 6 rounds on what was, again, Crew's playground. Crew's home map. Now it's Crew on the attacking side. They've got to find a way to turn the tides.
Let's see if this harbor composition can create some sort of comeback. Mazzino.
Hey, just a silent supporter and viewer. Kaise ho, Ali bhai?
Attack side. He's got to build that harbor ultimate for the bonus.
मुझे क्यों ऐसा smell आ रहा है कि Crew comeback करने वाला है?
Love hitting A on their attacking rounds. And that's exactly where they're going to test their mettle. And so far, so good. 3 kills found. Make that 4.
Decisive.
Crew का attack बहुत
No
strong है.
hesitation. Full focus forward. Superman is left all alone here. It's been really clean for Crew, and they're pushing the issue. They've had enough of getting bullied.
What was it that made that pistol so effortless for Crew? Because you're right, it looked easy. It was flawless.
I think at some point you just gotta understand who you are and understand that you cannot be just going through the motions in playoffs.
Attack strong है Crew का attack.
You have to wake up, and you have nothing to lose at this point. You're 3-9. You have to step it up a notch.
W's for you and well wishes for you, मेरी जान.
Play like you don't have a care in the world. That's the most dangerous
हो जाएगा easy.
That's what gives Crew so much success. Put yourself in spots where you have to rely on your mechanics. It's okay to do that. You have the firepower to do so.
नींद आ रही है क्या करो सो जाओ कल देख लो.
The firepower has been lacking for Crew, all things considered.
And I feel like it's because of that, because of what I just said. I feel like they've just been overthinking things.
Yeah.
It's okay to dumb the game down a little bit and rely on your mechanics. So far, they've done that in these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, massive gun advantage here. It was just a Marshall for Ye. Classic for everyone else on the side of the defense.
Strong feeling आ रहा है, बहुत strong feeling आ रहा है.
Once again, finds success on A.
Ooh.
That's a little bit more damage than I think Crew bargained for.
Should be okay, though. Yeah, Mazzino. I spoke about him earlier that he needs to be the one that steps up and tries to get the reckoning online. He's done a good job so far. He's not going to have it for the bonus, but he could get it in the middle of the round. Maybe you can push off the A orb, get that. If you want to double back, you can, but look at... There's a Crew that are taking gunfights to EG. Yeah, obviously it's easier to do on the attacking side.
The only thing that matters is momentum.
They have to keep this pace. They can win this bonus round and win a lot of these gun duels. Not allow Ye to get an operator online to slow them down. That's their win condition, Doug.
Everyone, all eyes on A here.
Just keep full sending until EG try to stuff you.
Big kill out from Kaznip and Nature on the trade. Rotations back A as quickly as they can. But it's not going to be fast enough. Nature will fall. I see a dangerous peek from heaven.
Viper Molly lineup from Superman and screens, but Icy slipped all the way to Jenny.
I don't know that they're expecting this either. Mazzino turns on him. And so now Crew in an advantageous position. The code provides cover, the reckoning up close and personal. Derek falls, Superman joins them.
7-9 buddy, it's coming.
Notice how decisive Crew have been in these last 3 rounds. It's such a stark contrast to the defensive side. They've been full sending it. No hesitation, the trades are there, they're fighting together. A real
Gurpreet Badi, thank you for the membership, Mirjan Ketote.
In his squad after that abysmal defensive half.
Comeback हो गया, मैं बोल रहा हूँ bro.
Timeout from Potter, timeout from Evil
Crew
Geniuses.
बहुत strong है.
Potter knows. She can feel a change of pace.
Yeah, and honestly, some of it may be a change of pace, but we've talked so much, even just today, about how good Potter is at calling tricky little ecos on the other side of timeout. She knows she's known for it. Ender was able to talk about it a bit as well. There's a plan here. And if you're Crew, knowing what you know about EG, knowing what you know about Potter, you've got to understand this round is not safe.
Potter does a lot of the heavy
love you.
He's thrifty type buys. So every player from EG can just focus on their crosshair, not have to overthink things themselves. just
जोक
connect
सकता है
the shot.
बहुत दिन हो गए हाथी चीटी वाला
Right now for
ये
KRU, you've shown
क्यूट तो है
everything
भाई
towards A.
ये क्यूट
Work
तो
the
है
map a little bit
हाँ
and find out if there's a stack. Use your info utility or rechargeables to sniff out if there's anything crazy going on from the defense. No shot. You already know who we're blaming though, Doug. We get a shot of some of these signs in the crowd. Unbelievable.
You see the empty seats on the stage and being told it is a player issue. So
चलो
you imagine that'll.
हाथी चीटी वाला जोक मारता हूँ एक ऐसा क्या चीज है जो चीटी ने हाथी को बोला जिसके वजह से हाथी चल के गया और चीटी भाग के गई बताओ चीटी ने बोला जल्दी चल चीटी को जल्दी चलने के लिए भागना पड़ा समझ रहे हो
Your momentum. These are very micro details that matter in a series like this, in playoffs.
समझ रहे हो
Everything was working for you.
हमारा डांस सीन जाने बाबा कल रात को
You let it slip away. The comeback is in effect. You have a lot of ults building up. If you can work around the defensive setup
मैं चैट को
of
भी बोलना
EG,
चाहूंगा इसी स्ट्रीम से
not
जल्दी
get
चला
thrifty,
एक्सक्यूज मी
your ultimates are going to start coming online. We already saw Mazzino invest a reckoning early on. He's been popping off.
I am being told, I believe we're close, at least closer, to getting back into the action. I'm going to give them just a few more minutes before we can join things up.
बस तूने नजर लगा दिया
The
इजी पे
one
मैंने क्या
matchup that we
नजर
talked
लगाया
about a little bit that we've got to
True
check in on
comeback
again
action
is
में कर
this
सकते
Ye
हैं,
versus
बहुत अच्छा
Kesnet
है भाई
matchup. Ye.
True team भी अच्छा और
Yeah,
attacking
Ye
map
was
भी
prime
अच्छा
Ye, for that entire first half, and Kesnet has been able to put some stuff back together in this second half. You imagine he's going to carry an outlaw into this next round from the previous. But I think that's the smart here. That's the matchup that I have my eyes set on. Can Kesnet continue to cause problems for Evil Geniuses? Because the guy, I mean, it's Kesnet. When he takes over a game, there's nobody that can stop him. And that has not been the case for them so far, at least today. He has to step up for
wow. EG ने sexy निकाला.
Step up big time.
Trending पे जाएगा yellow dollar
Like I
बस
said, once
का
EA gets
scene
an
है
operator online, it's so hard to entry. Now the good thing is you're running that double controller comp, but the way that Ye was playing last time against Cloud9, the disrespect for the Harbor utility that he was showing, even finding kills when there's commotion around him with reckonings in his face.
फिर से जोक मारा तो मैं चला जाऊंगा मत करो
So even though your comp is supposed to counter
भाई आखिरी कप चाय
those
बची है
operator lines,
एक मैच बचा है
Ye still somehow finds a way to make it work. So you're absolutely right. Kesnet's going to have to be the one that goes for those peaks, and he cannot be afraid.
And remember the discussion we were having around how good EG are out of the timeout on eco rounds. Ye has a Guardian.
That dart not being broken at A allows EG to creep all the way up. A lot of teams are doing this B take on anti-ecos. This drone might find Shy. Doesn't look to the left. No, Derek didn't look to the left with it. So Shy's literally in spawn.
Perfect spot. Traded though.
He's gonna मार रहा है भाई.
Yeah.
Nobody else really in a spot to be able to join him though, and they're gonna turn back onto the fight.
He just needs to live right here. And EG need to speed up with the main pack.
They're sticking it.
Oh my gosh.
Numbers are not working. Superman's already gotten it to half, and now choosing to take the fight.
Oh
And it's
shit, ये बोलते.
Yeah, it's gotten to half.
Huh?
But he's by himself.
No. And he wants to drop here. He has enough money to buy an operator in the next round.
निकाल सकते थे
Maybe
बे.
didn't want to allow Mazzino to be the one to take you out, though. He's building up towards
Sorry,
the second
बोलना है
reckoning.
वापस जा रहा क्या हो गया
3
आपको
away, sitting at 15 and 12. He's standing toe-to-toe with Ye right now.
जब कोई मुझे
But
डेथ
this is
पॉइंट को लेके
such
नॉर्मल
an
पॉइंट
important
लेके
So
बंदा
you see some
गायब था
highlights.
तो लगा भाई मैं टेक्निकल
Crew
इशू है
only dropping 2 rifles in that.
मैं बात
4
करता
rounds in a row.
मैनेजमेंट से बात से टेंशन ना लो
This is such an important round to deal with Ye's operator.
Chat ये टॉप
Crew
ट्रैक कर
should
रहा है chat
understand that Ye tends to prefer this A site with the op. He's on top pipes.
That challenge is close. You see it, Verso tucked up, the drone cleared. And now the knife on the other side. Crew knocking on the door, 410, waiting for the right moment to strike.
Ye repositioning though.
No regress on the other side of the flash. It was just to make sure the dark got a tag, and it does.
So patient from both ends.
Now the drone, Verso spotted.
20 सेकंड में वापस रिकॉन
So
आएगा
EG have done a really good job of keeping tabs of what Crew are up to in this round. Not fully overcommitting.
Oh shit,
Kind of watching
chat.
them. Yeah,
Oh, bro.
finding value with the op, dashing away,
भाई
shot
क्या
down.
मारा
And he might get a shot at more. In fact, the rotation from the spike from Crew is back towards B. The alarm bot procced across the middle of the map. It's going to be on Supa.
He hasn't moved. He's so good
Yeah,
at anchoring
40
these
seconds.
sites. If he can pick one off here,
30 seconds left.
EG can put together a retake.
The turret was cleared. You hear members from the defense rotating over. Melser has been deposited, and Supa gets a kill from back yellow. What can Melser do to keep back the flood? Nothing.
Bro
Crumbles in the face
बाप
of the
राउंड
pressure.
ब्रो इतना भी बाप राउंड नहीं है
But Crew punching back. A 3v2. Kesnit
the fuck
puts them back on equal footing, and now the reckoning, a problem.
uh-oh
Can the king of Icebox deliver for Crew? Mazzino on the swing, gets his one. A 1v1, 30 HP. Supa waiting for the swing. He's gotten it to half. It's a game of chicken. It's a war of attrition.
Oh, Supa बोलते
Big investment.
bro
from
जंप
Crew.
करके क्या मारा ना उसने
But in a way that was
हाँ
just a little halt of momentum. Great damage done. I don't know how Icy gets that kill bunny hopping through kitchen. That's crazy.
Jumping killed Melzer, bro.
Dos. Dos cocina, corriendo.
He can't even get mad at that.
No, I mean, just Valorant things. Crew did a lot of damage to the economy of EG though, bringing that down to a 1v1. Yeah, could have gone either way. Operator was saved though, so Ye can bring that into this round. Look at the buy though.
Crew are just so hell-bent on finding success A.
आ गया love you
Looks like
bye
they can take out this Viper's Pit early on. They can still pivot. This is a very early Viper's Pit. They don't even care. They're just gonna send it.
This is so dangerous. Couple kills traded in the pit. We'll provide some cover. Ye getting tagged up. Has to give the space away.
Ye does not care though.
The second tip of the operator. Does not look like he will get a challenge, at
Big
least
hit.
not yet. The spike not planted. Kesnit besting Ye.
बस
As the
थोड़ा
op hits
नीचे
the
गिरा
ground,
करके
the advantage is the way of Crew.
हाँ
Superman got spammed very low as well. He's only sitting at 20 HP. He has a judge though. We've seen how deadly that weapon has been in VCT.
They have to decide whether or not they either deal with the pit or try to rotate away. And if they do, Nature's got that line.
Also, Derek can get a spam kill here from screens.
uh-oh
Tag not connecting. He's got a judge. Does anyone dare challenge that pit? I don't think they have to at this point.
Just play the
सिर्फ
spike,
right
fight
side से
together
डिफ्यूज
if you're
करना है
Crew.
Such an unconventional plant spot.
Oh,
Walls up. Derek swinging ahead of it, trying to provide some cover as Nature gets it to half, gets his kill. Job's halfway done, and 2v2 as the spike continues to tick away. He's got to find the value in this
NT
fight.
baby
Shy gets 3 as Crew get
क्या ने
8.
क्रेजी मारा लाइक नहीं जाना था ना कुछ नहीं करना था
we were talking about the head-to-head
Then just
of
a little,
Kesnet
then
and
you get
Ye.
a chance to
Kesnet
go to
had
the
no
let him
fear.
know.
He took
Build
that
the
fight,
team.
understanding that,
On
yeah, you
emotion
can get
field,
taken
it
out
was him, then
by
Dragon,
his operator.
Dominant.
but he abused it this time.
Lose, fans will be happy.
Now, all of a sudden, Ye's going to have to show a little bit more respect to the A scaling of Crew.
Bye.
He can't get away with stuff like that.
Oh, yes, bye.
And because of how close the round was won by EG, their economy is now broken. There's no loss bonus money.
It's another eco play. Ye has blades. Oh, giving Kesnet a haircut. Not finding its mark, though. And Inverso puts that fire out.
You could just hear
the
crew members screaming after every kill.
Esports के लिए
Something has changed.
और fans के लिए जो भी
Crew
करेंगे
are back
अच्छे
to their
करेंगे
old
ना
ways, stage 1 ways.
मैं इतना बड़ा तो नहीं हो गया कि मैं उनको बताऊं क्या करना चाहिए क्या नहीं
in the face of this aggressive Crew look. A flawless round comes through.
We're talking
A
about
couple of
soul
members
because soul is
aren't even going to have
emotion.
to buy up armor.
But core of emotion is mortal by ना
And look at the ultimates, Doug.
अभी इतना तो बड़ा नहीं हो गया कि मैं core of
5
emotion से
online
बात
for
करूं
Crew.
mortal
They
by
put
महंगा बोलो
themselves
टीम है ऐसा
in
बता
such a good spot to snowball this EG defense. Ye can't even afford an operator.
है कि नहीं point है कि नहीं
Last time out is used from Potter. You have to think that EG are going to try to go for something crazy here, because if you give all the space
बंदा
to Crew
बढ़िया सा
towards that
गेमिंग
A
मॉनिटर
site,
बता दो
the
100
Reckoning's
मैं
gonna get
बढ़िया
value.
सा
You
गेमिंग
have so
मॉनिटर जो
many
सबसे बेस्ट है अंडर 10
ways
के
to
वो
close out the
9900
round
का
with
आएगा
your
भेजो
Coach gets the chance to contribute in the conversation.
सही बोला बंग पे not a
You're right. I
concern
imagine a large part
concern
of
का
that
बात
is
नहीं
figuring
concern is
out
not the right
how
word.
you deal with the 5 ults. for
But I'm
Crew.
nobody to give him advice.
And yeah, they have a couple of their own.
समझ रहे हो ये तो वही वो
That's
बात
the
हो
last
गया
time
कि
out
मैं
on both sides.
विराट
More
कोहली
hands
को
off the
बोलूं
wheel for
ऐसा
the rest
6
of this
मार
thing.
you have to disrupt if you're EG. And Crew are going to play for that, but it doesn't have to be pretty.
क्या मैं कोहली सर को बोल सकता हूँ obviously
If you're EG, even if you lose this round, if you can bait out some of these ults, maybe you can make a comeback like you did against Cloud9, but you feel like Crew are just taking this one and running away with it.
Binks, did you start at CA? आयुष भाई या फिर मेरा हिंदी खराब है या फिर तुम्हारा इंग्लिश
I mean, if it ain't broke.
EG have not been able to figure out what to do against this attack, and yeah, here's
From
the
a normal
proactivity,
simple
but very early Hunter's Fury.
कोहली 16 नहीं मारता क्योंकि मैंने अभी तक बताया नहीं ना
thrown in.
Problem is no kill off of that. Crew have to speed up.
Gets close, gets caught by the ulto, and now they know exactly where he is. Nature's not able to get out either.
10-10
Crew have
chat
all the space in the world.
10-10 ये को ऊपर वाला एंगल
If
से
you're
बीटी हो
EG
रहा है
here, do you just cut your losses? Do you save?
You're too far forward. You can't.
Derek stands alone, a 1v4. And he does not stand for long.
EG know what's
Read
coming,
Just let them try.
but you can't
हर
do anything
राउंड ये
about
ओके
it.
भाई
Crew have woken up. They've started to hit every single shot. Every peak is also backed by utility. They comboed their ults really efficiently right there, understanding that Ye likes to path on pipes. The Hunter's Fury was used specifically for that.
गाली दिया
Now Crew have a chance to put themselves in the lead for the first time on Icebox.
They're investing a little bit here. A Marshall for Ye, a Stinger for Nature.
Bomb grenade out. Alarm bot out.
A lot of aggression from the defense here. They've taken all of mid-map. They have all this utility here.
EG haven't really tried to flank yet. It looks like Ye's going to be the first one to do so. Defenders, KJ ult used on a thrifty buy. This...
They're going to try to flood him back into Ye, but he's got a Marshall.
Yeah, this
जब
might have been a little troll from EG. What is that, though?
भाई सादा किल नहीं मारता है भाई ये मैं बोला ना
Again,
सादा
not
किल नहीं
really in
मार
a spot
सकता
to grab the weapon. Not really in a position to
सादा
upgrade.
किल नहीं
And because of
इंडियन
that,
शॉट
you're
जो
going
रहता है
back to
इंडियन
A-site.
वो वाला मारता है ये
EG have had to be so clutch in their matches.
Are they baiting out Derek's ult here? Or do they wait it out? Icy's gonna get 2 massive kills! Fishing for the 3rd, but shy on the counterpunch.
Remember, Doug, Ye broke that Killjoy turret early in the round.
He's on the prowl now with the weapon upgraded. There's gonna be the alarm bot to keep him at bay, to give his position away. And now Derek pops his ult. Nature seeing one spot pass by. Giving info on where the remaining member is. Shy now down. Meltzer has to do it on his own with 10 seconds left.
Lug guy. Oh my god, baby!
Lead back.
I meant have you prepared for CA exam in the past?
Team be more
I
clutch
prepared for
in my history of watching of playing
Valorant.
EG find a way.
when
they have nothing, when they have scraps. And I'm sitting here questioning the use of the lockdown.
12 घंटे पढ़ाई करना पड़ेगा तो मैं फेल हो गया.
Into Ye, and of course Ye connects. Of course he does.
Icy getting 2 massive kills with the share of 2. I know Mimi's losing her mind right now.
Look at the scoreboard. It's Icy and Ye again at the top for EG.
And it's an operator. Back in the hands of Indiado.
Decides to take that mid line. Crew have yet to go B in what seems like an eternity. They did it on the first anti-eco. EG have 4 members towards this A site. I understand that Crew just like to force their way into A. Yeah, getting even more aggressive here. He can cut off this rotate. Will he get timing?
He feels a gap.
Nice jiggle from Adverso.
Surely you don't double swing into this, but 2 members crossed.
The spike hasn't moved.
Not connecting.
Oh my gosh.
But again, 2 members were able to cross. They're going to be able to get some space out towards B, and that's now everyone through. The rotation has to hit for Evil Geniuses, and it has to happen soon.
30 seconds left.
Bowser's pushed up so far. Yeah, he's going to get punished, Doug. At least he should be. What is this?
No way! Using it like a shotgun! Derek joining in on it. Crew crumble!
Enemy remaining.
Shy in a 1v4, and it is not enough. Series point for Evil Geniuses.
EA pushes through sight by himself. This is ridiculous. You cannot account for that if you're Crew. I mean, somebody should be holding sight, certainly. But Ye is so willing to take risks.
I just ran in, no scoped his ass.
That's exactly what happened. Not afraid to make a play to put them on match point.
But sorry, Kai, sorry.
He's currently alone A with the operator, and Crew are back to their regular ways.
Alok Raj there.
Stubborn approach on A. This very well might be the last stand. Superman's the first to fall. Getting another, make that 2. Cannot count Crew out of this yet. Icy's on the counter. Ye's left alone. A 1v3, the op in hand. Opposite side of the map, though.
Spike planted.
He can go for this. Has more than enough money to buy an operator in the next round.
And so he will try to send Crew home on his own.
Visa time पे आ जाए. हाँ क्या ticket से क्या?
But not finding anything else.
W
Crew stay alive. They get to 11.
You have to imagine Crew are just gonna full send this one on A site again.
कल का Icebox किधर है? वो तो हर स्ट्रीम पे आ रहे हैं, आज भी आए.
That was a fast take.
But the chat में आ गया.
Too far to get any value, but here we go.
Mango का
final round of the half. We're gonna be seeing a mid to B split. Icy has been huge in the defense for EG.
This may be too much pressure, though.
अभी इसको A पे छोड़ के चले जाएंगे क्या? नहीं, सब भी रोटेट कर रहे हैं.
Icy might be in trouble. Spotting a couple though, staying alive, waiting for the swing, daring the fight. Triple faced, one found.
Almost there.
4v4 as the spike makes its way out towards B. And Mazzino should be able to get the plant down successfully. Oh, it's a mess. It's a disaster. Kesnit's down. Traded right back though, and now the reckoning. The shy swing. Does Derek land? Yes, he does. EG pushing crew. Just Adversal and Mazzino left. What can they do to save this, to save their stage? Can they find a way to convert? It's all on Adverso. A 1v2. Spike ticking away, both found. He's got to swing though, he's got to take this fight. And he's gotten his one. A 1v1, Yay on the other side, and it's Yay!
Bro, time hai. Oh my
The clock has not struck 12 yet. Evil Geniuses advance.
Good morning, Sam, for
factor
you.
In full effect, everyone had their moment.
Yeah, is
on
him,
Evil
chat.
Geniuses today, and crew, they put up a great comeback.
Yeah, is him.
On that attacking half, but their defense.
Yeah, is him, chat.
Was not fortified enough.
Yeah, is him.
What a ridiculously close series. First map went to overtime. EG clutch it out. Second map, it just felt like crew could do no wrong on their attack. But it's Yay and Icy to step up. The two players that have completely changed their form going into playoffs.
एक और खेलना पड़ेगा ना ये लोग को लेके.
One game away from Toronto.
Evil Geniuses may be putting together something really special here. And they've been doubted every single way.
Bro, crew bahar, bro.
Again, the conversations were surely the first time they beat crew it was a fluke. Surely they couldn't do it again.
British सरकार दोस्त मैं मेरे से upgrade करो जल्दी. Next month करने वाले बोला, promise दिया.
Clutching the way that they are.
But Evil Geniuses once again silencing the haters.
Fuck bhai.
Shushing the
doubters. कितने haters हैं.
Had no scope.
भाई Potter OP भाई.
And they did it on crew's home turf. A perfect record on Icebox coming into this playoff bracket.
Crew.
And crew again crumble. They fall apart. They fall a bit short.
#1.
This form from Yay is just obscene.
टोरंटो से सारे टीम क्यों नहीं जाते उसके लिए क्वालिफिकेशन क्या होता है अभी जो प्लेऑफ चालू है हर रीजन से 3 जन जाएंगे.
Writing an entirely new story.
G2 100 tips नहीं G2 100 tips.
So clutch.
कैसे हो गोकू निपी?
Him to make a play like that in such a close match.
And so again, Evil
Just like Mumbai #1 था भाई सारे top seeding वाले की बात
do it on Crew's map
सारे.
pick. And both games were close.
सारे.
14-12 on map 1, 13-11
ना
map 2.
मैप 3 पक्का हो गया पागल हो गया G2 भड़का हुआ.
Unfortunately, we will see of Crew Visa. They're sent home. Their hopes and dreams of an appearance in Toronto are dashed. And they unfortunately
PRX out है नहीं PRX qualify हो जाएगा easy.
Of the next 2 months.
100%
Hell of a
PRX
stage.
easy qualify.
But again, these conversations around how do they perform in playoffs? Do they choke?
चाय पगलो. भाई मैं गलत बैठा मेरा पैर को वो बंद हो गया.
Though it was a very hard fought battle. You gotta hang your head up high if you're Crew with the way that you went out because it could have been extremely one-sided. That defense.
मास्टर से भी बड़ा एक टूर्नामेंट है ना उसका क्वालिफिकेशन क्या है तो बेसिकली जो भी टीम्स प्लेऑफ्स खेल रही है जो भी टीम्स प्लेऑफ जीत रही है जो भी टीम्स मास्टर्स जा रही है तो वो लोग को पॉइंट्स मिलता है मैप विंस पे एंड ऑफ द डे टीम्स के पास पॉइंट्स रहेगा ना वो लोग में से 2 या 3 टीम जाएगा चैंप्स के लिए.
From your entire team, Icy, Doug was saying this is a team that has been doubted. Surely that win was a fluke. Surely that win was a fluke. These aren't flukes, Icy. This is a new EG that we have not seen before this year. What is going on? What's the secret sauce?
All I can say is EG is back.
EG is back!
But you know, I just feel like all the pieces are coming together. You know, we're thriving off one another, and the comms everything feels good. You know, things are looking better and better, and I'm looking forward to the next game.
Now, another thing I want to ask you is kind of this confidence. Talk about you, because they said in the post show about your KJ on Icebox that, you know, you really were excited to do it, but it's not typically your role. It's not what you play. Why do you find so much confidence on an agent that is literally the exact opposite of how you usually play and what you were hired to play?
I'd say it's just like a breath of fresh air. You know, it feels really good to play a new role. I was playing so much Duelist, but also in Tier 2, I was playing so much Killjoy and Sentinel. That was my main role. Yeah. So it felt good like bringing that to Tier 1 because I haven't played it in so long. So it's been feeling really good.
I want to ask you, you know, this is like kind of a new reinvigoration of you that we've seen. EG is a great team, but the team you were on last year, G2, was also a great team. What do you think are the pieces that are coming together that's so different between EG and G2?
You know, I feel like a lot of it is definitely, I don't know. There's a lot of differences and like similarities between the two teams, but I just feel like with Coach Potter just bringing in, you know, I feel like I've been fitting well into the environment, and she's been bringing a lot of good things to my game plan and my play style. So it's made me like into a better player, and I feel like going into our next games, you know, I'm ready to show some more plays.
Do you think this is your best form that you've ever been in?
Definitely up there for sure. I'm in good form right now. It feels good.
I think you guys agree he's in good form. Great form, even. Another question for you. You'll be facing the winners of who is behind me right now, but 100 Thieves and G2. Who do you think is going to win that match, or who would you like to face?
I would like to play G2. For my revenge.
Your revenge. Dare I say. Not happening, Valen says. Not happen. Wave the finger, said no, no, no. I'm gonna give you one more chance because you know, we're talking about it. This is a new kind of confidence we've seen from you, a new play style from you. There have been many people who have doubted you, who have criticized you. Is there anything you would like to say to them?
I mean, that game today, you know, it shows what I can do, what my capabilities are. You know, I'm looking forward to show more because I know I can do. I'm a good player. I'm the GOAT.
There we go. He's the GOAT. He said he's the GOAT. Give it up for guys. Keep it up for Icy. We're going to go to a break, but you know what game it's next. It's G2 versus 100 Thieves.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
this will be our first time facing 100 Thieves with the new roster, like bringing in Jagamo. They kind of had our number last year.
Honestly, the confidence I have is just from the experience that I have playing against the guard core and the G2 core.
Stunts going every which way. It's chaos on the side, but Xander! 4 kills! Shuts it down!
When you watch them, it just comes down to hitting shots, honestly. I'm not really impressed. To me, their progression has just been like Cryo stepping up big time or Xander stepping up big time and, you know, being clutch for their team in those big moments.
I sort of know how they'll play. The only problem is they play like near perfect valorant, so it's hard to counter.
Now okay, gonna mention a flawless, but it's valid in a 1v5.
Bro, मेरा दिमाग खराब हो गया bro.
For 100 Thieves, I feel like most of the pressure's on you guys.
मेरा दिमाग खराब हो गया है भाई.
A lot about G2, especially you, Boostio. So
मैंने चाय गरम किया.
Or if it's just all talk.
मैंने चाय गरम किया और पिंकी सो रही है करके मैं पर्दा वर्दा बंद किया, ऐसे चालू किया, ठीक है? और मैं चाय किधर तो रखा, मेरे को मिल ही नहीं रहा था मैं किधर रखा, अंधेरे में ढूंढ रहा हूँ फ्लैशलाइट ऑन करके.
To break it all down. And now, of course, with the loss we just got to witness of KRU, we're now down to 5 teams fighting for that.
हाँ वो पता है, कुछ नया बताओ. Hater.
The bracket is crazy that we're in a position where G2 EG could be our lower round 3 matchup. And even crazier, that G2 have a chance to be eliminated.
अभी EG एक और जीता,
That's absolutely
तो
wild
जीता.
that they're going to have to, you know, battle in a couple back-to-back here to claim that final spot.
G2 को 2 मैचेस जीतना पड़ेगा, समझ रहे हो?
Turns up the heat to like 11 for all these other lower bracket teams that are now going to have to beat the Bangkok finalists in order to claim.
सो जा, G2 का मैच है भाई.
Honestly, nobody was expecting it. Sentinels just sent an absolute, I don't know, what do you call them? Yeah, it is. I mean, it just a tactical nuke that's just on a timer waiting to happen.
They put the shark in a goldfish tank. They're like, here guys,
there are many ways to describe it. Many ways to describe it. Like,
you got a metaphor for us?
You got
a metaphor?
बेटे बेटे गाफ में दर्द है, क्या करूँ? Excuse me.
It's just that literally 100 Thieves has played Sentinels pretty much every America's tournament we've ever had. 100 Thieves always lose.
Bye recliner sofa for watch party, good for your back, but I'll be very lazy if I buy a recliner chair. समझ रहे हो? तुम लोग मूवी भी 2 घंटा ही देख सकते हो, 6 घंटा कोई मूवी देखकर सो जाओगे तुम. Recliner.
Kickoff of stage 1, right? So I think
समझ रहे हो? और मेरे को बिना एनर्जी के स्ट्रीम्स नहीं करना. तुम लोग मेरा कोई भी वॉच पार्टी देख लो, मैं नींद में नहीं रहूंगा. नींद से उठा रहूंगा, लेकिन नींद में नहीं रहूंगा.
Yeah, one loss, exactly. And when you are the top dog, you have that target on your back. Everybody's watching your games. Even the teams that are going to be playing
Good morning, Vishwa.
in the coming weeks are going to be watching your games because you are the best team in your league. So everybody's watching to learn from you. Everybody knows your styles. And I think Kaplan came in with really clear ideas of how to approach G2 in that matchup that worked for them. And they finally showed that G2 can bleed. They are a mortal team. And they've left the tactical nuke in the lower bracket now for 100 Thieves to contest with.
Last week नींद में था.
On Ascent in particular, I thought was really good game planning from them. G2 played the same way like comp. They came in undefeated, but Sen was never getting caught off guard by any of the set plays G2 was doing. They had really good mid-round aggression. I loved their change-up on that map, and they really caught G2 off in that first half.
Let's not forget though, like Ascent real map it happened, but G2 very nearly.
कौन रहेगा वो एक बकरा?
A few rounds go differently on their
कहते अपने बीच में रहना चाहिए, ठीक है?
Exactly, it's like that could have been it too. Like they're gonna think of that series and say we could have won it at all of these.
ये अपने बीच में रहना चाहिए.
Now they're back to our guest.
कोई ना कोई लेट स्ट्रीम ज्वाइन करेगा.
So close were clutch moments from players like Trent. Let's hear what
Or
he
to
had
become
to
a
say
streamer
earlier today
chat.
when he caught up with Liz.
Now, Trent, we are heading into a elimination match for
Trent बोलते हैं.
Something I want to ask you is kind of about your clutch factor, right? You are someone who has been incredibly clutch. You have some amazing moments that, like, I think would have people think you're cheating. Is that sustainable?
Cyclops goggles बोलते हैं इसको. क्या बोलते हैं?
Yes.
A man of simple words. Best of luck.
Nice.
Wow, yeah. Thank you.
लास्ट रेड सुपर चैट कितने महीने पहले आया था पता नहीं यार, साल हो गए मेरे साथ.
Profile picture in that.
तब पूरा बंद भाई को बेचारे ने 10 दिन से एक बड़ा पाने के love you यार.
Home in the back on the phone too, like absolutely no care.
$100 कौन मांगता है भाई मैं?
Such a dominant team, and Trent has been such a clutch player.
एक की लाइफ है यारो.
when a player like that pops off? Lose. What do you do other than die?
Yeah, lose. Except if you're Sentinels and then you win 13-11 twice.
Here's the last clutch on the set.
Normally when we talk about G2,
if you can join one team as a player, which team will you join? And if you want to coach one team, which team it would be? Pata nahi.
But Trent was winning it every time. The amount of 1v2, 1v3 post plants he was pulling off was just incredible.
Yeah, and look, you can call him a post-plant Tejo cringer, and that is partially valid. I'm not saying that's a lie, but also this kid is shooting right now. Like the actual like game sense when he's taking those fights, even down in numbers in those clutch moments, is just beautiful to watch.
I mean, you can say so much about every single player in that lineup, right? They have a
मेरे को सिर्फ 1 की जगह पे 2 करने का था. दिन का ट्विस्ट लाल सुपर चैट यार.
Like as if they didn't have a skilled enough roster. John came in there. How do the duelists for these two teams stack up?
I think it's
पहले नया गोल चालू करेंगे उसके बाद थैंक्स बोलेंगे समझ रहे हो आज भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 2000 सुपर चैट मेरी जान के टोटे लव यू
one thing is making space for the team and being super proactive on the way that they're playing the dive role but I think they get rated in a really different way people
जिनका ट्विस्ट लाल सुपर चैट ट्विस्ट करके है कुछ वर्ड सोचो नया वर्ड निकाला मैंने औरा वाला एक खास दोस्त गोल भी डालते नहीं है ऐसा कुछ गोल मेंबर्स गोल नहीं डालते आज भाई थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 2000 मेरी जान के टोटे लव यू
player in this league.
I think as well the way that these two teams operate around their duelist players, Asuna is almost the one setting
love
the tempo for his team to follow him in, whereas Jorgamo is he's more of just a cog in the machine that is G2, if you get what I mean. He's the one, Jorgamo is going to be triggering plays.
Thank you guys, you all calling me goat. Yes.
A very vocal
first goat, दूसरा goat भी आएगा कुछ टाइम में. दोनों goat मिलके मैं करेंगे. मैं भी साथ दूंगा. मैं भी साथ दूंगा. भाई गाड़ी भी चाहिए.
Play and try and fight over these different scenarios and situations that might occur. G2 are much more controlled overall. You can feel it just in the way that they play. So that's a major difference that I see really just manifested between these two teams.
बंदा कनाडा से कोई देख रहा है वरना फंस चुका होता हाँ ना इधर आज कनाडा वाले टीसीएन में क्या आने के लिए क्या क्राइटेरिया है फिलहाल तो टीसीएन का दरवाजा और टीसीएन सब बंद हो चुके हैं भाई अब देखते हैं वापस कभी टीम बनाऊंगा +1 यार ऋषि भाई मॉड वाली बातें करता है अनमोड क्यों हुआ था तू
Boxing the door. Omen close to me. Omen on it. I can't. No guys. I'm playing paper. Close to me. Go get 2K. Do it. Break. 2. Fight. Breaker. Just chill. Just leave him. Front B. On Trent. 3, 2, 1. Ult's on in 4. Other guy in B. Break room. Flashing. Nice, Trent. He's break room blind, Trent. On Trent. Nice. Yes, Trent.
Yeah, I mean,
वो भी मैं हूँ.
Differences there. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, I mean, one's against an eco round 2, the other is in a more, again, it's like in the gun rounds itself, right? 100 Thieves are just high tempo, frantic most of the time as well, being led by whoever's voice is the loudest, it feels like it sometimes, right? So,
Hash bhai, thank you for the 2000 and the 2000 मेरी जान के पहला गोट और दूसरा गोट Hash bhai है, डबल गोट. Hash bhai एक बार ऐसा करके देखो, डबल गोट दिख रहा है क्या आपको? अब तो बस दो गोट से.
I think if you try and play a high tempo, G2 are going to absorb all of it with a slower play style.
Love you, Ash bhai, love you.
It's really hard for them to find similar win conditions.
Yeah, and that's why I think this matchup is really tough for 100 Thieves, because we've heard like Zix and the team like talk about it as a squad. It's like they love to go into the.
Love you, Ash bhai. Thank you so much for the 4000 मेरी जान के टोटे chat. प्यार देना Ash bhai को. Love you.
Comps with tons of utility, trying to fight around that, go very scrappy from the get-go, and that is not easy against G2 and their contact ways.
It did get
400 के दिन का खाना sorted कहाँ से भाई? खाना कितना महंगा हो गया है?
That match has to be a wake-up call for G2. They're going to be locked in going into this game against 100 Thieves, and I think
भाई आप इतना मेहनत करते हो, आप सब डिजर्व करते हो. Love you. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. अभी मेहनत करते और आपको ये मैसेज सेंटी लगा तो आप सुपर चैट कर सकते हो.
So let's send it down to the stage and get our last elimination.
मैं हूँ कनाडा पर मैं ऐसा बसता नहीं हूँ. I even know ये पढ़ के बिंक्स बोलेगा दिखाओ क्या प्रूफ है कनाडा से हो. Obviously भाई. How to choose red color for my super chat crazy भाई तेरे से तो ना होने वाला. तू हेटर है. हेटर लोग से नहीं होता. Love you, Hash bhai. Thank you so much, मेरी जान. Thank you for so much support. Love you, buddy.
Only really losing one match to them at the very end of it, but haven't played since. We don't know how they stack up.
Busio had the number of that 2024 team last time that they played off in that.
क्या लग रहा है 2-0 होएगा G2 2-0.
In the stage 1 finals, that was the only America's trophy
G2
that this
clean
100
2-0.
roster had.
Clean.
And people have said that this year it's a weaker team. That
One by
G2
goal
is
से नहीं रे,
clearly
अच्छा
been
नहीं
the
लग रहा.
favorite. They've been undefeated in Americas until their loss to Sen. This is Busio's chance to show that he still owns G2.
काम करता है वक्त से लेकिन अच्छा नहीं लगा.
And take some learnings from that series. They saw G2.
Will value mobile or play value PC. I can do both, मेरी जान.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents fighting for their playoff lives.
Crazy से NH के क्रिस भाई आपसे भी NH के. आप क्रेजी भाई को प्रूव करके देखो कैसा करते हैं. मैं रहता था ना, अगर मैं क्रिस भाई की जगह पे रहता था $2,000 दे क्रेजी भाई ऐसे करते हैं सुपर चैट ऐसा मैसेज लिखता. ट्राई करके देखो. +1 मैं खुद लिखूंगा. तो आप पीसी टिका लो. कॉन्कर प्लेयर से बात कर रहा है भाई. इज्जत से रेस्पेक्ट दे. ठीक है, मैंने फंस रहा. शिट बे, सबको मालूम पड़ गया है.
For the top dogs, you know, it's interesting. I opened up the internet this morning and I saw Valen saying that he was feeling like slaying some piggies. And so I don't know. I think he's feeling pretty good about this one.
Referring to Busio, of course.
शायद जो भी लोग स्ट्रीम अभी भी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, प्लीज स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो. तू क्या हो सकता है?
Back to Valen. There's still some beef there from this 2024 rivalry. Now seeing it renewed for another season here in 2025. We have our map veto laid out and we start on Haven.
Yeah, I think early on, I think for 100 Thieves, they're going to want to try and get some early wins under their belt with some set ideas. I imagine it's been a major strength for 100 Thieves is their ability to cook up really cool ideas.
मैं करने जा रहा था, मुझे भी मालूम पड़ गया.
Every single element, I think, to try and take a win against a team like G2.
Yeah, and don't forget that on Haven, this is where 100 Thieves play that double duelist comp, right? With Cryo and the
membership लेना है. Super cute fam.
I think if you're looking to sort of set the tempo and sort of force win early fights, that ISO agent, especially when Cryo's frying on this map, is great for them.
बंग भाई, मेरे लिए कोई लड़की ढूंढो ना आपके ऑडियंस. डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन क्या है? मेरा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है 90% क्यूटीज और 10% मेल. ढूंढ सकते. भाई सच्ची, लेकिन मैं मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूँ. तुम लोग ने रील देखा रहेगा कि लड़की लोग को पूछते हैं कि आपका पार्टनर को कितना कमाना चाहिए करके, और वो लोग बोलते महीने का 1 करोड़ 2 करोड़ 3 करोड़. कैसे बोलते हो उन्हें पता, लेकिन बोलते. दैट इज द पॉइंट. तो मेरे हिसाब से अगर डेली 1 लाख जी पे करेगा फॉर 1 ईयर, तो मैं लड़की को सीधा बोल सकता हूँ कि ये बंदा इज वेल सेटल्ड, दिस गाय राइट हियर, ऐसा करके. समझ रहे हो? टाइम लगेगा 1 साल, लेकिन 1 साल में कंफर्म फिक्स. खाना महंगा की बात नहीं है, आपकी भूख बढ़ गई है. ऐसा नहीं है यार, ऐसा नहीं है. ये मैं चालू हो सकता जैसे, बट ऐसा नहीं है यार. लेग्स बाय, थैंक यू फॉर द $5. मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, जो डीपी में गाड़ी उसका एक टायर बेच के, समझ रहे हो, कर सकते कुछ तूफा दे.
To mid early on and try to take space into garage, you know, breaking Cypher utility from the
Technically,
other side.
3 टायर पे भी सेम ही चलेगी.
Embeds for late lurks because this team loves to play pivoting around back and forth across the map, and usually it'll be that open into mid into then.
If I get someone, how can you tell me how? Give someone membership. If you do membership gifting, it will go to random people. You cannot select and gift somebody.
Waste G2's time, especially like we're looking at a piss around here. You're mentioning how often G2 is playing into mid. Those kind of trap plays can be really strong, and Zix, he's got to have a strong game plan here.
I'm sure both teams are rocking up with a
अगर
strong
मैं दोपहर को
game
कल
plan
उठ
in
गया
this
तो
do or
वो करे
die
रैक्विश.
matchup. So let's send it over to everyone's favorite, Riv and Benson.
With bye. Thank you for the membership, मेरी जान के today.
Thank you very much. We are ready to get into the second matchup of the day, and believe it or not, it has been a long time since these teams played. Very close to a year back in July. is the last time that they met up, and G2 was able to get the better of that match.
Yeah. And if not before that, it was all 100 Thieves.
It was.
3-1 record to the VCTs, but this is a heartbreaking game, Riv, because we're going into a matchup where one of these teams, unfortunately, is going home. 100 Thieves, always a legion of fans coming into the VCTs, but G2 definitely picking some up. Since they joined the circuit of the partnership program in the VCTs in last year. But we're taking here and on an even where 100 Thieves has an advantage to have a great start. Already, you've seen G2
2-1,
getting
2-0,
owned by
2-0
C9,
G2.
but definitely a different type of play
Clean
style.
2-0
Speaking of
G2.
play styles, 100 Thieves in this pistol, looking to slow things down at the very beginning. No walkdowns, like the Des has been mentioning. It's G2 that are starting first.
They have focused heavily towards that C side. They're getting into sight right away here to try and beat G2 at their own game. Smokes go down, delay goes out, and this lurk towards mid is going to be the kingpin here for G2.
Last month,
Give them
Sid
information, the rest
को
of the
मैंने
map is
$3,000
available.
दिए
Leaf has
in
such a good
total.
entrance
उसमें
here
से
to insert
$900
himself
चले
anywhere.
गए tax में.
It's a nice little double hold
यार,
coming out from 100 Thieves. And look at
होता है
that buddy
लेकिन
system coming out from the side as well. Always staying as a group.
अपन
So you know
entertainment
G2
field
loves
में
to fight together in the mid rounds.
They got to know Boostio is
इसलिए मैं बोलता हूँ कि मेरे को GPA पे
goes
नहीं
for
चाहिए.
one
Super
fight,
chat
gets
चलेगा.
tagged pretty hard
जो भी
there.
YouTube
Now
fees
it's just
होता
going
है
to be the
tax
swings from the rest of
भर
the team. The
देंगे
lurk
यार.
behind could pincer G2 just in time.
लोगों को देख के अच्छा लगता है कि बहुत लोग super chat नहीं कर
Coming on the
पाते.
side of 100
जबकि
Thieves,
उनको
and he gets activated by the wall. So
support करना
a
रहता है.
1v1 between Trent and
So
EU
it's
smoked
win-win
out.
only.
Here's a chance for G2 to go into the site, but they are pincered. There is also a second
Super
lane.
chat से बढ़िया मेरे को
They have a
membership
lane now for
gifting
G2.
लगता है. ज़्यादा
G2
से
has
ज़्यादा
so
streams
many
देख
things
सकते हैं.
activated
WhatsApp
on
group
this
join
map
कर
right
सकते हैं.
now. They're going to back out and possibly
So I
go all
always
the way around
recommend
to meet with
membership
some more
gifting.
at long and create a better retake from that position, leaving just one towards short.
Everything's been perfect so far. The smokes, the
But
fault
मैं वो
lines,
सब
what was the
calculate नहीं
triple
करता.
flank,
कभी नहीं
and
करता.
now it's a triple flank back from G2's side.
The ring
मेरी
around the
बीवी
rosy
मुझे गाली देती है.
continues.
GP
G2's
मांग.
going to be in position.
लेकिन
They're
मेरे से
looking,
नहीं
and all they see is Jonah P. How can it be?
कोई
But
10,000
he
GP दे
finds
सकता है?
three off on the wing, and Cryo closes out the round.
भाई बोला था कि नहीं 100
And
दिन
that's
जीतेगा.
what sounded the alarm. You have the salvos coming out from Trent all the way from
Huh?
behind. They have to watch for the push, for the swing. Did not
बोला था
expect
कि
three
नहीं?
players potentially. But also Arsenal, if I'm not mistaken, pushed towards that spawn. So maybe that was the big time.
चैट को
to know that
मेरे
G2
बात
was going
करने
for that big flank
की
and look at
तरीके
EU's
से
position.
तो पता चल गया
Yeah, once
होगा
they were in
अभी
sight,
तक
they pushed
सिंगल
into C
क्यों
as
हूँ.
quick as they could. And then they
अगर
were
बंक्स
confident
भाई
to
की
push into
चैट
A
से
as
हेल्प
quick as
नहीं
they
हुई
could, and only
तो
seeing
अरेंज
Jonah.
मैरिज बेस्ट
Wow,
है.
they made that decision so quick and had the right call that they were coming back around
दूसरे भाई
long
पहले
on the
जैसे
side
नहीं हो
of
बैठ
G2.
जाओ.
What a back and forth round on that one, just in map movement. Really, the push and the pull was kind of there, but everything
Full
was
screen
done
जा
under
रहा
the
है,
guise
dancing.
of not knowing where G2 was
Tech
until the
pause.
last moment
यही
when
चीज के
100
लिए तो मैं
Thieves
stream
chose
करता हूँ, tech
correctly
pause
on
के
that
लिए.
macro to end today.
Yeah, now we have a chance to talk a little bit about the state of the game for G2 on this map.
Yeah.
Last time they played it, I mean, they let this through, and I was questioning it because you're looking at the beat. I was like, how come we didn't try to go into like Ascent or something?
Yeah.
A map that they've been so good
भाई
at.
लव मैरिज
really
करने का ना
what
सबसे
happened.
बेस्ट.
Yeah, and even for the
Travel
side of
करो.
100 Thieves, why aren't we picking into Icebox, for
Loving
example?
Omid ने
Because they
proper
look
travel
pretty decent on
वाला
that map.
travel.
They're only 2-2
दुनिया
in
देखो
the
कोई ना
split,
कोई
but
लाइक माइंडेड मिलेगा.
Lucio plays a Gecko on that map, has been a prolific player on that
Yeah.
agent back in his
बस मैं
2023
चैट
run
पर
with
मेरा पढ़
EG.
लिया.
And there is a
हेडफोन कौन सी
level of
कंपनी का
comfort
पहना
into
है
100
प्लेयर
Thieves'
ने?
playstyle on Icebox, but they
VCT
let
करके कंपनी
Haven
है.
through here for the side of G2, and 100 Thieves are going to pick into that, of course, because it is pretty much their strongest map above Icebox here against this G2 team. And G2 has had a huge
उससे
team
थोड़ा कम खड़ा
playing against Cloud9 before
होगा
because of
तो
Nets
जीत
lurks.
सकता है 100 Thieves.
And I want to talk about these
दोस्तों
stylistic
आपकी
clashes, though, because on the
50
side of Cloud9
मेंबरशिप
you do
मुझे
have Net that doesn't really
$250
need to
लगता है,
IGL because they already
इसलिए
have it
so
on the
that
side of
easy
Binks.
रहता है.
This time,
क्या?
these Boostio is probably not going to have those perfect timings
Yeah.
going into the calls because he has to IGL for the team. He has to focus on that mini map. Maybe it's not going to
ये
give him a
नहीं
chance
मालूम
to
था मेरे
activate as
को.
much and be that pain point
क्या
against
बात
G2,
कर रहे हो?
which is potentially why G2
करके
lets this
बताओ.
float.
And Boostio has been vocal recently that he wants to get back to that kind of instinctive flow state in the game where he's kind of just playing.
By the way, welcome to the
not
Harami
really
streamer.
having to think of them step by step, where you're more so inside the head of your opponent in your plays rather than processing what you're going to do. And we're kind of seeing that here as the team comes up in this playoff form, if you will.
निर्दयी.
But you're right. I do think G2 are going to be able to kind of have a breath of fresh air that they may not getting lurked on as much, but we'll have to see if 100 Thieves put that into action. The G2 Stinger buy, always present here.
Weapon डाल के कर सकते हैं ना?
And you have to be very afraid of
No
what
idea
they
हो
can produce with this.
And also does the same thing, playing close range, able to escape with this neon, playing the
कम का तारीफ यार बढ़िया बंदा है यार.
early info is he's jumping around in and
बढ़िया
out through
बंदा
the
है.
Astra smoke, but he hasn't found any information yet.
बहुत
That
fun
flash
करता है.
maybe will be a tell that G2
इतना
is
तारीफ
pivoted
बस
away
है.
from the A side to work towards the middle. But everything is a stalemate for now. They're trying to see how 100 Thieves is going to react to it, and they do so on the defensive side with this triple push.
It's very passive except for this push. Unless they can't protect each other, nobody's pushing. And this 3-ball here is going to be able to do enough damage. A little bit to Cryo, but he'll still try to push forward here with the
Question is
Spectre for
G2
now.
हर बार कैसे
Force G2's done a good bit of damage with that.
मेरा तारीफ
The
करो.
thing is,
Language.
lots have been utilized on the side of 100 Thieves to hold that back. The best thing they have now
इंडिया
is
में
that
कितने का
Vandal.
होता है
Walls are
50
being used from
गिफ्टेड
Cryo as well.
आई
Gives a
थिंक
chance for G2 to block back.
8900 या ऐसा कुछ.
Holding that wall so they could double swing and take down
7900
Cryo.
या 8900.
Interesting choice to solo that out.
Look at how that pulls to rotate, and there's still 30 seconds left into the round. This insert that you currently have from Trent gives you a chance to get a
$100
little bit more information, especially with this wall coming up. They could punish Boostio and go for the quick hit into the C site.
You like that kind of
They
which
don't
shows
be so
over
good,
aggression like
and they
100
go for the plan
just
into Binks
asking
with the
yes.
pulse plan.
It's always fun.
So they leave it, shock darts out. Almost gets the damage on that in the double bounce. Oh, quick push, but Jogamo actually grabs info on 2. Now they know they can play towards the B side and watch the front side of B. It becomes a little bit easier, but that is easier said than done.
Game of cat and mouse, everybody missing each other towards the ceiling, but end of the day, it gives more time here for Trent to get those salvos back up in the post plant.
Just off, does take the headshot through as Boostio and EU come up strong on this one. Trent in the stinger. Trent in a stinger.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to be again.
Salvos are up.
He throws them out. Half is already there. It's going to be the push from Boostio here. They're both very low at health.
Oh my God!
A Red Bull clutch for Trent.
Trent is back, baby, not letting go from yesterday's game against Sentinel. Running through the stinger, catching a play off guard, and somehow swinging it into 180 to get the second kill. Look at this right here. 6 bullets left in that clip when he got that second frag. Does the damage on the
इंडिया के बाहर के
salvos.
मेंबरशिप प्राइसेस कैसे डिसाइड होते हैं वो बाहर का इनकम और उसके सब हिसाब से YouTube अपने आप कैलकुलेट करके
so
डिसाइड
far,
करता
but it's
वो हम लोग
definitely going to
select
be
नहीं कर
Trent as the Trejo.
बाहर
They
का
go down to the
परचेसिंग पावर
last
ये वो
person
पता
on that
नहीं
as well.
बस
Still money
चीजें
for
रहेगा.
G2 to get back in with this, and 100 Thieves want to try to fire back immediately. A
Good
quick
morning,
push of
Binks.
paranoia
भाई क्या
down
क्लच
C.
किया ना लेकिन
And it looks like they're ready on the side of G2.
Very easy hold. They've mentioned at the desk that 100
Easy
Thieves
clutch किया ना?
loves to push down here.
Yeah.
Whether it's in the eco, anti-eco, and gun rounds, you could expect those type of plays. They tried to go for the
जीत गया
flash
G2
into the
ये round.
recon, and that will definitely push G2 towards the A site. As they heard all the footsteps towards C at the very beginning. And with the trap play not working on the side of 100 Thieves, it should be a lot easier now for G2 to just
international
gather
audience.
their positions here in the
जीपे
post
नहीं होता
plant.
I think PayPal
Nice damage, setting up for one of these sheriffs up top at
जीपे नहीं कर
least.
सकते
So
शायद
they can drop a few of these weapons and make it costly for G2 at least. But they should be able to just wind this round down and use the util to stop them on the way in. Who's going to jump in first? It's going to be Xander actually up top. He's going to TP actually to the other box towards shore. Is it enough for him? No, they can't get in. Valen and Jogamo just racking up the alt points. EU does have an ult
Astra
on the
or
side of
Omen on
100
Heaven,
Thieves,
no.
which is going to help here if they do get back
Omen
to their
is
buy round
best.
to stave some things off, but
because of
overall,
angle.
the cleanup as Cosmic Divide comes online as well.
And that's an important one. Remember, Valen somehow also in the game
Welcome.
against Sentinels yesterday was able to get the from the shadows as the Omen on Ascent. This time has the Cosmic Divide, and it's way more potent in their bonus round on a map like.
होता है यहाँ पे सब जगह नहीं होता है सर.
Potentially, maybe read on the side of 100 Thieves if they hit.
YouTube ज़्यादा कट लेता है 30%.
Cosmic Divide on that spot, splitting the right side. You
Good
have
morning,
great util from
Simran
the
Paji.
double initiator from G2
That's
to
a
really
good one.
smother towards the C
हाय
side.
हाय मत लिखो
and force your
179
opponents
का
to play
प्लस
the
1
full
लिखो
splat.
चुपचाप.
Force them to play the retake rather.
10 जो आते मतलब 1700 फिक्स.
All right. All right off the bat, off the rip. They get Jonah P.
Asuna का round है.
Initiator utilities down. Asuna is going to be on top of the situation as Jogamo
भाई
tries
इसका
to get the
race
swing.
देखने में मजा आता है.
And these are the pushes you were mentioning here, Vans. These extremity lurks, all right at the beginning of the round. G2 is not expecting.
By the way, what do you do for a living?
EU, the way that he's popped off since the pistol round, already brought up into the Hunter's Fury, not given a chance for G2 to set up and snowball the amount of rounds on their side. And now at a two-player disadvantage.
What do you do for a living?
Might be a little bit too late to use the wall.
और आपको मेंबरशिप ठीक लगता है तो सब्सक्राइब का पैसा वापस मिल जाता तो अरे नहीं वो YouTube में नया फीचर है
the 3 versus 1 wherever they want to work the mid round.
You touch me no refund वाला फीचर
because it is the bonus round for G2. It's all up to 100 Thieves now if they read correctly
आपने एक बार मेरे दिल को छू लिया उसके बाद
refund नहीं होता. Is going to come from G2. And so far it's looking pretty good for the attack side. Asno is going to be the only point of contact towards this A site.
लेकिन मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ फायर के साथ साइड मिरर भी बेच देते
Give a chance for G2 to plant though.
They're coming in fast. Smoke goes out towards
गाड़ी वैसे भी पार्किंग पे साइड से कौन आएगा समझ रहे हो?
One way for a second so he can see the feet. And Asuna is going to be able to make that call. Cryo shuts down Leaf to get into sight. And this is just trying to find the numbers here as the clock ticks down. 10 seconds left. Trent, there's just going to be too many this time.
Clean मारता है लेकिन.
100 Thieves bring it 2-2. Very patient rotations that round.
Yeah, the first 2 stars being used here by Valen were actually towards the spawn and the right side corner of the A site with a Nova Pulse, with the stun.
Light cleaner, pawn by कैसे रोज?
Before the smoke came up.
आ गया, love you. कैसे बंग भाई सब बढ़िया.
We were talking about Valen a little bit.
DC खड़ा हो गया होगा. I think DC
हुआ था. What he's been doing. He had 4 3Ks. Yeah, he was crushing as the frag in IGL. So expect that to come through to today. And we'll have to see if that man on your screen, Xander.
मैं तो 100% profit.
Yeah, if you want to actually do that head-to-head for those 2 controllers for sure. Valen has had moments, I think, in like a 1v5 on that second game versus Sentinels that boiled down to a 1v1.
Yeah.
But Xander, you were mentioning, it's the player performance that he had against Energy was basically the Xander that everybody was expecting. If you've been following the Challenger scene, if you've been following the road from Xander in the last 2 years of Challengers, playing with the M80 banner, getting so close in the last 2 years to qualify into partnership with the M80 squad, the first rendition of that roster was with EU. And they fell a little bit too short. That's where EU got picked up by 100 Thieves. Xander had to grind into the second season again and putting amazing numbers, also gaining the responsibility of being an IGL for M80, who lacked one when Nitro unfortunately left the scene here for Valorant. So Xander definitely comes in with a lot of experience and a lot of skill and didn't really show up at the
Top 3 life advice by Easy. Advice number 1 गांड मरवाओ. Advice number 2 गांड मरवाओ. और advice number 3 फैमिली का इज्जत करो. पेरेंट्स का रेस्पेक्ट करो. ये 3 ही है. हुआ तो था पता नहीं मेरे को यहाँ पे नहीं दिखाई दिया.
Wide towards the tail end of this split, but he's popping off today and
for sure
it's a dangerous game.
ये लोग को पूछो चैट तुम में से जितने लोग बाहर के कंट्रीज में हो, इजिप्शियंस, रशियंस, जितने भी मतलब बाहर कितना मिस करते हो फैमिली को, सच्ची बताओ. हाँ बिंक्स के स्ट्रीम पर टेक पॉज. एक्सक्यूज मी हैशटैग टैग विद 100. तीनों एडवाइस फॉलो कर रहा. आपके घर का अच्छा प्रश्न बना दो. एक्सक्यूज मी रेंट का घर है यार, मत पूछो है बहुत. हाँ ना. मीनवाइल जो इधर रहते फैमिली के साथ वो लोग की कदर नहीं रहता.
Surrounded by.
Rifle round for both
What
teams.
do elves learn in school?
A little bit of sprays towards the middle to kick things off.
Crazy.
G2 playing methodical once again, trying to see if 100 Thieves will try to activate as soon as the barriers come down. And they do so already. You see that the drone comes out towards the garage. They identify now that EU.
Thank you for the 179 and 179.
And they've also identified 2 sets of sprays coming in from B. So it's time to work towards the extremities if you're on the side of G2. And you're starting to see here this creep towards this A side.
Mid control's been favored here the past few rounds. Lee's gonna find one.
Bro!
Actually,
मैं almost तीसरे को मार दिया था.
His Valen is there for a bit of safety.
100 kg miss करते एक
goes down, which was the case here. Still numbers for G2. as they look for more fights in mid that 100 Thieves almost gives.
Love you यार कामटे boys.
Now they have the whole map.
वैसे फैमिली में और कौन-कौन है? आपने बताया नहीं
to play the buddy system, hoping to
फैमिली के साथ बाहर रहता हूँ. Excuse me?
But you can definitely see right now in front of your
Not
screen,
everybody is that lucky, yes, bhai.
And that might be the tell immediately for 100 Thieves to just stay put towards this A site.
वहाँ पे settle गया अभी.
Money's pretty decent. I mean, Arsenal cannot really buy within the next round, but the rest
मेरे यहाँ
can.
पे बहुत सारे school friends थे.
But on a 4 versus 2,
पता नहीं
you have
किधर
no information on middle. You have no information when you're going to try to re-clear towards the C site. It should be the wrong move if you're actually going to go for it. So they choose better, stay back towards the A site, and save these rifles going into the next round.
G2
Nice
जीतेगा,
little
मैं
push
बोल
at the
रहा
very
हूँ.
beginning here from, or a nice little hold rather from G2 anticipating.
मैंने
that
membership
push
ले
from
लिया,
100
पता है. I love you.
Allowing Leaf
Family
to play
मुझे
a
बाहर
little bit of
रखती
that
है.
solo mid, but with protection. We're kind of seeing this 3 stack for G2 move around, be in safety, but also from 100 Thieves. It's kind of whose party can win that fight.
बस
They
ना
search
Leaf
around
ने
the
अकेले ने
map
round
and getting
निकाला.
rounds here. G2 just gonna mill about, get away from the spike.
क्या
This
भाई
one
अंकल को
and
लेके
out
आओ
as
ना
100
कभी
Thieves
stream पे
save
done
some
scene.
weapons. They should have decent amount of money to get some buys through here.
अब
Currently
यहीं
see
पे
some
settle हो
Guardians,
गए
but
हम. Crazy.
These kind of plays that
Admit
G2
my
does
family
will take out
almost
your
5
free,
years,
stop your entire
bro.
mid-round protocol. And it's
कभी
something
जाओ
just
यार
not
एक
ready for.
बार. Flight
You
rate
saw
करा
how
के
they assist
surprise.
Leaf. As soon as Leaf dies, there's also
Love
the
from
flash coming
Kuwait
out from
impossible है.
both the breach
एक
and
बंदा
the
मेरे
Yoru.
को
Jongmo and Jonah
नहीं
B.
देखता Kuwait.
Cross-firing flashes,
Impossible.
triple swing. Difficult for
आज
100
तक
Thieves to
मेरे
be,
को
even fall, be
100
able to fall
कुवैती
back
दिनार
rather
आया ही नहीं है
after
मेरे
the first engagement. So they got heavily punished going to this
Impossible
one. See the game though for round number 6. We
उसी
do
की
have
वजह
2
से
ults
वापस आऊंगा
available
मोस्ट
for the
में.
attack
ठीक
side,
है.
and feels like they want to tempo up fairly quickly.
They're reading it. And they play
Trade,
right
trade,
into
trade,
it. G2's
trade.
very happy to get right into that
Guys,
aggressive
thank you for the
spot of
20.
A-Lobby. It looks like 100 Thieves, they wanted to
एक
push a
बार
little
करो
bit
रे,
more, but now they only
surprise
have the
वाला.
garage control.
अच्छा
They're
लगे.
kind of still stuck in
बता
anchoring
के
A
मत जा.
site.
The double up on this garage side from 100 Thieves. You definitely have one that's trying to cover the body after you have the kill contract out from Cryo. But for G2,
No,
so you said it was a little bit
after
scattered
Reyes
outside with
crazy.
G2, maybe looking for a late lurk back to try to fight into the garage, wherever the ult would be coming from, rather. But instead, as everything stays super quiet, it's up to G2 to play the contact play that just got spotted here towards the ceiling.
Leaf instantly retakes mid to make sure they have this position for the spike plant.
Trent भाई ने जो 5 चक्कर काटा है B का.
No way, they pull this out. And he actually still gets it. He knows that somebody was going to be playing outside the site. They're trying to watch the body to get back in. That's going to be a kill coming down onto Cryo, though, as they get back to safety. And they are protected on this ISO contract.
When that kill, the Armageddon is available for Trent.
What do Babygon say to Mama Conference Popcorn?
Almost the last shot from EU as they get the room. It's going to be a fake, though. Leaf still has to try and push through to give the time over to Trent as he's going to plant towards A. He has to make sure Trent's plant is safe, but now they don't know. Trent can buy only a bit of time here. Didn't see.
Time नहीं है.
No way he tries to go.
One enemy remaining.
2 seconds left.
Oh
Almost ran away.
shit! He went for double kill.
Almost had it. He knows if he went for the plant, he would have found util in his face, and it would have been almost too hard to have. But yeah, Boostio's going to get in his face for that one.
It makes sense.
I got a 20 disciplined party. Thank for the 179 मेरी जान के
And
they'd be playing together, right?
But the luckiest thing that happens here for Boostio and for 100
Today I
Thieves is that he
am
decides
giving
to
a surprise
backpedal.
visit to my
And that
parents
small
as my
backpedal
father's last
runs
birthday.
into Trent.
W tanbe bhai.
Instead of grouping up with his team at EU, and Trent couldn't find that window for that double kill.
What are you doing? What?
सुपर चैट के लिए एंड्रॉइड फोन
just
रख
one
तो
knock
फिर भी इतनी
backpedal
महंगी
and
मेंबरशिप कैसे?
They'd be saying, what are you guys doing on the other side? It's a game of inches right now, and we're 3-3 here on Haven between 100 Thieves and G2. And G2 again, they jockey here for the
Sending a member milestone chat
100
testing.
Thieves is giving up this push for now.
Yeah, free
Even while
message
still
based.
stacking the A side.
A round that they won for 100 Thieves, though, still puts them in a pickle in terms of the economy. Boostio with a
आज
stinger,
एग्जाम में
Xander
बोल दो
playing
आज
the judge into the
excuse me.
garage.
टॉप करेगा
Well,
आशु.
Valen has still been holding this ultimate since round number 3.
टेंशन ना ले.
Joel to clear out, they see the judge, and they'll probably decide not to push. And start working the A side.
भाई घमासान युद्ध होने वाला है ये पे चैट. घमासान युद्ध.
They know. They know, but the
जो मैं
angle
मैप देख रहा
almost
था.
was not there in
जो मैं
time.
मैप देख रहा था.
Jogamo, one away from dimensional drift here is Trent. Wants to open up the site for the team on the left side. Do they take this? They're gonna have to focus it. This is really just to displace the team that's in A for now. They know they're not gonna get too many kills on it, but 100 Thieves is staying right in the site, ready to fight. Valen forced back through.
भाई लेकिन दोनों इधर है 100 Thieves के, दोनों इधर है.
And yeah, they should have pretty good looks coming in from the side. 100 Thieves, but Trent's gonna be able to do it. The 3K again from him, and now having to get into the fights instead of going for that more of a post-plant position.
EU's ballsy there going into that fight. He actually ate like what, 1 pulse or 2 pulses of the salvos to run out and try to get a kill inside the smoke. Almost did until he finally got sprayed out towards the end. That was a moment right there you just saw here that maybe they were looking at the minimap where they got caught off guard, but thankfully because they had the
How close are you from buying your house? A little far.
That said though,
Icebox, thank you for the 400 मेरी जान के टोटे.
And then you close that gap for 100 Thesis side where
maybe one more year of hard work.
That Judge and Stinner could have been able to be the solution here for 100 Thesis to win those fights because they were
Icebox, thank you for the 400 मेरी जान के टोटे. Thank you so much.
Same person.
They want the gecko. They want the, that's what I should be for, man. Play the Icebox, bring the gecko out. But so far so good though. You still have a timeout being called by Zix, and 100 Thieves have had a pretty decent,
I'm always awake.
defensive side so far. It's been going down the
Icebox,
wire.
unlimited money glitch.
Whenever they have, even economy for both of these teams.
Yeah. Like
is it your dream house? I don't have any dreams.
Organize around the map.
I'm fulfilling my wife's dreams.
Both teams are in a situation of lower economy. Rounds going back and forth. You almost give it to G2 at that point.
मेरा दिमाग ही नहीं चलता dream का size.
Trying to make a good case for themselves. This timeout to flip it back around. The Thrifties have been abundant.
मेरा एक ही dream है सच बताऊं.
Gonna happen again.
Thing is, right now the timeouts, you look at the ults available for 100 Thieves. It's not really going to be a trap play setup. Probably just calling the timeout.
तुम लोगों को लगेगा कि मैं मजाक कर रहा हूँ या ऐसा कुछ. इसमें मैं बताता नहीं
G2 actually using the dimensional drift, respecting the players for 100 Thieves, trying to find if there's a stack somewhere, and he sees 2 of them.
Oh, he gets behind.
Yeah,
Still
मैंने
going to be
बता
able
रहा
to
भाई.
find it as the Rolling Thunder comes flying through in the eyes of
Did
Valen,
get
trying to find one more. And Jonah P is going to get another one in the crossfires. Valen through the smoke. Absolutely drops 100 Thieves. Trent with the final one there as they know they shouldn't be giving respect on the low by round.
And you'll take it on the side of the Thieves. They baited out the dimensional drift and the rolling thunder.
के लिए सोना पड़ता है. That's a good one. That's a good one.
When they were only on the low buy, they used
भाई
the
मस्त
overdrive
infin
instead
करके
of
खेल रहे हैं ना.
I'd take that trade
Execute भी crazy जा रहा है.
Because you're going into the next rounds, Asuna could actually go for some
Technically माते का जो size है वो देख के लगता है कि दिमाग तो लगता है.
This round doesn't look like it's going to be something fairly.
Lakshya bhai, thank you for the membership.
It might be the undercut throw
बोलना
at the very
प्लीज
beginning
भाई
to
आपने
take
पूछा
control
करके
here
बोल रहा
towards
हूँ.
the
मेरा
A choke point.
सपना है कि एक दिन
on the side of 100 Thieves.
मुझे एक member private
Very early
jet,
cage just on seeing one.
private
So they
yacht,
know that's Boostio's cross.
private cruise
A little bit of a read on the
और एक
seaside now for
private
G2.
15 BHK घर
They
gift कर.
have really actually brought this round to a snail's
छोटा सा
pace
सपना.
here in round 9. Just that insert from Valen. And they
के लिए
wait.
मेहनत कर रहे हैं अपन. और कुछ और क्या आता है?
They're clear
और कुछ है क्या
everything for
crazy?
G2. You're
और
going
एक
to the
Lolex.
mid-round. The intention is somebody has to be pushed up, right?
जब से सेकंड बाय को 2 Lolex मिला ना एक साथ मेरा नजर उधर ही है यार.
Potentially now the push is going in
Friendship
towards
करना
the
पड़ेगा.
garage. There's a lean towards this B or C side. But you're playing into the unknown. G2 hasn't really found anything behind that drone. So they have to play with noise now.
That dismiss B may
ये
alert.
सब
100 Thieves do a
impossible है
little bit
लेकिन
of a play
stock
towards
market
mid, but they're
stock
still trying to get this
investment
to
का
move
idea
towards
दे
A.
सकता हूँ.
The drone
Draft में डाल दो.
3 focused on the smoke.
ऐसा
Valen and the
investment
team are
draft में डाल
hitting
दो.
C right now. And they have absolutely thrown 100
कोई
Thieves
अगर
for a
ऐसा
loop on
रहता
this.
ना जिसके पास बहुत आइडिया है दिन का रोज 10,000 से 50 करता.
Slayed the first one, and it opens up the site. All of that Cypher util down on that
Idea
towards
देता
C.
investment.
G2 gets an easy plan. You saw Xander trying to go for a hero play. But another one of those scenarios where 100 Thieves has no choice.
Clean chat, clean 2-0 लग रहा है.
It's being read by G2. They're already playing on the extremities outside
Island
of
भूल
this
गए?
site to
नहीं
not
Island
allow
कौन
here
जाएगा वहाँ तक चल के?
players like Asuna or Cryo to close that gap and to try to get the better crosshair placement to do the damage on the exit. So G2 looks like they're going to have a pretty flawless run on their execution towards that C site. Off the timing read, that Valen hand spraying through that cyber cage after the Salvos pushes Boostio away.
इतना पैसा कहाँ लेके जाओगे? Last day पे giveaway
that was
करूँगा.
some pretty big info for them to have at the end of the round. Or the
जब
beginning of
90
the
साल
round,
का होगा
rather.
ना my biggest
Quickly
giveaway.
playing towards C, a little bit of the fake towards A.
Guys, मैं thank you
G2
for the
know
400
that
मेरी
100
जान
Thieves,
के
especially after the
टोटे
timeout, are gonna
unlimited
try to be
बड़ा
playing fast, get a
पाव.
handle back on the
Actually
game.
glitch हो गया क्या?
Reads it right through, knowing they
भाई
already
सारे
have him
sharp
pushed
लग
and
रहे players.
not feeling comfortable after that first move.
And that continues that conversation as to why Trent is always playing a Tejo instead of a Silva, for example. He's so prolific in, right? It's just pushing those spots away. You're spamming through cages, you're spamming through smokes.
But I think
or
100
you're
Thieves को
spamming trying
counter
to find
करने
the
के लिए
time when
mid push
players are
करना
running
पड़ेगा.
away from these spots. You get lucky with these kills, it opens up everything here for the side
इतना
of G2.
space दे रहे हैं
and
ना.
you have those salvos for the pulse plant.
वो लोग सीधा घुस रहे बे. और
Just
इतना
off the
utility
dismiss
नहीं कर
timing
सकते.
there slightly, but you can see what they're trying to get out of long C in a very fast peak there. If somebody was kind of sectioned off by that smoke. In another slow round, but Vans this time, I was going to say 100 Thieves have pushed up, but it feels like they've been found out.
Xander's so low, 11 HP. I mean, that's a great read coming
Membership
from
में
G2.
किधर?
Still taking fights.
What did Pinky say to Binks?
Super dangerous positions here in the beginning, and it seems like
Lakshya
G2
का
is one
thanks
winning
बोला
the
मैंने.
chip war and also winning the info
Yeah, I do
war.
hate Pakistan. I'm from Pakistan, by the way. Tell
Just
honestly
posted that
Binks.
flash
Man,
up here from the
honestly,
side
I
of
hate the
Lee.
bad people.
It did get contact to somebody into middle. So now G2, the option is, are we going to re-clear here? And they do so with the drone.
मेरे chat में there are good people from
well
that country.
played. Valen starting us off on the round again.
I hate the
Given the smokes, given the angles and the first bloods. As this push has to happen, but they still can't even come up with a combo kill on that. 100 Thieves are having a bit of trouble getting this successfully tagged down on the members of G2, and G2 again run through a site.
But I feel it's more of
It was
their
Zix's timeout call, but looks like Josh RT has
government,
been the one taking full advantage
not
for the side of
their
G2 to
people.
really start running away here with this first half on their attack side.
Yeah.
But again, that small flash that comes across now, it's just them staying put. Just utilize the Teo utility and force now 100 Thieves to push forward right into the crosshair placement. They get the exact punishment towards the
पहला membership
and then they enter
gift
towards the
थी,
gate site
दूसरा आपने खुद
with
लेने
a
पे
nice little
मजबूर कर दिया.
execute towards the
Love
end.
the way you grind, love you,
You
Bugs bhai.
mentioned it
Thank you,
before,
Lakshya bhai. Thank
C9
you.
with Net lurking against G2. The amount of utility they use behind them now to realize what's going on,
Bah,
like
B-
you
B
mentioned,
mid
Arc
push
rose
nahi kar
towards
rahe wo
mid,
log.
then the drone, they are not allowing that
Huh?
lurk to be the pain point here in
B-
this series
B mid
against
push
100
nahi kar.
Thieves, and they've stopped it each time.
It'll have to be the test as well once 100 Thieves takes the attack side.
Yeah.
We'll boost you try to run that type of play here.
True.
That's been a pain point for G2's defense. That said, though, they still give so much respect to 100 Thieves' defense. They know the economy is very low, but look how long we wait towards the spawn. The minute mark is going to potentially be another drone. There we go. It looks out towards the A side.
Utility
Activates a Hunter's Fury, though. That's
भाई खेल रहा है भाई G2 उनके साथ खेल रहा है bro.
Just off the edge there, Valen taking some damage as he moves
Lanes
in and
कर
out
रहे
of
वो
the spike.
लोग.
Pretty scary spot. This is Jugamo has the same job as they did
Omen
the other
mara?
round when they worked over towards C and they took Boostio down. Valen did rather. So they're kind of rinsing and repeating with a slight variation to this play, and now they'll go A once again. Oh, Cryo with one, but again, the one and done. It seems like all 100 Thieves is able to
There
get
was a
here
freeing
against
best
G2.
player. I feel
Xander's 20
freeing, bro.
HP. Best thing he can get here is a weapon if he wins that against Leaf.
Clutch situations, Trent,
Stinger.
but I feel
Still good for one.
Best
Jordan
player
if he answers
is
back, and it's just going to be power and numbers here for G2, knowing where the defensive 100 Thieves is and that they can overrun the 3v2, the 4v3. They are just playing the numbers game right
members
now.
को खुश रखना पड़ता है वही हम गरीब नॉन members की
All of
chat
them
का
are so
reply
rich going into
करते हैं.
the last
मतलब
few rounds here of the half, including this one. There's only one left to go.
8-3 भाई
So
clean
trying to
जीत
go
रहे
for
ये तो.
some lurk plays, trying to find the information themselves
Syro?
in the drones
क्या हो
as
गया Syro?
they go for these hero
हेलो
lurks.
भावेक.
Allows G2 to have a successful
कितने
plan
मैचेस
towards
जीतने
the end.
G2 को और टोरंटो के लिए 2 मैचेस. ये मैच जीतेगा फिर नेक्स्ट मैच उनका EG के सामने होएगा, जो जीता वो क्वालिफाई।
was at the very beginning and the respect that they have for 100 Thieves. Not only did they go for that 1 minute drone up towards the A side, but you still always have this flash towards middle. So they could always find like that information towards that point. And 100 Thieves, they have no choice with this type of composition. Try to find that information, trying to gain some space. That's basically been the whole thing around for 100 Thieves when they started on Heat.
Theo man is 100% Trent and last season में Theo खेल रहा है, हाँ लेकिन Freeing
yes, he's able to get 1-2
अभी भी आया है और
he
has lot more to show.
They've ironed that out a little bit more in terms
improvement का जगह भी है.
Pulling back a little bit of the aggression, but still want to be fairly aggressive to take full control of a portion of the map. And G2's utility is just very good to find that at the mid-round.
5 rounds in a row now for G2, and it just seems
मेरा
seamless for them.
तेजस का एग्जाम में all the best बोलो, top करेगा वो.
Continue to lose the first one, and then
तेजस
not
भाई आप
convert
top
the
करोगे, tension
4v5.
मत
Who will do it again? Valen with another first blood, but he gets traded
Trent कब
out.
से खेल रहा है
And
पता है
now
क्या?
they even up the numbers a little sooner on the round. Will it be enough as the hit continues still towards A?
भाई
Cryo
Cyro
says
ult मार.
yes. EU rings true with another shot onto Jonah P here as they kill contract. Who's going to sign off on this one? And it is going to be Leaf. Cryo's not having a day inside that, but EU with 4 capitalizes on
याद आया
so
मेरा
100
CEO
Thieves
ने
get
बोला था
just
अगर
as many
कोई
rounds here in
डाटा
the first half.
साइंटिस्ट और पावर बाय डेवलपर देखे तो बताना कोई है
in that round, even if Leaf won that duel.
डेटा साइंटिस्ट में हूँ.
Popping right up. EU greets him and
मेरे पास डेटा है कौन लोग 7 दोस्त मेंबरशिप ले सकते हैं कौन लोग सुपर चैट कर सकते हैं
100 Thieves down 4-8 as we head to the second half. We'll be right back with that.
पावर बाय डेवलपर क्या होता है? पावर है मेरे में.
It's for you. Do you like it?
इग्नोर करो बस बग्स बाय.
Use your new door.
लिंक्डइन हूँ भाई मेरा चैट ही है क्या सब कुछ?
I said go.
गर्लफ्रेंड ढूंढ रहे, एम्प्लॉइज ढूंढ रहे, मेरा चैट भाई वन स्टॉप वो है क्या? मैं जाऊँ शार्क टैंक में?
Red Bull gives you wings.
मेरा बताओ काश दोस्त ले सकते हो लेकिन टाइम लगेगा.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
बग्स भाई प्लीज वापस ले ले अपने वर्ड्स एग्जाम में भाई प्लीज. अच्छा तू ही है क्या? तेजस भाई मेरे हिसाब से इतना अच्छा नहीं जाएगा तेरा एग्जाम. सॉरी मेरे को नहीं मालूम. साला एक मेंबर दूसरे के साथ स्कैम कर रहा है. एनीवन इन दिल्ली हु वांट्स टू वर्क इन द नाइट सिमरन पाजी सच्ची हाँ और एक जॉब का 179 नाइट मार्केट में काम करते हुए. सिमरन पाजी एक बार ऐसा करके रिबान के अंदर देखो ऐसा नाइट मार्केट में काम करके एक जॉब का 179 20 और डालना चाहिए. आप चले जाओ बंस भाई नाइट मार्केट में वॉच पार्टी कर. एक्सक्यूज मी.
But let's get into the second half and see how first map goes. It is 8-4
सच्ची
with
बताना
G2
आपने
in the
एमबीए
lead here.
मार्केटिंग
They
किया
pull
है
away Vance
एक
at
मिनट
the end
मेंबर
of
से
that
बेस
first
नहीं
half,
मैंने नहीं किया.
with 100 Thieves being able to put a little cherry on top to get themselves a 4th round before we switched over.
बंस भाई स्ट्रीम लैब्स का रिजल्ट डाल रहा है ये क्या है?
Usually on the piston round you see a paranoia that could be very good here for the side of 100 Thieves, but he's going for a double TP. This will now probably use just regular util, try to get a TP into sight and get some upper hand and maybe play within towards the end here for 100 Thieves.
ऐसे ही चैट में फन करेंगे.
The ghost out of garage. They're going to try to take that mid space right away, and it's 100 Thieves is going to have to push forward now. They realize they've lost what's behind. Yes, they do. They're going AC side with, like you said, the TP inside. Xander's high on the bookshelf, just on that left side.
फिर कॉइन टॉस होता है.
Give themselves protocol
फन टाइम पास.
They just know.
Oh, distraction, chaos. Crosshairs being broken, but really it's just the ankles of 100 Thieves as they try to get through. G2's tied their shoes together. And it's going to be another pistol round for G2.
अभी न्यू कॉल है बंक्स भाई, सारी इन्वेस्टमेंट खत्म हो गई है. गिल तुम्हें दे दो, एक मिनट से बचत पे आएगी. Love you यार, love you सिमरन पाजी.
Force them back with a spawn. Crossfire set up towards
Wish
the
you
A
all
site
the best
from the A site
for your
even.
new venture.
And when they go for the push, Garage back into the middle. They were so
बस
confident that there was no
नाइट मार्केट में ज़्यादा
immediately punished Xander into the B site.
वो मत कर देना.
Could not
क्रेट
get.
अपनी.
Nate, you like that play?
ठीक है, बिजनेस को बिजनेस जैसे करना, ठीक है.
I wish I had Jonah P whisper to me in my ear like that all the time.
Crazy. Playing the Jonah P way. And that's another pistol here for G2.
Stinger by
ये
though.
smoke
So back
अच्छा है
into the
ना,
pistol round,
normal
and
smoke
it didn't
से,
work before.
ceiling का
Hopefully this
smoke
time
से.
around with better weapons.
हाँ chat.
That's tough. I mean, that's what the
कोई
breach
नहीं
can do.
देख
You don't see
सकता.
that on 100 these sides, so they couldn't really stop the B plants, but you have a bit of util to
ना
start it off
ceiling
and
से देख
delay.
सकते हैं, ना
And
भी
they
back
again
side से
have to
देख
push
सकते हैं.
forward here. They want to get all this aggression. Relay bolt only stuns a few as G2 quickly
ना, ये
tear
अच्छा
down
है.
the stingers of 100 Thieves to make
Good
sure
morning,
they
good morning,
can
Aditya.
secure a second round. Oh, whip, whoop, util running, jumping, Jogamo.
अभी force किया था,
Gets the
अभी पैसा
drive-by,
भी नहीं
gets
है.
that one. He says, thank you, that's mine.
Force सिर्फ G2 कर
Great
सकता है मेरे
calls by
साथ.
Valen once again. This time
वो लोग
just
पूरा life
having
में
more
यही
players
practice
playing
किया.
passively towards the C side, a double up from the garage in the C link. And they're able to get a double kill with that, even if they got stunned by the relay build out from Asuna, who's been shut down this first map.
ये पहला मैप जी.
The whole first map, Asuna and Busio have been fairly quiet.
Nice, dude. Yeah. Wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Damn. Valen saying warm up the bus already. That's crazy. They are trying to get into the head of 100 Thieves right now and doing a pretty good job. 2 post plants to make sure they get second half here. And they're going to run with it. Now, when G2 got most of their pistols, 3 out of 6 in their match yesterday, they were not grabbing the bonus round. It became a big pain point for them.
This, though, now it's a perfect stack for G2 into Garage. They have a stun out and ready for Trent so they could stop the push, move it in.
That's 1 kill from Asuna. Oh, they're just looking at each other, taking Polaroids before the fight. It's going to be enough. The stinger clip isn't there, but the ghost isn't. Trent stays. He's going to dodge one, and he can't get it. Decisively 2 headshots. He thinks Xander, but he had the armor. And now he's got a sheriff and a bit of time to figure out where they can go. And it is 2v3.
Trent did his job.
Yeah,
now
he
the
did.
rest, it's up to here. Busio trying to go for a lurk info into the A site where all of Leaf utility is currently waiting. The wall is going to watch towards
तुम लोग पता है ट्रेंड ने इतना कैसे मारा? क्योंकि G2 का राउंड देखो कितना मिनट.
They're in a good spot now for G2.
समझ रहे हो?
Flash didn't actually get the ping though, so Busio has a window to be able to sneak in.
W.
Leaf playing the audio game here in hell.
हम गरीब लोग किसकी बेइज्जती नहीं कर सकते भाई. वाह. कौन सा गरीब नाइट मार्केट
And it
खोलता है भाई?
doesn't matter. Busio splits Leaf between the eyes with that sheriff shot. And now the 2v2 and alert to Valen on the
भाई
flank.
thank you for the 200 मेरी जान की रोटी.
Vans.
Nice विराट कोहली से मिला.
tight.
ओ भाई.
Low health.
विराट
Busio's
कोहली
going to go down right
से
away.
मिले.
Xander with just the stinger. Will he be able to
Body
close the
देखा है कि नहीं
distance on
snacks का?
one just so he can play towards the other?
बुलाओ क्या snacks
Sticks
को?
between
कांदान
them.
खरीद
I
लेगा.
mean, pushing towards
Hello?
one's going to put you further away on either play. And yeah, it's going to be too
11-4.
tough. Valen comes around the corner.
लग गए बे.
It was a little too
Night
tall of
market
a
नहीं कोई
task,
Binks
and that's going to be the bonus
भाई.
round going over to G2.
Boss party चल रहा है. बात समझो.
The fact that Trent stayed alive for so
Chat
long
पर तेरा chat ignore.
to switch out to the Ghost, win that fight against Cryo. First off with that one onto Asta, but look at that right here. Runs out of bullets, still gets this pick, and then dinks one before he falls while avoiding the Omen Paranoia.
Wrap it up. Wrap it up, Xander.
Just feeling smooth here on this map. Allows here for the last 2 players of G2 to easily convert the round back in their favor and continue to wrap it like a president as Valen calls it against 100 Thieves. It's 11-4 now, and the buy comes back though for the Thieves, thankfully at least because they have a plant.
You know, it's interesting. It seems like Jogamo and team have repaired a bit of a flaw he talked
Only
about
like
the previous
juice and
week.
snacks.
When they're just doing so well, they kind of let up a little bit.
इसके तो
They
गए
play
फिर
really good
पांच
under
trophy.
pressure.
RCB जीतेगा ना
So
इस
this
बार.
is one of the things now. 11-4, they can't be letting up, especially not in the playoffs, especially in an elimination game here.
भाई
Seems like they
considering
have
agent मेरे को
win
लगा था
on
वो
their
लोग
mind,
mid
and
push
that is
करेंगे
it.
रे defense में.
So far on the attack side, 100
बहुत
Thieves
पैसे
has to
खेल
keep
लिया यार.
guessing. You're pushing towards B. You're getting met by crossfires that are played very
It's एकदम
passively. This
crazy
time stacks
deadly
on the C
duelist
side on the
with
previous
shield
round
वाला
worked
जब
out
scene है
perfectly. But
थोड़ा
now in round number
aggressive
16, it's a
risk है तो
different
इसके
setup on
वाला
the defense.
खेलने
The push down force window that surprises them.
Quick trade though on that situation. It's going to speed things up as you see the
Ignore
rotations
full chat,
coming out
नहीं
from the
करता ignore.
defense. A little bit more forward to the site. Xander just on the other side, and he gets insta-smoked by Valen. What are these plays coming from the IGL here on the first map? Jogamo on the trade. All the members of G2 still doing what they need to make sure the site can be anchored, as just Boostio is alive now, looking where the lurk might be and where his next target could be for a successful shot. No, they're just toying with him now.
23 seconds left. I mean, you gotta say, I gotta commend Jogamo though at this point. There's a fast lane that comes up from Asuna, and then he peeks right in between before the quiet wall comes up. Finds the perfect timing, just knows that they're trying to work together to try to enter towards the A site, and just creates a mini gulag for him to win, fall back, and allows for the rest of the team to come in and help out.
Yeah, I wonder actually how hard it is to fake out Jogamo with neon
G2 को
plates,
jinx
right?
कर दो
The guy
बंस
is
भाई
the
काट
movement
करे
master.
जब वो लोग
committed
strong
to
है
this one though, so let's see what happens now. A 1v1 isolating towards the grass.
Ooh, tough actually almost got modeled there for a second. Pulls back in with the wide swing. He's gonna have a hot foot here, and they know where he's coming from. I'm gonna say, like, get a count on Trent's salvo kills here over the last few days. They're kind of ridiculous. A double thumbs up from Val. You know you're doing good. The chair has been uprighted, the monitor has been fixed, and we are locking in. If what 100 Thieves need to do is G2 are now on game point.
Do you think a Stinger is better option than Spectre? No.
That's the play we're talking about right there. It's
But
just
close
smart to
range
set up
run
you
and
for
gun
the,
Stinger is
for the
best.
side of 100 Thieves, try to move in the way that you wanted to towards the A side, because you have to expose yourself as well to have the correct fast lane and the wall behind it, so you can scale up.
The team's like, dude, just fist bump us, man. Come on. Valen is having so much fun. This man needs some proximity chat right now so the other team can hear him. That's what he's wishing for. Zix is going to try to get in the team's ear and figure out what they can do, reset them. It's been the one round at round 12 of last half that they were able to collect, and then G2 went back to their winning ways.
And they always have been in the second half. They've been 4-4 in terms of successes on retakes, being able to defuse the spike against 100 Thieves' plants. And you respect what Boostio tried to do in a 1 versus 3. Extra 300 credits across the board will allow here 100 Thieves to move backs against the wall, at least for the first map. But with rifles and utility. And they looked at the very beginning that Cryo just wanted to go for full shields with Vandal, but they are definitely focusing on utility overall. And that's what's really needed to try to stop G2 on the defense. Remember, we were talking about how they haven't really been tested.
ये like किधर करो बोलो like करने like करो chat.
Okay, like versus what that did for C9. So it just becomes, to me, one-dimensional for G2 to just be ready for these head-to-head fights.
Binks, hello,
not really
man.
anybody sneaking through behind defensive lines here for the side of 100 Thieves.
ये लोग all chat में लिख सकते हैं nothing hateful, nice shot
operator out here for Jogamo.
You can trigger vigor hateful message.
Flash play for Asuna, trying to distract over towards that A site.
एक ही बार ऐसा कटा है
Looking pretty well towards that right side of A, so this is a win for 100 Thieves if they
Top
can
song
get in
में
now.
आपका ORP है.
The walls towards B now to find information. That's going to pull a little bit of that rotate. But you see that nobody's really pushing towards the C side, so Jogmo's position with this off, he could maybe start walking down and be the backstabber into the hit of the C site.
That combo.
Shield तोड़ने के लिए ult मार
G2
दी
are
यार.
looking to close this one out already. They take down Cryo, so they're not going to have the ISO safety or
Pink
double
करके
tap coming
spam
into the
मारा ना
sites.
शायद.
B is still the idea. And they have to
Huh?
clear
Green
everything
लिया कि
on
नहीं,
their
नहीं?
sides if they want to do something different.
And G2 knows it's going to be a B hit. Look at those
Medicine 2-0
positions
G2
from both
bro.
Jogmo and Valen. It's confirmed. You have no choice now for 100 Thieves sides to commit to this.
Oh, that's EU stuck. Easy check. And another one. They're all actually set up for util here. The timing is very abrupt as G2 try to scream on through. One last one onto Boostio, who's still trying to get that lurk. The shot from Valen. Who else would it be? The IGL to find the lurk around the map. And G2 will swiftly take down 100 Thieves on Haven.
Masterclass from G2 on Haven. They kick things off in this series. Elimination now for 100 Thieves, and they only have one, maybe two if they're able to bring this over to the across the finish line for the second map
अभी
being
भी उधर देख के
split.
बात
But
कर रहा है.
overall, to focus on Haven, you're thinking that with the composition coming out from 100 Thieves' side,
अभी
it
भी
was
वो
them
देख
that
रहा है,
was gonna
बूस्टर किधर करके.
dictate the pace.
Yeah.
But it's been G2 all along.
G2 made the right
Are
adjustments from
you
that C9
interested
game.
in
We saw it
international
the
trip?
night
Contact
and
me,
day.
70%
I wouldn't
off.
say improvement
मजाक
just
से
changed.
कर,
They let none
इतने
of the
सारे
same
लोग हैं
things
ना जो
happen
लोग
there.
100%
Thieves were
sponsorship
really trying to
with
get a foothold.
business
We'll
class
see if
flight
that can
ticket,
happen as
with
we get
stay,
onto the second
with
map
Kana,
because
with
it is
juice,
going to be a tough
with
game overall, it looks like, for the side of the Thieves. We
घूमने का
are going to be stepping away, but
सब
up next,
sponsor
Zoe on the
कर रहे हैं,
analyst desk
लेकिन
will break
मैं
down
time नहीं
map
निकाल पा रहा.
number 1.
एक दिन जरूर 2-3 जगह जाने का, यूएस जाने का मेरे को कंफर्म, कनाडा जाने का मेरे को कंफर्म, और एक और सीक्रेट जगह है, उसका लिंक्स बाद में मिलेगा. ऐसा है ड्यूड, क्या सच्ची है भाई? Booster got taste of his own medicine. ऑस्ट्रेलिया में इतने नहीं है फैंस.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Yep. G2 एकलौता ऐसा टीम है जो नंबर 1 सीड होके अच्छा खेल रहा है. बाकी सब लोग चटक गए. बस भाई स्लो मोड कम करना. वेदांती जी का रिप्लाई लेट आ रहा है उसके वजह से. वेदांती जी जस्ट सेइंग. आज तक 100 गिफ्टेड नहीं दिया. मेरे साथ शर्म एल शेख चलोगे जून में फुल ट्रिप ऑन मी फॉर यू एंड पिकदी है. मतलब वो क्या है? मेरे फिलहाल ट्रिप से नहीं चाहिए. आई नीड टू वर्क आउट फॉर माय हाउस व्हेनेवर आई गेट इट. उसके बाद सब ट्रिप शुरू. व्हाट द फक, कैसा वर्षिक रहा है. हाँ कैसा वर्षिक रहा है. $1000 दी कैसे है. आदित्य थैंक यू फॉर द 7.99 ऑस्ट्रेलियन डॉलर्स मेरी जान के चौथे. बंद भाई गोल्ड में स्टॉक हो चुका है. एनी टिप्स भाई? वहां पे रहे कुछ टाइम तक गोल्ड का भाव बढ़ रहा है, समझ रहे हो? कुर्बानी याद नहीं रहती. टाइम हो गया, एक और बार हो जाओ कुर्बानी उसमें. रुक जाओ, थोड़ा ही है. 3 सिटी है, गरम करने तो मेरा दोस्त टीबोन जैसा मोटा हो गया है. क्या करूं यार. मोटा होना बुरी बात नहीं है जब तक दिल साफ है और मोटा होने से तेरे को प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. तेरे लाइफ में जितने लोग हैं उनको प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, तब तक कोई प्रॉब्लम है मतलब. और प्रॉब्लम तो मेरे जैसा जिम जाओ हर दिन.
Here, the coach of G2, Josh RT, running away with Haven. Something I want to ask you is about kind of the confidence we're seeing from these boys. We're seeing Valens standing up, talking smack. Took a little bit of time after the game to make sure that those boys on 100 Thieves heard what he was saying. Was this a conversation to like going confident? Where is this coming from?
We had a lot of tough talks yesterday after that loss, and I think it was a good wake-up call. And so basically I told Jake before, just like I'm expecting more. I want you to lead more. I want you to control the situations a lot more because we need it. We need a leader to step up, and one way for him to step up is literally step up and talk some crap. So like, yeah, I'm proud that he's starting this well. I hope we just keep going with this.
Best of luck.
Welcome back. I'm here with Mimi and Ender. Welcome back. I'm here with Mimi and Ender. That troll turf fall is out there. Actually, yeah. Okay. like, listen, we talked about this heading into this match. G2 wanted to make a statement, and that's exactly what they did. That was a dominant showing.
This is exactly how you want a map to go after you just lost your first series in VCT Americas. It was completely dominant from G2. And on top of that, even the rounds where it looked like 100 Thieves had a chance, Trent, he kept it going.
Trent is my GOAT. Trent is actually just playing on another level to anyone else in VCT right now. Like what he is doing in the clutch, especially on this round 2, right? G2 force up Stingers. He's in a 1-on-3 and plays it perfectly. Both snapping there to get the second player. Missiles comes out. Yeah, he's cringing it, but he knows exactly what's going to happen. The jumping right click is just chef's kiss.
And I love what we heard from Josh RT in that interview as well, talking about how he wanted to see more out of Val and him controlling this team. And I loved how vocal he was. He was getting up in Bucio's face. He was letting 100 Thieves know how this game was going.
But a big focus of ours coming into this match was the opening fights. 100 Thieves love to fight with this comp early in the game. G2 crushed 13 kills to 4 on the openers and then converting those rounds as well. I think G2 only failed to convert the 5v4 a single time, which just blew 100 Thieves out of the water.
Yeah, on the attack side, I think they did a really good job of slowing things down, waiting for any aggression from 100 Thieves, and consistently punishing that. Both Cryo and Asuna could not get anything going. You never saw those multi-kill takeover rounds that we were seeing the last time 100 Thieves played this map. G2 had a great game plan. They had great individual performances, and it's just the G2 we expect in a lower bracket.
Absolutely, 13-4. That's a tough one to shake off, so let's hear what 100 Thieves coach Zix has to say ahead of map 2.
Here for real for the very first time with Zix of 100 Thieves. We are going into Split, a map you haven't played, I believe, since the 4th of April. So what is the plan? It is their pick. They seem very confident. They stole your map pick. What are we doing?
We're feeling pretty confident still. I mean, to be honest, like the attack side, we had some pretty unlucky rounds, I'll say. I mean, there was a few, or no, it's defense, sorry, that we had unlucky rounds. There was a few like 1v3s and like rounds that we should have converted that we ended up not. And ultimately, I mean, I feel like they had a solid game plan against what we wanted to do, and they were kind of dominating us a bit on the macro game, but overall, you know, new map. Split is a map that, you know, a lot of people say that our comp is bad, but, you know, scrim results have always been good for us there. And yeah, I mean, we're still coming in confident no matter what.
Well, best luck, come out too. Your move, Zoe.
Well, thank you, Liz. Yeah, okay, listen, we're heading into Split. Yeah, they got dominated a little bit. A little bit. Just a tiny little bit. Now, of course, how is it going to go down on Split? We kind of know what to expect from both of these teams. Like, composition-wise, they kind of played the same thing here. We're going to see that Sage in action most likely, but is there hope? Is there hope for 100
I think it's going to be tough because this is one of my favorite maps to watch for G2. I think their attack side calling macro in particular is really incredible on this map. I love the way that they play around the refreshable utility. I think Jojimo looks great on the Yoru on this map. They have a ton of different ideas, and this is ultimately a playground for Valorant and IG.
I think the thing to watch out for G2 on their attacking side, playing up against the Sage. Cryo on that pick is almost always going to be playing up in B side heaven towards male. And if you put early like fight into that mid space, like you seize that territory, Cryo's very quick to pop the wall, and I think Valorant's going to try to bait that out a lot.
And if you look at the last game that we saw 100 Thieves playing Split, it was against MIBR. They lost there, and MIBR had a game plan almost exactly what you're talking about, Christy, where they were using Teo drone up mid, having Jet contacting up, ready to dash. They see Cryo, it's a stun, it's a dash, and they were either killing him or baiting out the wall almost every round. It was very, very effective.
Yeah, and the last time we saw G2 on this map was literally, well, yesterday. They got their revenge on Sentinels. They played them, I think it was the Kickoffs Grand Final or something like that.
Yeah, way back
where
when.
They lost way back when, like, what is time? But yeah, so we do have the recent tape on G2. Is there anything 100 Thieves could take away from that?
Not really. I mean, there's stuff there. I mean, G2 have played this map, and honestly, I think for them, it is a lot of like those slower rounds. Again, they like to sometimes take into ramp, cut back through mid, but it's hard to get a firm read on G2's attacking side in particular because so often it is going to be moving back into like lurkers in mid rounds, which is kind of applicable on all the maps they play.
Yeah, I said this going into Haven, and I feel like it's the same here again. I want 100 Thieves to do less like gambits at the start of rounds and more like mid-round re-clear plays, trying to catch the lurker of Leaf. He's going to be alone towards A ramp a lot, but he's also very good at picking and choosing the timings where he's going for those plays, so it's hard to punish him.
Well, the problem for 100 Thieves comp is that they just lack information. What they've got, like,
yeah, they don't have an information sentinel. They don't have like a sky like you use.
Because bye, thank you for the 2.99
It's not like you're just like, I mean, yeah, you have the drone, but it's not like you're just getting information for free with any of those util like you're talking about. They actually have to fight for the space and be guessing correctly.
Is there any possibility for 100 Thieves to change things up composition-wise?
No.
By wonder,
They played it yesterday. There has not been a lot of time. They just got to lock in, win it with this comp they've been playing, and keep their chance in stage 1 alive.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can get it done as we're heading into a quick break. And when we're back, we could potentially see the last map for 100
क्या सीन बंकी भाई क्या सीन 2-0 है बाइंड मैप रोटेशन में नहीं है बाद में आएगा भाई चैट तो मैं पढ़ता हूँ ना सारे नहीं तेरे वजह से 40 Mbps से 300 Mbps का रिचार्ज करवाया है बिन भाई इधर 44 डिग्रीज हो गया बाप रे मेरे चैट में स्टिक है G2 जीतेगा easily.
Will we go the distance? That is the question, but it also is up to 100 Thieves here as we get on to split vans. I think it's tough for them, but they've got to make the push now. We've got to see it happen.
Yeah, but I don't want to throw a stick in the wheel here and be a party pooper. But for 100 Thieves, if you're looking at their successes so far in this split, they've only beaten the teams that were seeded 4th or even lower in the regular season. So you're looking at victories against G2, victories against Loud, victories against EG and NRG in playoffs. But now you're playing against the #1 seed, and you just saw the results on the first map. You're going to split that hasn't had the best results so far. Despite you coming out with a huge surprise in the victory against Sentinels when you first came out with this composition. Things are not looking too good, and I'm hoping that Zix is not only confident but also with the team, saying that they still are comfortable with their game plan against G2 on this map.
I mean, 100 Thieves came in the other day saying we stayed up late, we watched those VODs, we tried to fix realistically what we could work on for the next day. And honestly, that's not going to work for every team, especially if they start bucking the trend that you figured out how to fix. If G2 is going to just play harder than that. So let's focus on 100 Thieves. Let's see what this defense does. G2 is going to be coming out very, very strong.
Congratulations
here,
and
as we
please
start
take
a
care
lot of focus towards the middle of the map for Thieves as G2 is creeping into B main.
Trent's been doing all of this fake towards middle first though. Salvos drone up towards the side of A so that you pull the rotate away from B. Xander's stuck alone inside the B site.
You got the safety, but how safe is it? The team drops in, they waterfall off the heaven to give each other the support that they need. This is exactly how you need to retaliate. Just Jogamo and Trent left alive, and the two that you would honestly want in this position.
Information on the third as Bustio dropped.
They're trying to create a crossfire between the backside of the column. That's one. It's going to be Trent now in the clutch. One right click. He could have it again. It's just going to be the flick. It's just going to be the flick. He jumps. He locks it. Cryo delivers the same medicine. He gets the clutch this time.
We just played Valorant 2020 again. Everybody jump, click,
right
click,
obviously हार गए आज expected था.
It's
Sad
Cryo
होने का
towards
यार.
the end.
Practice नहीं
Reloading
कर रहे हो.
just in time to win the 1v1 against Trent, who was about to go into another clutch round.
तभी होने का जब भी बहुत मेहनत किए दिन में स्क्रिम्स कर रहे हो रैंक पुश कर रहे हो सब कुछ कर रहे हो
under the momentum, under the sails of what 100 Thieves has
तो
in
सैड
terms
फील
of
करना
the
है ऐसा तो
fight
सैड
back in
फील
the
करना
second
है
map.
पागल हो गए
And it was much
करो रैंक
needed.
पुश करो कोई
You
ना
already
कोई
see
और
the
मिलेगा
heavy
अच्छा
investment
लगेगा
going to the second round. Already a phantom in the
Radiant
hands of
बनो
Cryo
मस्त
after those 3 kills.
सिंगापुर सर्वर
Sorry, G2 not going for buy because it didn't have the plant.
Bustio already starting to get out of his chair there. Trying to answer back at the Valen IGL jumps that we had from last game. Asuna with the stinger in mid. The Leaf lurk is down and crumbled.
इस बार कैसे फोर्स ने किया मुंबई सर्वर?
Yeah, this is should be a done deal in favor of 100 Thieves.
I don't crazy
so much
वैसे
in the
मास्टर
very
टोरंटो
beginning,
आपका उनका सीन याद हो तो ब्लीड वाला है बहुत सीन
Looking to be done towards G2
Done will
side.
grind a
A
lot
bit
for
of a
sure.
rotate.
Love
Give
you,
Jogmo
buddy.
a chance to fight a 1v1. see slowly, he's in the right angle for now. Xander's
तो
not
आप
looking
ट्राई
towards the
कर
right
दो तभी
angle.
पढ़ने का चैट. Love you for that.
A
Thank
little
you.
bit of miscommunication there. A fraction of a second off to get that nade to come back. And they will try to take mid. So nice little back and forth from G2, but they're not gaining too much space with everything that they're using. They have to stick together with just these classics. One for Cryo. Drops to safety to play his life. Already, you have the run over in now from Asuna to play safety from stairs.
You need this type of activation coming out from a player like Cryo. Somebody who on one half, on one map could just turn it in favor of 100 Thieves. And in this moment, we need him to activate so we can push the map to Pearl. And he does so with a nice little 3K of flawless for the side of 100 Thieves as well.
smell सा आ रहा है कि map
They
free
won't have
जाएगा.
to invest too much going into their bonus round. Maybe a little bit of utility because of the walls that they set up to prevent the push from G2 in the very beginning.
Love from Dallas.
Outside of that, they're still quite healthy
Shout
in
out
the,
दे
in
दो.
the armor department too.
अरे Dallas अच्छा.
This play, Asuna's like,
Siddhant Srinjoy bye. Shout
Get that
out to you
crossfire.
मेरी
Like,
जान
even
के
for that moment,
टोटे.
you can
Love
see
you.
how serious they are taking each and every frag that comes across their screen. We're into the weapons. I don't see any judges, no buckies for the mail room. Everything's going to be rifles and subs here.
कल मतलब आने वाला है आ गया है.
Push is very, very fast. Get the TP up here. You see Valen and
Gallus
Jogmo doing this quite a bit. They also have a mail room play just like this.
It's all an insert play so far. TP's trying to get players back to safety, but as it's not really being contested by 100 Thieves so far, G2 feels like they've
भाई तुम्हारा वो कौन
closed
सा
enough of that
foreign
gap
name
to
क्या
try to
है?
execute towards this A site.
I'm
EU
Sumi.
push down mid.
Call me
Look at
Sumi.
the access now that 100 Thieves knows they have, and they can just lock down towards this A side. Oh, and the spams come through.
Bro, जीत गया.
Easily done behind the guys of the smoke. And they haven't taken any damage on the side of 100 Thieves to set up a win for this bonus round.
VCT Mars's prediction Pierrick baby.
Good vision caught though. You saw how many people were at that A main position. The lurk's already starting to come around. Asuna drops Jogamo as G2 is trying to find a location that might give them another frag, a little bit of safety. Will they reset here? But they are being closed in from every angle. They don't even know.
यार, India is love.
Looking for the left side, that right peak. And again, this is the patience. They're actually waiting for G2 to activate a little bit before giving up anything. It's exactly what we saw Asuna doing here as Trent was pushing with just a classic last round here. Obviously a little more severe with the rifles in hand.
Just trying to wait out the clock for sure. They should be pitching in against G2. There it is. They already got all that information from that push down from EU that you mentioned at the beginning of the round. And as he gets to flank back towards the sewers, those last two players were pinned. It almost really seems also that the wall that Cryo was able to save going into heaven to drop that right at the entrance of the A-ramp
Good morning.
didn't really give a chance for G2 to activate into wreck control or split back into the A
भाई
site.
मजा आएगा third map तक
We
जाएगा
felt
तो.
like we lost a little bit.
कौन
We
out
hesitated
आएगा
a
वो
bit
एकदम वो
to
होएगा
what we
एकदम
could do in
fiery.
the mid round, and then you just get picked to the smoke
Fiery
and
match
trying to
होगा
walk back
fiery.
into main. So G2 looks like
ऐसे
they
भी नींद तो
realize
आए
that
नहीं
they
रहे,
have
उससे
to
तो
be a
third
little
map
bit
ही
more
देख ले.
proactive, a little bit more quick, trying to bait out this wall.
Good morning, Devashish.
From Cryo, so they could actually play the mid round like they are known to be able to do.
You may not know it yet, because it seems like a bit of a quiet half, but Cryo is 9-0 on the scoreboard. Already has the res to bring up here, and he's going to get challenged towards heaven. He's 10-0 as he gets finally taken down by the dog. Still shots towards heaven. Whoa, Leaf just kind of hopped in there sideways without any protection for a moment. They're going to lose him as Jogamo has to do a little bit of repair on that play. Once again, he's very close to getting another kill, but Asuna just drives the barrel right through Jogamo as Trent falls as well. They look for Jonah P. 2 bullets left. He's going to have a tough win on this as Asuna and team blood in the water, and they chase down Jonah P. for a 4th round.
Nice little shutdown coming out here from 100 Thieves with the push up towards
kill
heaven.
yeah.
But again, you look at that round where Xander was kind of left on an island towards his
मैं वैसे लूँगा if it's 2-1, I think 2-1, 100 Thieves.
Maybe a utility that allowed here Xander to just stay out in the open
फिर
for a
इसके
bit.
बाद booster खड़ा होने वाला है.
But there was definitely two players from G2 towards Steppy Main.
Promise you.
है, aura है.
Mind meld there between Zix and
What's your sleep schedule?
So we are going to get that time out coming through. G2, they did not feel this 100 Thieves pressure as much coming out of Ascent. It was a back and forth, and then G2 ran away with the round. So now it's their turn to try and solve what's going on here. Not really being able to get into the sites in any capacity, to be honest. If we're looking at how the rounds have gone down, it's all just four kill rounds there on the scoreboard that 100 Thieves has had to get through.
Although it's more than 0 for 100 Thieves,
an important swing round for both of them. Because you know now that with the dimensional drift, you're trying to play around Jonah P's fault line so that Jogimo can get some value under this ult. Then it comes down to 100 Thieves. Can you read where the hit will be coming from? Because you have a showstopper that could get shot behind the dimensional drift and get a lot of value.
Excuse me.
You know, again, we mentioned that
आप
matchup
Radiant
against
कब
that
जा रहे हो
open state
दोबारा?
when you're trying to push
पता
forward
नहीं.
with the
कल
wailing.
rank push करेंगे थोड़ा.
And this could be very similar stories.
Let's try to get back in mode 3
now that
first.
Jogimo has his dimensional drift. So far, though, the showstopper is far away from the danger
So
of
Rajit,
G2.
bye. Good morning.
G2 instead playing very slowly in this round.
A smoke thrown just on Mail to make them think mid's being played for a moment here. And yeah, you're right on the dimensional drift. It's going to start accessing the site as drone goes down towards the bottom. There's two on screens, just straight up peeking a lobby. All right, into the site. That firing just to the left and right, drawing a perfect picture of Jogimo on the wall, apparently.
But here's the res from Cryo, and that's going to be on Asuna.
Can they protect it?
Showstopper's back.
Oh, the answer is no to that question. Jogimo's looking beautiful on this round. Possible ace in his eyes. You can find two more. Trent should get the side of Xander here. That's a quick shot, and they are just all over. And too much of that for 100 Thieves to even process where they could be.
Big round there for Jogimo. Indeed, you just mentioned that double swing coming out from screens. Somehow still punish Leaf.
Yeah.
Maybe the smoke was a little bit too late, or they just ran out the smoke for the side of 100 Thieves. And that could have been something that, again, could have snowballed here for the side of 100 Thieves on their defensive side. But thankfully, Jogimo's the hero
देखा
playing
जाए,
all of that.
अगर वहाँ पे Jogimo मर जाता 3v5 पर वाला मरता तो भी रेस्ट होता था और ये round 100 Thieves.
Look what that does, though. You leave up to 33 HP, and Jogimo continues to wreak havoc because he is already positioned within your team to make that mess.
Showstopper still available, though, for 100 Thieves. G2 going with the same
16 degrees heat wave here, शर्म आता है.
The difference, though, is that they have the Yoru in the B site instead. So you're trying to do the similar protocols, but potentially here it's going to be Jogimo trying to find an opening into this B site versus Xander.
He's going to go forward a bit. We just saw the gate crash behind him. This play over towards A is still trying to tempt this util out, and they do get the drone from EU there with the wall going up and down. So successful so far. Drone stopped in mid as well. Nope. Little parkour from the drone, and it makes it over the wall.
What the fuck?
But that wall and that drone doesn't really give a chance for Jogimo to find a timing to isolate a 1v1, because that pushes Cryo away, so they're already setting up a crossfire towards B main. G2 just has to reset and play the mid round, waiting for the salvos to come back up, potentially use the Armageddon.
100 Thieves are so much more proactive here than they were on Haven. Pushing those sides to take the fights a little earlier. Cryo's in such a scary spot, but they're trying to push in here with the other side of Asuna getting caught up on the rope for a moment, and they both get taken down. As the smoke goes down, so do they. EU, another one where they drop in without a protection for each other, and he takes advantage of it. Almost another one, but a little too high on Valen there as he tries to readjust, and Boostio back on that rotation simulator here for the round.
It was a nice try still, though. It looked like they were hinting a bit there for 100 Thieves, but Boostio was always a support with the fault line all the way from the A site to potentially get the stun into Vince, into Mail, and get value out of the showstopper. But when they ran outside of that smoke for Cryo, greeted by 3 players of G2,
बोला था जीतेंगे 100 Thieves अभी भी जीतेगा.
EU के पास ult है. So much damage.
The trade.
EU के पास ult है, Booster के पास ult आने वाला है.
These two
ult rotations
pretty
अच्छा
similar
है
to the previous rounds as well, but I think we're now fans getting that G2 kind of second hit. They'll take the first amount of util, they slow the round down, and then we get that re-hit.
दो बंदे mid पे मारे.
Slower.
Very unlikely कि दो बचे वो B side पे.
100 Thieves losing the last 2 rounds here, they are
You guys see me run out of mouse pads?
Well, even though losing these rounds, you still have high energy coming out from the camp of 100 Thieves. But I just wanted to mention, it looked like in these scenarios where it's impossible for 100 Thieves, they still ran out to try to do some econ damage against G2 because they had a lot of money to work with. 4 rounds in a row. But this time, finally, this could potentially be their last buy until they might have to go for a half buy in the next. The good news is that they wasted out a lot of that util out of G2 in terms of the ults, and they have their own Armageddon to swing back in their favor if they can.
A little bit more focus for 100 Thieves on that vent so they can rotate back and forth. G2's been so quick on these instances. Talking about quick. Boostio stepping up to take down Leaf on that lurk. And now it looks like they may try to activate something mid here with Jogamo as they clear out a little bit more space to force a fight. Oh my gosh. Quite a bit of util for one, but it is space gained. They don't realize that Jogamo is going to be timed on this right after that util exploded. He takes that space.
If they spam this wall, Armageddon could be used out now on the defensive side from EU. Star 2 on top of that. And Jogamo loses that fight to Asuna. The Hail Mary now to split into the B site.
Penny play. The draw right in front of B main stops G2 from getting in. Xander's ready for that play as well off of his own stars. And almost a shot. Trent's though very ready here as him and Jonah are looking to both get this peak up top. Nice delay coming in. Just a few seconds to get the spike plant down. They are going to be able to get this, but it has to stick now.
Jonah has Rolling Thunder now on a 2v1 for G2.
Ooh, Trent on the one taps is able to close that round down and get another orb for himself. As G2 now take 3 rounds in a row after their timeout.
The cleanest of shots coming out from Jonah P as well. And the patience out from Trent. The fake plant to bait out the push down towards orange.
And that's the 4v5 conversion too. Boostio took out Leaf to start. And they find a way through.
Insane. That has to be something that hurts the morale. Asuna very loud, very vocal in the very beginning when they were leading 4-0. Shut down by the man disadvantage coming out from G2 that they converted on their side.
Yeah.
And that forces a timeout of the 100 Thieves. I mean, you're looking at potentially some sort of a scrappy buy in the next round. You mentioned these half buys that they had.
मैं ग्रुप में हूँ. Last third message मेरा ही है.
Of this map.
ठीक है.
What is side of the Thieves?
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो?
Those ultimates are still available
map
for
free
EG when he got punished here towards the top of the B heaven. Couldn't use it.
Technically, जो 3 round G2 जीते उसके बाद 2 round 100 Thieves.
Something that you could leverage in this lure buy that you have, trying to go for some sort of a trap play. And they've done these type of plays before with Armageddons into B main, Armageddons down or up towards middle, so that Asuna could try to get some value here with the paint shells and the satchel, the aggression that could come out.
Yeah.
Look at this.
और बाई देखो ये लोग का
here from
उसके वजह से
the Thieves on this left side. It's that fault line slow orb satchel once again, and G2 reads into it. They've avoided most of the players on that right side of the map.
So then we have to look for Xander to play his life in any situation, right? He'll have the info, and that's going to activate G2 to go to that right side. Xander's going to be deep in sight from the shadows is stopped. Valen goes back. He's actually got 11 HP in the situation after the early fight and the nades that came through before he got out, I think, from the shadows there. And now they're kind of pinned in here today. 100 Thieves have made a very fast rotation, but Asuna was not ready for jog in mid. Coming through, G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder. And Xander answers back though. They've been able to collect a few. He is still pinched in this position. Valen just limping to the left, trying to draw the fight. He knows it's there. The jump to stay alive as Leaf makes himself known in that fight, and 4 in a row now, even after the 100 Thieves timeout to push to play a protocol on B main. It's not enough to get through G2.
For G2 to stay so calm in the face of adversity was so nice to watch. That first trap play coming out towards B main is a, hey, we've seen this already.
My bad on the old guys, but I might have kissed the guy.
Good comms.
And that's probably Josh wondering, wait, when did we ult there? But nonetheless, that type of play coming out from 100 Thieves has
That's my comms right there.
About on Reddit from everybody and their mother. So it was so easy for G2 to read, to work back towards the A site, pull the rotates, and stay still, and force 100 Thieves into their crosshair. And now, finally, in round number 9, 100 Thieves' economy is in shambles. Sheriffs across, Stingers, trying to go for a trap play behind this drone, and it spots nobody.
Oh, he had the shorty when he hopped up there, thinking the hell from Jonah P was in. So just tiny mistakes being tagged on by 100 Thieves, but I think G2 is still in a pretty good position here with the weaponry. Rolling Thunder? Just past EU, they're able to get through this one. No, it actually hits! He was stunned too! Oh no! Fumbled a little bit on this one. Trent now within the smokes, easily able to take down Boostio, and yes, they went for it, fans.
It hit a few, but the clone being thrown by Jogging with a TP away just allows Trent to just reset a bit, set the crosshair in, go for that kill. Xander now tests it towards the B site, but now 2 players inching in.
Doesn't know the TP came through. It's just how quick G2 are moving, and they're doing it so different. The last time we saw them play split, we were seeing a lot of these mid plays where you'd get Jonah P after shocking Malroom, and Jogamo and Valen would appear in Malroom almost underneath the aftershock. Sage there. G2 have flipped the way that they're doing this. Yes, they still have Leaf lurking, but they are finding some creative ways to get through these rounds. Okay. Okay. That's going to be a tough one to get through. And they are just pushing now. Smiles on their face. G2 know they have control after 5 straight rounds.
And also using the Rolling Thunder on the side of the attack on the pulse plan, but you're still kind of even in the ult economy for both G2 and 100 Thieves. Both teams still have the Armageddon to work with, but yes, it looked questionable when they were using the Rolling Thunder on the defensive side. I feel that they wanted to keep Osno alive in order to utilize those 2 ults because you still had EU on that side.
Yeah.
It just came down to how much information that you gathered. They did spot, they got the first kill, but they didn't react to continue with more ults. Thinking that G2 was already pulling away after that first fight, but we'll hold that thought. G2's already moving aggressively towards the safe site.
Armageddon Boostio doesn't have very much more to stand in right now. That is a safe spot as Asuna takes down Jog. Still a lot of chaos in sight as they fire through the smokes, but you can see all the members still towards A main now. It's only Jog that's been lost and Asuna.
Last player पर 2v1 था ना, risk नहीं लेना था.
Full P? That slows behind them. Oh, the timing. It just seems like G2 has all the timing on this split matchup so far. Boostio! Boostio with 3!
Oh, मेरा हो गया भाई. Spray ever.
Stands up right away. And it looked like it was G2 once again about to shut down 100 Thieves until the IGL comes in. And he takes G2 for a walk.
That's slow. He was pushing through. It's just one of those, just give me the moment, give me the moment. And you give Boostio the moment, and he finds it. Also almost rips out his in-ears when he stands up too. Yep. All right, and a tech pot. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
We kill 5-5.
Boy, spray transfer था ना?
Split across the site here for G2. Both initiators trying to sell a fake potentially now with the drone coming out after the fault line. And now 3 players on this left side walking up. Xander's just playing the off angle. His gun's sticking out down to 35 HP. They can punish him right now.
They know where he's been. Each time he plays behind his columns, he doesn't have enough time to get out. And he's just going to get faked out on this one. Leaf with the squad this time, so they're flipping the way that they're lurking on this map. Or on this round, I should say.
Casual reaction,
when they had an opportunity to punish Xander. Also, the lurk coming through from Jonah towards middle saw. Oh no.
Oh shit. Bhai, udhar 3 bande
all
mar
of this
gaye.
happening off camera, but I was going to mention that you have the showstopper that was spotted crossing over into middle, so they avoided that spot. Waited down towards mid and somehow got all the punishes onto 100 Thieves walking out. This should be a guaranteed round unless Xander goes nuclear.
Yeah, can he have a moment again? Stunned up. Oh, the shot just to the right of Jogamo as they beautifully play off that util. Now it's Boostio again. Like you said, been playing the fault lines from across the map. Isn't necessarily there for the trade as we're positioned. And G2 grab another
पैसा नहीं
round
है
as they
bro 4-0 थे
scream through these, only
4-0
with 100 Thieves round in there.
ओह
Stopping this
करके
streak. Crazy stuff so far. Oh my gosh.
कोई रिकॉर्ड किया कि नहीं
Boost
करके
right? Everybody's getting a little bit of that limelight, a little bit of that transfer power here today.
Just try to slow
Second
slow
red,
orb
G2.
into the ground and triple swing, and they got punished by the long range distance from G2.
अगर 100 Thieves ये राउंड जीता मेरे सबसे
Now
जीत
last
गया
round of the half.
6-6 is not bad.
3 stingers on the side of 100
Attacking map
Thieves,
है
and
100 Thieves के लिए
just info gathering coming out from G2. Little spot, one player inside vents. And they definitely saw the wall on middle, so a similar 2-1-2 setup coming out for the defense.
Nice
but
price.
Cryo
मिलता
still
तो
wins that
मजा आ
fight against
जाता
Dragamo.
Cryo's been playing amazing this half, shutting down everything he needs to, getting one basically in the situations, honestly, and it has been huge.
भाई वो लोग को पता नहीं है वेंट में कोई घुसा है क्या रैंप में कोई
Another
घुसा है
fight.
क्या
He's
करके
actually backed off all the way. Asuna might get the check in though. No step.
And it's a good spot that you mentioned. This hasn't really been checked or played at all by 100 Thieves. But now, as they lose B Heaven with Asuna falling, Cryo is going to be out in the open if G2 commits towards his B site.
They're wondering if they should rotate. Here comes EU now, trying to get himself
W.
over Cryo with another one.
लॉल प्लांट हो रहा है
Oh, nice pit.
Oh,
30 seconds left. Spike
perfectly played. Oh, Jonah B still trades the shot, but it's enough for the teamwork as Leaf locks that one down. The 2v1 here as Leaf searches around. His smoke's about to go out. The jig is up. Oh, they stay hiding.
Oh shit.
That's beautiful. Boostio jumps around the corner with Xander. They get the kill. They get the 6-6 first half, and honestly, on a broken by round, well, they're able to tie it up versus G2 here. What a start to split.
I think that ult coming out from the side of Xander kind of threw G2 for a loop. It's like, wait,
Decide
this is easy for us to
करते
find
हैं
within.
अटैक
And then
कौन
he tried to
करेगा
push
डिफेंस
towards
कौन
that
करेगा
spawn, and
बेसिकली
got
अगर
caught off guard with
मैंने
Trent
मैप
overcommitted towards
पिक
that
किया
spawn.
कि मेरे को ये मैप खेलना है तो सामने
Beautiful
वाला
regroup
साइड
back
डिसाइड
from 100 Thieves to clutch
फिर
that
सामने वाला
round
जब
and tie
मैप
up the game
पिक
and try to
करेगा
stay
तो मैं
alive in this
साइड
series
डिसाइड करूंगा
as we're still
I'm
playing
in there for the
for
boys every
elimination
round this game.
or
Outside the elbow
continuation to
flood round,
Toronto.
bro. I'm
Yeah, 100 Thieves need to keep it going if they want to bring us to a third map. Otherwise, G2 run away with the series. We'll be right back for the second half.
लिफ्ट हैंड की छड़ा कि उसका पोजीशन कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो गया था ना अगर दोनों उधर रहते तो टफ होता उसको निकालने राउंड और इसमें आपको 100 Thieves पिक करने वाला था कंसीडरिंग को 2 राउंड प्रो हुआ है और 8-4 होता था और शायद उसमें एक राउंड और इक्वल रहता था और 9-3 हो सकता था पॉसिबली अच्छा तो खेला 100 Thieves बट G2 कुछ क्रेजी खेला भाई 4v5 बहुत क्रेजी खेला होगा जो इसमें हारा वो टूर्नामेंट से एलिमिनेट होगा आज यस Are you ready for split 1 compared to kickoff? You mean split 2? अभी ये बोल रहे तो टोरंटो वाला बोल रहा है या आने वाला
We flip the sides.
One by the best
See if 100
and
Thieves can
underrated
flip
streamer
the
Bay,
script.
love you Bay.
Can they
Binks,
now
why
attack
aren't you
against
active on
G2 and
Insta
bring
much?
us
वैसे तो
all
नील
the way to the
NHK
decider
फिर
of Pearl?
भी यार मेरे से
Is
नहीं
the
होता
question. Now it's going
कंटेंट
to be that
बनाना और
Sage on attack.
सोचना
Right? The 100
वो
Thieves
सब नहीं
composition
होता
that loves to
इसलिए तो
bring
मेरा
it in,
इंस्टा
has
ग्रो
for
भी नहीं
quite
हो
some time
रहा
too.
रील्स
See how they utilize it.
मेरा
Just
जो भी है
unfortunately, it's been
रॉ
difficult for 100 Thieves on the attack side.
जो
with
लोग
this
प्यार करते हैं वो
composition.
लोग
Most of
फॉलो
their
कर रहे
success
हैं
has
जो
been
लोग
on the
प्यार करते हैं वो
defense,
लोग
so they have
सब्सक्राइब
6
करते हैं
rounds for G2.
ज़्यादा सेंटी होते हैं वो लोग
They're in a
सुपर
good
चैट
spot
करते हैं
now to close this series in 2 and move forward and eliminate 100 Thieves.
आज
Side of 100
मैच हुई
Thieves is,
विशी
yeah, you have to
Okay.
figure out something, and as soon as we get into the server, you'll see that all 5 of them are grouped up. They just want to brute force their way
हम
into
भी
the
जो है
B side.
कंटिन्यूएट करेंगे जी क्या मैं भी
Alright.
यार ये स्टेज 1 जीत
They're going to
सकती
find
है
Valen.
क्या
They're going to find a
honestly
smoke,
बता
a paranoia, and possibly a bit of a drop in here from Lee.
honestly नहीं
But we expect Asuna to be first, back of the site.
No.
Second guessing, the fault line comes across perfectly as Valen actually is going to have a spot to hide for the moment. As it's going to be a full new box side here from 100 Thieves. They try to come around, salvos would cook whoever is in that spot. And I'd say Valen doing a great job at staying alive, preventing that spike from going down so far. And now 100 Thieves, just a single man up.
Spike planted.
Details there, that's necessary. Oh, he times it perfectly. Faded into the smoke that was going to fall. And now it's Trent. Is this too much to ask? As both members, all three I should say, of 100 Thieves are staying hidden until the last moment. Asuna gets that one. Gets a few points towards the alt as that goes across the team, but 100 Thieves get pistol, and they start off with a very necessary round.
I love that it was anticipated that Valen was going to throw that paranoid down into B main. So when they scale into the site, all they want to do is just run fully blooded and just hug the wall as much as possible and just fight towards orange. You know somebody's going to swing back towards heaven. You now are able to have a triple.
Good morning, Bansha. Good morning.
To fight back towards the heavens against the pick.
टूर्नामेंट पॉइंट्स बेस्ड होता है, विन बेस्ड और ट्रॉफी मिलती है
and the anti bonus
और विन बेस्ड पॉइंट्स मिलता है और वो पॉइंट्स से
Staying
चैंस
as a group one more time but not satcheling up, just following behind the drone.
So it's win बेस्ड.
So that Asta could save his satchels to potentially get into the site from heaven. Just depends what happens now if they want to scale into the site, but G2 have a decent read, a stack towards this heaven.
Ooh. They got a smoke behind them too, so they can start to push up a little bit here and be dangerous. Looks like Jog actually got out of that situation after going very low from a spam, so they have to stop. And now it falls apart as Heaven Control is there for 100 Thieves. The shorty does not connect. Valen looks to toy here with Cryo, but it's only going to last so long as they continue to wipe out the rest of the members of G2. Just a stiff win to
पूरा
take out
टाइम ये
Jog
लाइव बाजू में खोल के कोडिंग कर रहा था. Love you, Abdul bhai.
2 rounds that are very much needed here on the side of
someone important Binks.
100 Thieves.
रुतराज भाई आप कितने साल के by the way?
Nice little wall you see. That was being placed up by Cryo. It goes through it. It covers up towards the vents. You don't have to be out in the open to place it down. Could have been tough though, because it also funneled all of 100 Thieves into the A heavens, and if the utility was actually
मेरा chat तो नहीं पढ़ा.
playing this double initiator from Trent into a B, it could do a lot of damage. But thankfully, it wasn't the case. G2 falls down, goes into a rifle round with the focus to stall the A side if there is going to be some pressure, and indeed there will be. A lot of 100 Thieves are getting ready to go for
मैं 20 साल का हूँ. Love you यार
into the
भाई.
entrance of A main.
With fainting some mid stars too as well.
Every defense map है G2 जीतेगा.
Push up. They have some options on this. A great fault line actually hitting 3. Does Asuna know that he's alone in this situation? And that's going to change the entire dynamic of this play. The comms weren't there that they could follow. The disruption, yes.
Less than you.
Really great retaliation by G2 and understanding what was happening.
And you already have a teammate back from Dogimo, so he's going to be back with the team to stack up towards this B site. You've walled up to funnel yourselves back into B. And even if you walk up, it's red. It's understood here. Leaf is just waiting with the snake bite to throw up on the B heaven.
Sees one, and there it is, completely denied unless they want to go over the garbage pail there. Not going to happen.
मुझे जानना है हर बात पैसा कल ही मुझे क्यों आ रहा है.
Get some salvos in if he wants to from this location. They have so many ways to affect the map from their positions, and they're even starting to lean over more as G2 have a full read. But it doesn't matter. The shots are what counts, and 100 Thieves come up with 3 very fast kills.
निकाल लिया भाई. 20 साल का.
Read by Xander. 2 players left, committing to it for now.
Just toying with them.
Last player standing.
मतलब मैं गाली दे सकता हूँ.
Trent again.
हाथी
Trying
पसंद
to
है.
get a 1v3. I gotta say, 100 Thieves are doing a good job now on these rounds of making sure they're not playing too dangerous and only pushing themselves as far as they need to. The overheating is not there, which is very good to see.
Just very nice repositioning from Xander as well. Although G2 looks like they had the upper hand in the very beginning by dropping Austin outside the site. Another one of those moments where it just stop and go. It's very similar to what G2 was doing on their attack side when, you know, you're forcing your opponents to run up against you. As they thought they had enough stall here for G2 side right on the top of B heaven. Xander just waits for the
Genji
smoke
अब लड़ती हो.
They run into his crosshair, even with the Bulldog in a bonus round, converted on the side of 100 Thieves, and this is probably what Zix was mentioning before. It didn't look like it was the best of times for them on the defensive end, but on the attack, they're definitely looking a little bit more drilled and comfortable here to react to how G2 early TP's stacks plays passively.
It's so clean when we slow down like this. This round was legit perfect. Like actually, like prime 100 Thieves perfect.
Aura है. Last time ऐसा बात किया था 5 round continuous हारे थे.
Vans. If we look at how the halves have started, 100 Thieves have won both pistols, right? And then they've got to the bonus round, and they won a fourth one. So 4 rounds at the beginning of first half, and now 3 rounds at the beginning of second half. That's 7. They only have 9 though. They have to win past this. They have to hit the momentum. They can't just thread in a few rounds here and there, because that's when G2 starts to bite back hard.
So it's going to depend on what is talked about from Josh RT with G2 so far.
Bye Bunks bro.
Just mentioned it, or stop and go. Let them
मेरा मैसेज इतना मिस कैसे करता वो रेटेड मेंबर लव यू पार्थ भाई लव यू
You saw the reaction from G2. Even though they had stacks, they still played very
यस भाई आते ये सब करने लग गए.
Commitment from 100 Thieves comes out and they want to play the flood retake. So then for 100
यस भाई as a SHL fan आपने मेरा स्ट्रीम सिर्फ 1 घंटा देखा है. How does it feel? मेरा माइक आपके मुंह में. How does it feel?
plan to not allow G2 to come back into the sights.
बंग भाई सब क्यों नहीं बढ़ रहे? मैं बोलता भी नहीं हूँ
सब्सक्राइब करो. To stay quiet from G2's side until
2 million के नजदीक हूँ मैं.
Thieves is crossing their path within arm's reach here. Yeah, Jogamo, he's ready for a quick shot and a gate crash.
Oh, चिंतन भोसले.
Avoids
Radiant से इज्जत से बात करे.
So it's not too bad.
Yeah. Trying to read that.
You're
absolutely correct, and he is going to have to get flashed out of that situation. No damage really taken though for him. Nice. Methodical take from 100 Thieves. They're getting the space they want here. There's that wall you were talking about before. Safely placed. Hidden from Jonah P. actually gets the stinger frag to start.
That's a first huge kill, and if you're looking on the side of G2, they have a here rifle on the side of Trent. And with this wall up towards heaven again, it's back into the scenario where 100 Thieves have to fight for heaven, or also have to get into the A site unless they wait for the wall to break.
You will not kill my ally.
Oh, it was perfect. Gets out just in time. Nicely done. His EU knows that Jogamo is going to be trying to come around. Do they go through their own wall? I want to see it. Just destroy the wall and run B. They're gonna waterfall into sight, and it could be a problem. Trent starts them off right. But Xander answers. They're trying to creep up so they can get the double swing out of smoke, but it's not gonna be enough. I think they were right. Xander said it. We take it a little slower, we'll be good. Or sorry, EU said it, to take it a little slower, and it worked out.
बस भाई यूजुअल म्यूजिक टेस्ट क्या है एवरीडे वाला सावे भाई आज तक मैंने म्यूजिक को टेस्ट नहीं किया
hey let's fight 3 2 1 swing fight
but I like slow good music
slow it down you see it on the side of G2
soothing songs
they have the protocol to try to swing back in their favor too or swing back through the smoke at screens when Valorant and Trent are trying to come
that's a very cool name Savio and Reeve
we'll follow back with the action though there's a trap play happening towards B
खास दोस्त membership लोगे तो ज़्यादा cool भी दिखोगे क्या बोलते हैं
and 100 Thieves this is all a bait keeping Asuna with the
पहले मैप G2 जीता ना हाँ ये third map 100 का जाएगा
force out that utility from G2
clean खेल रहा
all of them were staying back
no mistakes nothing एक साथ खेल रहा है ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा आउट कर दिया
3 rounds away all the trade back from Asa
अच्छा था
that's going to be the ultimate for him as well Cosmic Divide is there would you know it they feel good about moving around the map on this one they're going to have the right side but now they find out that Jogamo has an operator
that's a real
for the first
other
time
name too
on the
bhai
round.
that's a good name
we'll see what kind of damage he can put down with that
मतलब रियल नेम बोलता तो भी मैं समझ जाता रियल आधार नेम मतलब रियल नेम ऐसा
it'll get droned out
very real name
you mentioned last round
easy kill
they went down low with it he takes that window
4v4
actually opens up Cryo with the operator on it Cosmic Divide
good morning Tanish
here on how he wants to get the peek in so he's gonna have to wait but he still kneecaps EU to take him down the post plan's gone for 100 Thieves the pre-plan's gone as the spike just goes down they don't have much more to work with oh, Boostio answers on the leave. This is crazy! Jogamo with a quick scope onto Xander. No scope, honestly. Trent gets one down as well. And that is one that would absolutely bring the momentum up and scary for 100 Thieves to be losing the bonus.
तो अलग दिखता है क्या अलग एक feel
That's
आता
just a little bit of a missed time for 100 Thieves with the drone coming
Aura
out
feel
towards
आता
main instead of heaven. It was an easy pick coming out.
क्या बात है आज माथा चमक रहा है बहुत सही
You already see it.
भाई
The
क्या
first jiggle
दिया
out
ना
from Bio,
noscope?
a re-swing to get the kill onto EU so that EU cannot play the salvos in the pulse plant. He on top of that gets the
noscope दिया ना
This time no accident. Gets all that info. And the no scope onto Xander was huge.
कौन बोला वो क्विक
Man,
स्कोप
him
कास्टर
maniated
इतना जल्दी
there.
कैसे
What's
करेगा
up with
क्विक
the no
स्कोप
scopes? Give us more anyways.
भाई
Round
क्रिस्टी ना
18 as we get in.
3 मई को अच्छा मैच है आसपास वर्सेस
They
जक्कन
actually
फेस
just
ऑफ
drone
दोनों हॉट
out.
फॉर्म में
A little
है
bit of patience here still on the side of 100 Thieves as they're trying to read what's going on.
Aura
Just
आसपास
get an
करे
insert into mid.
I didn't even realize that Austin actually used a showstopper in that previous round. So when he was jumping towards
ये
main,
ट्रेंड
pick
में
up the
वन
ult
एंड
and
डन
get the kill
स्पॉट
onto
में
Jonah
क्यों है
P. Looks like they did try to gain some space around that on the A side hit, and they don't have it to use it this time around. But thankfully, they have the Rolling Thunder, so all of them grouped up one more time. But Johnny still in a prime spot.
ट्रेंड में पीछे जाओ
In a position to watch towards vents first, and now with the util coming through, will definitely assist Trent to hold up the A site.
Who knows he's going to be there? Oh, there's two. One in discipline and one behind the wall. They just don't expect it. Jumbo somehow gets two with the operator from that position as they are taking down 3 members altogether here. 100 Thieves are still moving quick with an eye on the plant. And the weaponry shown here from G2 could make this possible if they find any of those rifles first and leave Valen with a stinger.
Right now, all of them grouped up towards the screens for G2. Flash and Aftershock, though, could get countered out by the Rolling Thunder. And that wastes enough time now for EU to just hide behind and get the salvos up.
Gets through a nice fault line. Leaf tries to jump around the corner, looking up to the top. Yes, right back to it. The smoke's going to come out in just a second for Valen here. He's going to try to throw that down and get this sorted out for himself. He's going to have to stick on it at this point. He has it if he can stick it, but it's not going to be enough.
baby बोला था टाइम नहीं है भाई क्या निकला 100 Thieves ने
Beautifully done by EU.
बिंग भाई मेरे पास आपका
Unfortunately there
मेंबरशिप
for
था
Jonah P
लेकिन
was
अभी
looking up
वीसा
towards
कार्ड
heaven,
वर्क नहीं कर
thinking
रहा
that
है
the
कोई सीन
plan
नहीं
was for heaven as well.
करो
So very ballsy
No
on the side of Busio to get that plant out in the open, and it turns out to be the key piece that allows 100 Thieves to win that 1v1
यस भाई को माइक दिया था यस
with
भाई
the
किधर
util
भाग गए
still available from EU. With the stun for him to run through that smoke and not give a chance here for Valen to go for that full defuse. Now 100 Thieves looking pristine on their attack side, only allowing G2 to get one round.
कैमरा में देखो माथे पर कुछ लिखा है वो पढ़ना है
Off is now
लैंग्वेज
gone, Stinger by with rifles for the rest of G2. And they forced into this one. Look at the money that's left on
bro
the side of
just
G2.
imagine
There's absolutely nothing left.
Huh?
Yeah, they're trying to keep it off
Just
that
imagine,
game point, hoping for that grace of the gods that they have, and somehow these low-buy rounds that allows them the positioning and the smarts to get through. 100 Thieves may have slowed it down, but man, once they get into the fight, they are thriving in the chaos.
With this type of buy, you definitely know here that Jonah P and Trent are going to be the most important players in this round. They want to utilize these ults in the favor of the buy to just swing it back in their favor.
See, can they get Leaf around? Is there an orb for him? Is there something, maybe even a plant they can get his pit to deny things? And there it is. Oh, he wants it, but there's not going to be enough time. He still goes for the fight with Jonah P just over his shoulder. EU. The sliver shots coming from both players as the concuss goes in, and it's not going to be enough. Leaf sidesteps, and G2 grab an 8th round.
ये राउंड कैसे
Somehow
जीत
was
गया
able to avoid that stun. And also somehow G2 able to win that round without having to use those two ults that I just mentioned before.
आप पिंगे को कितने टाइम
You were
जानते हो
mentioning for Leaf side, he didn't
शादी
pull up
के
that
पहले
plant 'cause you don't want to
2
block
साल
the
से मेरे
vision
पीछे
that they've
थे
already gained on that rotate.
Bro.
They can play that high
तो
low.
उसका स्टिंगर क्या चला बे जॉन पी का
All the players trying to move into the B site.
G2 Stinger. God damn.
Yeah.
ऐसा जोड़ना पड़ेगा अभी लव यू यार कास्टस वाला
There's
ले
something
और
about
है
it.
उसमें
Check him, Stinger.
Well,
All right.
the attacks that are trying to do
तो
100
उसका
Thieves
इससे
Stinger,
कैसे
but
चला
they
स्टिंगर
decide
लेकिन
otherwise. Only one buy for Osno instead. Fast pivot on the top of
In
the
the
site.
pit. Oh, go.
Bye-bye.
No. They were ready for it. We've been waiting to see when the judge would come out towards the mailroom, and it makes itself known in the hands of Leaf. A quick kill there onto Austin, and now the aggression in the site has to be the team running in off a fault line, off the flashes. It takes a bit more util here Since you don't have that crosshair breaker in Asuna, maybe they try to get some ramp positioning, but Jog's going to know about it pretty soon.
They'll have to forfeit this spot still. It'll give a chance now for 100 Thieves to move through, but instead of TPing, he actually anchors down.
क्या हो गया सुप्रीम भाई हेलो
Realizing here that 100 Thieves are not utilizing util to try to punish him, it's just easy for him to stand still.
They're finally getting the rotation over as well. Here comes Jonah P. They believe this is going to be towards the other side of the map.
40 seconds.
Yeah.
और
ready. Just a flick of the switch. Oh my God! Rolling Thunder into Armageddon. And they are knowing now that A top side is clear. Jogamo? Oh my, he looks like he's ready to shake hands with the entire team of 100 Thieves from that spot.
The wall's about to break.
20 seconds.
Vent से निकल भी नहीं सकते chat.
Maybe Campbell it against Leaf. Oh.
Not a lot looking great right here. They're going to have to waterfall into sight into just about every single member here. And they're saying pull. The 100 Thieves members jump and they fall right out of the sky. A flawless round for G2.
Oh shit.
And 100 Thieves just afraid to run through the Viper's wall at the entrance of the A site. They've already dodged the Rolling Thunder and also the Armageddon, knowing that the initiators are playing kind of close.
But technically,
potentially here because the Rolling Thunder came in from the spawn, that it should be weak side towards A, but it didn't want to
both are toxic teams. Fuck them. Supreme भाई तेरे lobby में आके तेरे को गाली दिया A लोडी करके नहीं ना.
You wasted enough time. You didn't even want to break the wall to try to gamble the fight against the pit.
ले लूँगा यार membership. Don't worry. Membership का बात ही नहीं तो है ही नहीं इस साल.
And that's just unfortunately a
little bit of a miscom
and decision making coming up from the side
of
the
ये नहीं मालूम कि लोग ये टाइम पे सोते हैं या नींद में रहते हैं.
100 Thieves get the timeout from Zix. You know, seeing the last round, I think it's seeing
Asuna
obviously being able to blast back into mailroom is such a huge play. You can take people off guard. But I think the team as a whole right now is so much more that they can play off of him and not have Asuna play like that. G2's just too ready. And the chance there, I feel like, is too great for the disadvantage from it. All right. Operators back out for Jogamo here. Going to be looking to hold a hard angle. We'll see what that is on the mini-map as 100 Thieves set up this attack to lean towards the left side of the map. Weapons are out. We're up on a few of the members here. And G2's looking to turn this one around here to get themselves back tied up.
Freedom of speech nahi hai yaar. Huh?
B being control in the very beginning, fault line, boombot. Nobody pushing forward on that side. Ballsy peek coming out here from Cryo.
मेरे को लगा मेरा chat कौन पड़ेगा.
The TP away, the middle forfeited, but util coming out from G2 just to stall. Already the poison orb coming through. Maybe a star's gonna come down as well. As soon as you run out of fuel here on that side, or should I say a smoke from the Omen. But instead, Valen is using it for
I become more.
They do want to give this space for 100 Thieves to take.
ये सही है गाली खाने वालों
बहुत
बोल दो मैं 17 को बहुत खतरा है.
Excuse me. 100 Thieves have been taking A heaven and just kind of chilling there, walling vents.
Nice way of engaging
so ready
to
for
chat.
Everything that they're planning right now.
Nice way of engaging to chat.
I feel like this fault line could hit Cryo
Love you,
and Asuna
Love you.
the moment they're seen.
It's not ready though.
Yeah, they don't need it apparently.
Yeah, Lee just goes down and gets the big falls back. But Cryo just lurked through.
अब सच बता रहा हूँ तेरा कितने साल का
good position here.
सच लुल्ली कसम
है. Does he choose right? Oh, they just saw him leave. He was switching weapons, but he sees it out of the corner of his eye.
Bro, पैसे
as
नहीं है
they're so ready
अभी.
on the side of G2. 100 Thieves is forced to back up now, and looks like they'll have to save these with 15 seconds left.
That's after a timeout from Zix. I think that was the last one too on the side of the Thieves.
17 ka.
In the next round, Cryo, Boostio, Asuna will have to go back into a half bomb.
20 साल का बोला था.
Building that doesn't really do much here for EU. He already has the Armageddon.
Chat करो. बहुत समझकर.
G2 still quite healthy and getting rid of a gun would have been good on the side of G2.
मुझे मत डालो
push
इतना.
out from Leaf into main.
हर कोई नहीं लगता कोहली मुझे इसके साथ समझ रहे हो?
And Nothing's free here. It's like they give you all the way to vent. You'll think you'll have
सब
rope.
18
They're not
19
gonna
20
be able-
वाले
they're
मेरा
in rope.
majority audience 25
You're
plus
getting all this position in
क्या
heaven, but as
21
soon as you peek
25
heaven, you're
क्या
taken
है वो?
out.
मेरे को पता नहीं
100 Thieves has to feel like they're gaining so much ground, but little do they know, G2 almost feels like they're allowing that ground to be taken before they attack. It's hard to play against it.
They have to try to use somebody aggressive here to try to get some early control.
Indian
Just
plus
go for the
रहता है
duel,
क्या?
go for the fight. The res is
YouTube
available
analytics
for
में दिखता है
Cryo.
ना
And even though it's a lower buy for 100 Thieves, you kind of need that to
25
come
plus,
out
हाँ,
here.
25
Something to
plus.
come out for 100 Thieves to bring that econ down on the side of G2. Try to get the round back into your favor and put yourself on map point.
It may not be a full buy, but this is what 100 Thieves tried to put together before with Asuna coming out of heaven.
Push
Can they
rock
still
दिया,
attack from the bottom side
45.
of the site? And look at that denial. They're not even in to
अब
give the
प्रॉब्लम क्या
assistance.
पता है
There's three players
11-11
there,
है
trying to
लेकिन
go for the pincer towards the
जो
back, and
लोगों के पास
also the
ult
one
है
trying to open it up in the top of B heaven to
32
force the players
audience
to
is
let back
2019
and
love
fight against them
you
so they could find the timing for the Thieves to move into B main, but all
वैसे
of that
शांति
gets
से
denied.
देखता है
Because Valen's
Hello?
always been good for throwing the one-way smoke and the paranoia, not allowing here for 100 Thieves to flood through. And the res is way too far. Unless they walk up and they do get the punishment onto Leaf, who's currently jump spotting on the top of B heaven, they may have a chance.
They can smoke it up
And
and
it
res
got
it, 'cause
तब
it's
से
going to be
देख रहा
so
हूँ 24
clear
का वो
to
भी
sight.
Lolex
Jogmo already says dimensional drift. Feel like it's akin to a Seekers this late in the round. He just wants to figure out what's going on as Valen takes down one. Xander does find a few off of the concuss there as they make their way into sight. And wait a minute, they turn this round on its head.
18 seconds left though, and oh, one pick through the smoke.
14 to plant. Got to get into position. Multiple flashes coming through. No real help can be given just yet as they are seeing him coming away from the spawn area. If the trades aren't there, there's the two. Trent's going to get the 1-2 almost flat on that. And a defuse comes through as well as G2.
भाई Xander ने मस्त मारा बे दो
Valen has been a nuisance to 100 Thieves on how he's anchoring
इसका
towards this B
इसको
site.
बताओगे तो
In the
किसको
mid
क्या रोल
round, the plan
दोगे
was to try to get
मैं
that
गोल्डी
pushback
बाय
onto Lee, so you can
तकवा
try to get
और
that
मॉडल
res
बाय का रोल
from
दूंगा
Boston
टीम
on
बनाने
top of
का
heaven, and once again play the 5v5. But Valen all the way towards the back, in the back of the billboard, probably just spots the top of the
बंक्स भाई
ponytail.
सुबह की विश पूरी
Cryo to get the
होगी
pick.
नीचे टिकअप
And
एक्सक्यूज
unfortunately,
मी
the res doesn't allow for him to put us or the
Wait,
res
thank you for
already
the
down
$2
because
मेरी
Cryo
जान
just
के
got
टोटे
picked off. So currently he's still on the top of the scoreboard. But you need now your star player,
भाई
Asuna,
यू
your
के पास
duelist,
अल्ट है
to
सारे के पास
get
अल्ट है
value
समझ
out
रहे
of the entries that they're trying to
टेक्निकली
do. So even
6v5
as a
है
team, they
और
need to
यू
add
अल्ट
more
मारेगा तो
util to
7v4
support Asuna in these moments.
टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो
Really do. The gun rounds going in the way of G2. Some of the thrifties going in the way of G2. So they need to get everything here on the side of 100 Thieves.
fuck ये सब प्रेस
No more letting any go.
And how many did that suppress there into the drone? Out from EU. Sorry, out from Trent.
Right. The fault line delay hits all of them again. The amount of 3 stacks we're seeing on the fault lines from Jonah P is incredible.
Look at the instant that you currently have here from Xander. I'd like to see 100 Thieves maybe to try to fight towards that spawn. That might be the
you
first
ready,
opening
bro?
they'll get to pinch back into B. But a big fight is happening now towards main. At first, it looks like EU just turned away.
Whoa. Just on the other side of the wall from each other here. Xander still at B, trying to get info on that side of the site, and you have Leaf all the way lurked up already. It looks like G2 is ready to just answer down on this play. The moment 100 Thieves pull the trigger. All right. The Armageddon is obviously going to push Jogamo out, but what's his safety? Where's the play going to go here? Just makes it out. Almost a quick shot too, and G2 are dropping 100 Thieves left and right. They knew exactly where to shoot and exactly where to look. It's been round after round they have this position.
टाइमिंग था बिलीफ का
And 100 Thieves saving this last Vandal onto Xander.
10 seconds left.
That's all he has. He just got spotted
Valen
by
ने देखा
Valen, who's
उसको
closing that gap. The weapon's not even saved. G2 is now a map and series point,
भाई वो
looking
लोग
to eliminate 100
4
Thieves.
बंदे लोग पुश
That
गन
weapon was so
सप्रेस
needed
ब्लाइंड
for
कर रहे
Xander and for the
भाई
rest of the Thieves, because the buy is going to be abysmal.
ब्लाइंड देखो
They who
दो
fought
बंदे
so
ब्लाइंड
well at
ऊपर
the beginning of the second map, though, has let their attack side slip. And G2,
they're in form.
yeah, and
They're
about to send
finding
100
it.
Thieves home.
Crazy stuff. The
भाई पैसे
elimination
नहीं है
match
भाई
almost
दो
coming
बड़ा
to a
अल्टे लेकिन
close
बुश के
unless
रास्ते एंट्री
100
मार
Thieves
सकते
has another round in them to bring us to the
Clean ult मार
overtime
सकते।
play. Again, they start at B. This time they flipped it, and it's going to be Xander lurking towards the A side of the map. Fault lines coming through, just initial utility here being used so early makes me think it's going to be another 30-second, 40-second hit here, Vans, on the round. So expect it to be the walkabout towards A before we get
भाई
another
दो
hit.
बड़ा अल्टा रहा chat.
It seems to go back now towards the, hey, let's hit A heaven and just wait there. And that has been a pain point. 100 Thieves never able to come outside of A heaven to flood into the site. This might be the Hail Mary to just bring Asana's showstopper into main.
Extra ops क्यों नहीं लेते
Smoke
लोग
at
last
the right
round के
spots,
लिए?
get that
Valorant
hit,
का ऑप रहता तो भी मजा
especially
आता
now
था.
that you're able to avoid the drone. The last potential stand, the last potential push from 100 Thieves.
The blue baby.
They've avoided the operator. Showstopper is going to start doing just that. Trent wants to run in, and that's going to be the first kill of the round here. The 5v4 in favor of 100 Thieves to keep it alive, to keep it going into overtime. Jogamo is going to push himself into 3 here, and they are all deadly ready for this situation. But is it ready for Jogamo? They muzzle him for a moment, but is it long enough? The rest of the team continues to come through from G2. Valen limping in with the rest of the squad here. A great setup by 100 Thieves, all pushed up to the front side of the site. Both with 2! A third, no. Asuna with the shorty is going to be able to answer. Going to be able to capitalize as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we have overtime.
कभी स्टोरी में ट्राई करो ना वॉच पार्टीज के बाद चैंप्स के बाद
Asuna. Asuna to also step up as the duelist and does so in round number 24. Opens it up with the showstopper, grabbing the last few kills, holding the screens, watching the flank, and allows 100 Thieves to have some sort of breathing room into the overtime.
Ooh. The breathing room requires oxygen for both teams at this point. It is going long.
Selection match all the best
right now as they continue to pressure. Both attacks looked a little bit better here. And we'll get G2 back onto that side to see what they can swing into the mix for this round.
No ops out for Jogamo on the attack side.
No.
Vandals, full shields across the board. Phantoms as well. And a different change, a different pace from 100 Thieves. Inserted now at the bottom. Some place that EU was holding in the very beginning when they were playing the bonus round. Oh, he's gonna get spotted. Getting walled.
The box is his friend. He actually gets out very minimal damage. And he goes again. Asuna. He's playing with fire out here, and he's also in a dangerous spot to rotate out of that side event. You need assistance. Oh, you need blast packs. All right, I stand corrected. My man just has every play in the book to get out, but he wants to peek again. How much util has he now drawn? That's been amazing for the team if they can get this in their favor a little bit more with the first frag. There it is.
Heard the TP cross over towards the back of the site though, so Jogamo cannot commit into the TP towards B. The main fight is B heaven.
EU steps forward, Xander's there as well. Oh my gosh, 100 Thieves pull out a round we have yet to see on Split where they all get aggressive.
Baby.
It's true. Was a masterclass one from them, very much needed.
If anything for Asuna, to be able to avoid all that utility, the double spray is focusing all of G2's resources just to try to flood Asuna out.
Just
did not give a chance for G2 to have more util to fight back towards B heaven. And once they did, they tried to find a timing for Jogamo pushing towards main. He whiffs a couple of shots.
Yeah.
And they shut down G2 on the push. Josh RT now calling the timeout. Trying to tie things again. They want to shut this down right now. There's been so many moments for G2. When they had the lead, when they had the push, it just faltered towards the end. And they lose in overtimes. Remember again, going back into Bangkok. Remember going into the series against Sentinels. If 100 Thieves are able to close this out, that might give them a chance here into Pearl.
Just to play on that memory, play on the historical loss that G2 has there.
If it goes into Pearl, that is also PTSD for G2 in the grand finals against T1 G2 needs to shut this down right now.
That's the timeout. That's why Josh RT is trying to get in their ear to figure out what they can do to bring this into another overtime round. Their defense has been strong. It looks like they'll keep it somewhat the same. Jog has been hovering towards A. Unless he's playing that operator line at B.
No ops.
Both initiators, though, are going to be pressed up to the front for G2. Trent and Jonah P are right at the front gate, ready to ring the bell when the round starts. Let's see if they're just there for delay or there for a hit. It looks like a hit. Oh, they get hit back. That's going to be Trent actually dislodged from the team as EU takes him down.
Uh-oh.
They were not on the same W timing as the fault line had to come out from Jonah P first.
Uh-oh.
Jonah's out in the open, 39 HP.
Oh,
Big flash.
Can't turn it. Team's not there to help as well as Dogma's just behind a smoke.
It's happening.
Up by 100 Thieves
it's
to
happening.
make this play that much more successful. The 5v3 instantly on what could be the round that pushes up to map 3.
That was a crazy play. If that was what was called here from Josh RT on the timeout, you were just hoping here that Trent would get 1 or 2 with that double initiator hold. But all of 100 Thieves read it correctly as well. They countered util at the same time to just punish the players one by one. Now there's no more stalls coming out from G2. This should allow 100 Thieves to easily enter towards the B site and even close the second map.
Bhai, kya storyline.
Hits in, slows towards the back of the site. Textbook hit, smokes are up, and yeah, they expect to take a little bit of spam in, but it's how they reposition for the end of this. Do they sit G2 down and take us to Pearl with this round? Leaf and Valen are going to be attacking from the top side. It's just Jogamo to try and get in from the bottom. No util for them really to use on this take. Asuna starts him off right. Xander with another one, and that's going to be the round. 100 Thieves stay alive in the series, in the playoffs, and we're going to a map 3.
A 3 versus 5.
Dancing.
Could not even get the right util to try to flood back to the site. The one-way smoke that was supposed to be towards the orange side was missed. You have off angles positioning from 100 Thieves that shuts things down again.
G2 bahar ja sakta hai.
Egregious call. I like this play that way. And lack of better words here from the side of G2 to try to push back into that overtime.
First pistol round
From
जीता
Trent to try
और
to get the
bonus
hero play
जीत
at
लिया.
that spot. Unfortunately,
Momentum
was
on
not
its
the right
peak.
call. And 100 Thieves, they're able to push us now onto Pearl. A map that
और भी Binks
G2
का
has
stream
been looking
मेरा मुंह
pretty
देख के
decent
तेरे को
on as
लग रहा है
well.
मेरे को नींद आ रहा है
I can't wait to see what happens. Both teams kind of hitting that upward trajectory here.
मेरा
as we
plan था
get to the
Pacific करके
last
सोने
map,
का.
and that's exactly what
मेरा
we want to
Pacific है ही
see
नहीं.
as we hit Pearl. It's time for a quick break, but when we return, the analysts will get us ready for map 3.
एक और कप चाय हो जाता तो नहीं ना थोड़ा ही बचा है खत्म करो क्या कर तो सकते हैं छोड़ो थोड़ा ही बचा है वेस्ट होने से अच्छा पी लेता हूँ गुड नाइट किचू
Only a stinger, but he dances around, finds one, and now 1 versus 1. The pistol is out! 4 players all trying to find safety in the pit, but Cryo won't let them stand.
100 Thieves winning G2's map pick, keeping themselves alive, not just in the series, but also in the playoffs. So they still have a chance to grab those tickets with their greasy little fingers.
Greasy little fingers.
I'm making assumptions.
That's crazy. Look, it was a nail biter. It makes it like if they were sweating, it would make sense. Who went into OT, but ultimately,
That's right.
100 Thieves taking that map is crazy. Like, we're now in a do or die situation, and it comes off of the back of them winning both pistols and both bonus rounds. Like, this map isn't even close if you discard those rounds, but because they showed up early on in the halves, they're allowed the OT, which they go on to win.
And I think that's them coming in with clear ideas as well about it. This is one of the core, I think, reasons as to why 100 Thieves can be a very good team at times, as well as them coming in with fantastic ideas to get that advantage, that snowball advantage by converting pistol into bonus, that sort of thing. And it did give them the edge that they needed. They barely scraped together this win. Listen, it sounds like I'm being down on them, but genuinely, in terms of the gun rounds, like G2 had a very real chance for them to just drag this all the way and seal it up in a 2-0 fashion, but they persevered, and they bought themselves, I should say, an opportunity to take it now into map number 3. So 100 Thieves have got it all to play for now here. This is an opportunity to shut down the #1 team in Americas currently. Even though they are still in the lower bracket, I think it's still fair to call them that.
Yeah, and I think that G2 are going to have to adapt quicker early on in halves, because, like, you consider 100 Thieves attacking side where they're going for like the Sage Wall up inside of A Heaven, getting free ramps control. It felt like G2 was just giving them way too much space to actually be able to play with, that really sort of afforded 100 Thieves a lot of good, comfortable positions in the mid to late rounds.
Absolutely. Let's actually go to our field reporter, Mimi, who was listening in to 100 Thieves comms.
Yeah, thanks so much, Zoe. I was standing by with 100 Thieves and listening into them throughout that map. And when you think about this 100 Thieves team, I think one of the first players you think of is Asuna. As a player, he is so proactive in the comps, especially when he's playing a duelist like this race. Always calling out what utility he wants, and beyond just the things you'd expect. Also keeping the team accountable on not only their prep and what to expect from their opponent, but also on tracking enemy ults, tracking enemy utility. He's so key in the mid round to come up with these ideas for 100 Thieves. But if you've listened to 100 Thieves comms videos, you know he's a bit of a chaotic force. He brings a lot of energy, and that's where I was really impressed with EU. He's this rookie player who joined 100 Thieves last year and is now kind of coming to his own in 2025. And he's such a force of bringing calm into the team in a really intense match like this one. He's the one in key rounds, like that second bonus round 100 Thieves won out, who's reminding them to play to their advantages, to not overheat, and to slow down these rounds and not let their advantages slip away. But that's a lot of the supporting cast. You look at the leadership of this team, and they brought a lot in. They won both pistols, both bonuses, and let's just say that Coach Zix, Bustio, they had very good ideas of what G2 was going to do in this game. But that's only one map. There's a difference between taking a map off America's best team and actually eliminating them from this tournament. And that's what's on the line as we head back to the desk and prepare for map 3.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Yeah, mentioning the leadership here, Bustio, just like we talked about it heading into the series, Sander having a lifetime game in the previous one. This one might have been Bustio's. He was popping off in the server and outside of the server.
I'm so glad as well that Mimi kind of mentioned that aspect of Zix and
look at this
Bustio.
round.
We saw this moment as well, this highlight, this pop off from Boosty. But genuinely, I know firsthand as well, before their games, I see Bustio and Zix, they're talking between each other about their game plans, going over it between them. And it is a core reason as to why they were able to take this map of Split.
I mean, you think about it too, right? 100 Thieves won the first 4 rounds of this half, then lost 6 in a row. Without him coming up clutch with that straight transfer 3K, without him, good flash finishing off that last round, we're not tied up going to the end of the half, and we're certainly not going to OT at the end of it. Those 2 rounds from Bustio were key in this game.
I think 100 Thieves fans are very difficult to please at the best of times as well. They can be a bit of stats Andes when they look at the numbers, clamoring for players' heads to be removed. But the intangibles that Bustio brings in these moments as well.
Thank you for the membership. Sorry I missed it.
They're just so critical because it comes from a place of love.
Of course,
and support. I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sure.
Let's talk about Pearl, though.
As promised, membership, I love you.
Who is going to have the upper hand? Because quite frankly, we haven't seen 100 Thieves for a long time, whereas G2 did just play it in week 5, I believe.
Yeah, we haven't seen 100 Thieves play it since week 1. And
Yeah.
they were playing the T1 comp, right? They were playing the Neon Yoru coming into things, which is going to leave a sour taste in G2's mouth because this Pearl map is kind of their kryptonite, right? It was game 5 where they couldn't catch a single break in Bangkok versus T1, end up losing that. Here in America, they lost to MIBR in overtime as well. This is, well, G2 are still the favorites, a nervous battleground for a G2 fan to be heading into.
Yeah, I would hard agree with that as well. It's all on the line here. It's lower bracket, it's elimination. Your chance to book a ticket to Toronto, it doesn't even begin with this match, it's the next match, but you might not even get that chance.
It would be funny. 100 Thieves can do something very funny.
Alive here in this series, showing a lot of tenacity, but can they bring it in Pearl as well? Pearl coming up next. The winner will fight the last Masters Toronto spot on Mondays. Don't want to miss it.
क्या लगता है पल? टेक्निकली G2 को क्लीन 2-0 जीतना था. हाय डॉलर वाला मेंबरशिप लिया तूने? महंगा पड़ा रे. लव यू सूर्य तेजा भाई. कास्टस वाला लेके बताओ, सस्ता है वो. सुबह के 7:30. गुड नाइट दला, गुड नाइट बंक्स भाई. इधर भी रात हो गई, आप भी सो जाओ बाद में.
We are here at the final moment for 100 Thieves in G2. Well, I guess only one of them, because somebody's moving on and somebody's going home after this map of Pearl. Welcome back to VCT Americas, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to get into the final map of this best of 3 series. And you're seeing the agents composition on your screen now for what the teams will be bringing onto Pearl.
And as Ender was mentioning before, 100 Thieves are going into the T1 comp, something that's a PTSD for G2 on a map like Pearl. But as Asuna mentioned in a post-game interview when it won against Energy,
no chance for
they want to try to play like T1. Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Yeah,
we'll have to see what happens today now in this matchup.
No actual में देखो end of the day है तो
three
FPS
different
game.
iterations,
Actual में
three
जीत तो
different
सकता है.
types of compositions. When they enter this map on the side of 100 Thieves in 2025, from kickoff until now, also going 0-3, losing 5-13, 9-13, 9-13 against teams like Sentinels as well. So yeah, even though the composition looks really good and could potentially counter G2 here, you're hoping that Zix has put those extra hours and instilled the type of protocols that they need here in order to topple down G2.
It is a tall task to ask. You mentioned before, only really the teams placing 4th and lower were the ones 100 Thieves have found success against. And here, I wouldn't say they're even reaching too much. They are finding their groove that makes it allowable for them to be able to beat these higher teams and break through the ceiling that they have kind of had this season, this stage. Catapult through it here against G2 on Pearl is what they want.
Busio going for the classic. Not the weapon, but the classic just turret and sheriff. Trying to play the long range, trying to find the information source as well. Using a distance to his advantage so he can escape scot-free, but walks into the smoke!
Oh, gets a haunt right in his face, or rather a prowler. Off the bat, Trent traded out as a quick kill goes back and forth. Aggression from G2 extends into spawn already. And there's a little fight between the wall here as both of them can't get a clean shot off. Benasito wins the fight.
Good news for 100 Thieves, Trent is down. No salvos for the post plan, but they are doubling up for G2 in the back of the B site. Jonah P also separate because he's expecting some sort of flank because they've lost that vice wall.
Okay, nice seize into that damage as well. Jogamo had no chance of the util use getting back in. And now they swing. Asuna only 4 HP. This is going to be tough. A nice job by G2 to sort themselves out and be able to really figure out how the crossfire is going to work with 100 Thieves retaking the site. It doesn't happen, and G2 get another pistol.
It's now time to play the mind games with G2 against 100 Thieves. Because when you're looking at a lot of these teams playing also this map of Pearl, Vice or Cypher seems to be the prime choice where, you know, the Euro utility, or you can't recall the util placed by the KJ, for example. And that might be a weak point here that G2 could start exploiting as well against Boostio. 100 Thieves on their end so far from the piss run to the second round have also been playing 4-1s and giving still a lot of that responsibility for Boostio to anchor up and getting the information from middle on to B. So that players like Austin could start pivoting up, playing aggressively.
Ooh, they saw quite a few. They still want this. Questioning the salvos here for a moment as 100 Thieves stand ready to take down A. They're just making sure they're clear on the back.
W round, baby.
Interesting. Only to insert here. They have so much time to play with since everybody approached A at the beginning of the round.
Now they're
going to search all the way back, leaving breadcrumbs as they go. One at A, one in mid now with Leaf. And it looks like they'll be able to just string across the map and make this even harder for 100 Thieves to get away back in.
So you leverage the better weapons to move in towards the B side, but Valen, if he walks into this trap of 4 players towards A main, that's a Spectre gone. That could be deadly in the hands of somebody like Asuna, who finally now for Valen decides to pull back instead.
Yeah.
Easy execution towards the end for G2. Now for 100 Thieves, do you want to start pushing forward and really commit into these fights? If I was looking for the sign here from 100 Thieves, you probably have to try to die to Spike. Jogimo's only 2 away from his dimensional drift. You can't give that away with. For G2's sign, if you do want to give the dimensional drift for Jogimo, you got to switch out here. Potentially even Spectre or Ghost. Have Jogimo go for the hunt.
Looks like they'll wait it out. Leaf, though.
Exactly.
He could have something to say about this.
There's Jogimo with the Ghost starting to move forward towards the spawn too. So Leaf is going to find all the information first. And that gives a chance now for Jogimo to move forward.
Oh, this is big for Jog. Now he gets the free peek. Oh, they take him out right away. Leaf's going to get 3, though. And they're just going back and forth. Oh, is he going to make it? There he goes. There he goes.
Had to pump up the Nikes.
Yeah. Just get that last few jumps in. Another round for G2. This is going to be that buy-in for 100 Thieves, though. Can they start to strike back?
So pretty clean so far. You're still saving those 3 weapons from the previous round. The Ghosts were the one going for the hunt. And then Leaf is able to get 3 kills and also die. So now you're looking at the later rounds when you finally have weaponry for the side of G2 in this bonus round that could potentially still convert on their side, but they'll have Dimensional Drift and Steel Garden that they could start rotating into round number 4, round number 5.
Crucial round
है. Difficult here for 100 Thieves to hold their defense.
The protection on getting that orb farmed up for Cryo.
Blinding.
And again, 100 Thieves are, I wouldn't say passive on A, but still staying back, giving G2 quite a bit of space in these positions.
Yeah, and you've gone into grabbing the orb too. So now they do have the Dimensional Drift to work with.
Yeah.
Drone still available. At the minute mark, Trent will probably start clearing down towards the long. Clear some space. Take it with it. It's Jogimo actually with the Dimensional Drift instead. Trying to split this. Asuna's in a prime spot though in the back of Art.
Oh, they're trying to mess with him. They've already freed up the space in A so far. Waiting down to about 40 seconds on the round to activate this one to create a hard rotation for the side 100 Thieves. And Jogimo's back out. They start to reset what the positioning is. And outside of sight at Art and A, they are ready to post-plant this.
15 second delay करने का है.
Right now, all 5 players still alive for G2. Salvo's coming up soon.
Where's the util? It's the question. It's got to be all bodies here, it seems, from 100 Thieves as they start trading off each other, and it is seemingly working as Asuna tags on the last frag over to Trent. And they get that hit over to Cryo. Teammates, you can see everybody getting their hands in the pie on that one. As 100 Thieves get the bonus.
Great fight back for 100 Thieves, for sure, going into fighting into the Art.
Yeah, just saying.
Bonus from G2 denied by the gun out of 100 Thieves.
Huh? All the best, Korsimar.
It starts off with
all the very best.
Trying to find information first. Everybody's there for instant trades. You're not over peeking, over committing to turn around the corner. Just have G2 come towards you.
Let's go, Pete. He's gonna do missiles.
Doesn't matter. You're the best, bro.
So they know the game plan again. I mean, everybody knows the game plan of Trent trying to stay alive with the salvos, and good on Austin to punish that right away. Good on Austin to punish again.
Bro, वो reveal के वजह से मरे हैं. Reveal के बाद push किया वो लोग ने.
Trying to sort themselves out as 100 Thieves
वो लोग लगा aim खाली है.
and continue to grab that orb on the fight.
वो लोग लगा aim खाली है. Reveal के वजह से. Reveal जैसे खत्म किया timing लेके push किया वो लोग ने.
So it's a nice little victory coming out for the side of 100 Thieves. Cryo's the one that's one away here from a dimensional drift this time around, and G2 are running right into him.
All right, one of our first street plays actually coming out of G2 here as they try to open up the middle of the map. Oh man, just on the other side.
अरे
change in elevation catches Cryo off guard there, and he can't get the crosshair leveled out. Jonah's gonna answer back onto Boostio.
एक मारता ना clean round bandit
give EU this to try and get that Nightfall ultimate up a little bit quicker.
Jonah P, yeah, uses it right away. It clears out towards the street, no information, so it rotates towards spawn.
दो बंदे तो दिख गए.
Pushing out safety. Oh, they're just gonna stay and actually keep this crossfire.
Triple crossfire.
Right now, I feel like you're baiting for Jonah P and Leaf. The position from Trent is not playing on the top of the B side, he's playing backside instead. Denied once again.
Yeah.
The sidestep from Asuna, EU, it's enough from him as well, but Leaf still alive, finds one, back into the smoke, knows the defuse, it has to be stopped on this, finds a second one, and Leaf does it again. The Red Bull clutch for G2.
Almost at this point, you forget here when Leaf is alive, he can also clutch it.
Yeah.
Throughout this story of G2 in the playoffs, it has been Trent all along. When he falls in the 1v1 once again against Asuna, at least you have Leaf there.
मैंने कभी नहीं देखा है वो reveal.
Patience he has to go back inside the smoke in. Calling down, that's EU right there on the side of 100 Thieves. He wants to eliminate him right now.
Says you're going to be playing a different game soon, brother. Well, we'll see if 100 Thieves can say something about that. Pushing out again towards A bands. Orb grabs. This seems to just be a focus for them, but it is not getting them the rounds. We'll have to see if it's something they're building up to a little bit more later. Focusing towards A. They're in such of a mix of a rotation here as G2 sets up towards that B site.
All missiles away.
Cryo beautifully playing the anti-flash, but it's not going to be enough. He knew it was happening, and it's still too much from G2 as they push through on 100 Thieves low by round with a disrespect.
Asuna didn't even have a chance to activate the finger guns.
No.
Immediately cooled down as soon as he moves into the site from Jogmo's entry. That was insane what you just did. It was a perfect read coming out from Cryo. A position to avoid the salvos, almost getting that pick as soon as Jogmo comes out of the TP. Jogmo solo opens up the site. But the ult cycles that we mentioned before are still available for G2, but now it's on 100 Thieves. That's starting to build it up on their side as well. Look at that entry.
Oh, that's tough. Just the jumps, the swing, the sway. Jogmo unleashed.
This spike बहुत crucial
what he's doing here.
Billing वाला spike है ना और execute में दिखाई देगा.
Apparently it's going to be a click of the button by Zix here to call a timeout for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, G2's getting a lot of successes here towards at the B site. Their bonus round, the only time that they committed towards the A site, denied by a beautiful flood retake by 100 Thieves. Again, that's what we mentioned before. Potentially the weakness.
Sleep बहुत crucial है.
Take advantage of the positioning of Boostio and his utility.
ऐसे ले लेंगे यार जब ये सब matches खत्म हो जाएगा. फिर रहूँगा. मैं एक दो दिन का छुट्टी भी लेने वाला. दो दिन थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो जाएगा शायद. लेकिन at least एक दिन का मैं छुट्टी लूँगा proper वाला.
But if not, there's just not enough big stones.
बोल के तभी ये सब खत्म हो जाएगा.
Jogmo could just TP.
ये सब matches नहीं देखने मिलते रहे. 5-6 महीने चलते हैं ये सब matches. उसके बाद सीधा next year. Camps खत्म होने के बाद कुछ नहीं भाई.
So yeah, it's just easy for them to just fast hit into the B sites.
And you saw even if Boostio got to that play as the last one, and he still had 4
dinner
or 5 seconds on the alarm bot and the turret from pulling that from A. So even when he does move, it's the last moment. G2's moving so quick, you don't even get to replace or use that turret. We all know we love the NA turret peak. That's how we get around corners here. All right, G2
आज रात को स्ट्रीम करोगे या दिन में क्योंकि आज फेस्टिव नहीं है अगर मैं उठ गया
they grabbed it on that bonus but the gun rounds
दोपहर को
continue to flow
तो मैं दोपहर को मेंबर्स ओनली वैल्यू करूंगा और नहीं उठा तो रात को नॉर्मल वैल्यू
they're mounting here another round towards mid.
Austin already been pushed away, but I love this change of tempo for 100 Thieves. Double push up towards B main.
मैं शायद सोऊंगा 1-2 बजे.
So you're almost giving the illusion here that G2 is able to take middle. And once they enter the sites, okay, well this drone is going to change the pacing now. Xander's in a tough spot.
Steel Garden.
Hits 3.
Oh, yeah, you see them all hopping out of sight really fast, but you still have Asuna present, trying to get the fight and trying to be the forefront of this hit. His Armageddon goes right across the feet of 100 Thieves. So does Leaf and Jogamo. And this could be EU trying to get back into the site now. It's a 3v4, but it's an operator for Cryo, so they have to be very careful about the fights they're choosing. They've stopped G2 for now.
They don't know that he's posted up behind the shed, though, at the default spot.
No, they
so
don't.
Still has the whole angle, well, now with the Yoru clone coming out. The Leaf switches out here to the Phantom. Beautiful shot onto Leaf.
Inside the salvo as well, getting the dimensional drift here, and they start to source the rest of the players right on me. Just shoot through me is basically the call right now for Cryo as he figures it out. Oh, he pulls a major look situation for Boostio, and 100 Thieves grab a very pivotal round.
Another failed attempt for G2 towards the A site, but it looked pretty good at the very beginning. It's all up to EU. Throwing a nightfall to cancel the push. Finds the timing to swing out and get the opening kill onto Jogamo, who's been a nuisance in the entries. 400 Thieves to hold. And then delays well enough here. Allowing Cryo to just step up to the plate and support 100 Thieves on the defensive ground.
रोटेट क्यों नहीं किया
Now all five of them grouped up for G2.
A main और 8 दोनों था ना
B-main where Cryo's currently waiting with the op.
There it is. This push-up you talked about from the other round coming out of that timeout that Zix had. They are taking more space, which is also denying that quickly to G2. All right, Jogamo's got space. They don't know where he's actually gotten to with this dimensional drift. Could be a little bit sketchy, and he still wants to push, playing just on the doorstep of this Cosmic Divide. Sees one who expects the Jogamo right up in your face.
Kills him and TP's out too. Nullifies the ult, but here comes a defensive Cosmic Divide.
Oh, Judge laying down the verdict. Asuna comes through strong. The operator's there. Cryo in a very tough spot to make this work. And it is going to be one shot for him. Goes for the close Judge, but I think he's got a rifle now after the situation is sorted. Leaf 1, Leaf 2 almost gets the reset, but it's going to be Xander coming up with a huge frag to bring 100 Thieves to 3.
Another scenario of a 1v2 for Leaf, but this time around a better protocol for 100 Thieves. It wasn't a smoke to dance around, it was the wall to drop. And Xander is able to fight that. He had a Bulldog to fight against Leaf and wins it in the end.
Jeez, it threw the flash too.
I'm posted on it. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go. Let's win.
Staying loud for the team is Asuna. Dealing with the Judge, this time with the Phantom. Op still available for Cryo. And once again, G2 with a stinger buy. So they force into the last round. They go into a half buy this round.
fake, double fake.
They want to fight into main, not allowing Asuna to get forward control of the A orb at the very beginning. Or anyone from 100 Thieves, as a matter of fact.
executes होता है.
Oh,
the melee out. Leaf sits Asuna down in the lawn chair. They said, here's a drink. Have this for the round. And they move through art. This is the kind of stuff 100 Thieves cannot have happen. And they start to trade back, knowing that it's getting a little dire here as fast as they just lost Asuna. The great trades, great backup, nice play behind the site. And it's going to be enough for 100 Thieves. Cryo and EU and the double team there just taking down G2.
Elise in his half by now for G2 running towards that site. They did add a little bit more pressure into the site. They have information of where Cryo and EU are currently posted. The one bidding towards the front. Cryo to fight first. EU staying behind flower pots or also dugout. It's been similar positions, hit after hit for G2 against 100 Thieves towards this A site. So you're slowly learning as
Membership
you move it
gifting
across, but
option
will
नहीं
this be
दिखा
enough?
क्या
Because
करूँ
yes, you may know the
membership gifting
positioning,
करना है आपको
but the shooting is still so much
दिखना
better
तो
on the
चाहिए
side of Cryo and EU on his A-side defense.
Mr. Cryo
जैसा
getting
super
out
set करता है
there.
उसके नीचे option
Coming
आता
out
है
with the operator, he is getting fired up right now.
At least not almost fainting this time around.
लेकिन बहुत महंगा है dollars में सूर्या भाई
Good. He's just making G2 faint with these shots from the operator right now.
यश भाई बोल के
Asuna
गया
as well, now taking the position of Cryo to get the
Fuck
push
भाई
up,
G2
still
बाहर जा
safety in
सकता
the
है
neon
actually
to get out
G2
of
बाहर
the
जा
situation.
सकता है
So they're not playing it too risky still.
But with the neon that they spot, they should think that the op from Cryo is currently posted on the A site. Who
ये
now
round
just
अगर हार
needs
गया
to
तो
move up towards
G2
B. This is still pretty good for G2. They're just finding early info and now trying to pivot into middle in the mid round.
Playing off the dismiss. Throws down the channel. Asuna, oh, dip, ducks, and dives himself to a headshot on leave. The activation from Street now comes through, and who's going to own the road on this one? It looks like 100 Thieves deny it for now. I don't even know if G2 wanted that altogether. Maybe the kill would have allowed them through, but they had a second thought in mind already.
And G2 is not necessarily playing the stop and go or stop and let them come towards us. They're all just splitting around and making some noise, but not really looking towards their backs. So, in my eyes, it looks like they're committed towards an A-site hit.
Bustio in a tricky spot here. Finds one. Maybe a second, the flash comes through, and it's just going to be too much for him. And Xander falls
Trent
just
भाई
short
गलत
on
मारता है
that
बे
swing with Bustio. Great movement by G2. They get another round where they silently move into a site, but they have to push forward, not knowing what else is on the other side. Cryo! We get some more quick scope / no scopes out of this game. But now he sees what he has to do, giving Asuna the idea of how to do it as well. And that's one. Trent in the clutch situation. Armageddon's there, so he can just spark it off, cause the run. The peek comes through. Oh my God! Cryo hits the shot! The little duck to get under the shot of Trent as well. Couldn't have been more picture perfect. Cryo gets the defuse.
Cryo is back. Trent played it perfectly.
Oh.
And it might be the story that repeats for G2 again. In map number 3, when Trent is in those clutch moments, just missed a few.
Oh my God, the op wide swing, the little pause, the little crouch. Yeah, they're feeling it now, and this is exactly what 100 Thieves needs to do to shut down G2.
And Trent played the off angle as well, forcing Cryo right into his crosshair. Headshot level. And just a little bit too late on the tracking, on the tracing against his opponent.
And he dodges the Armageddon.
By the way, can we talk about how Matt just wide swung? Like Matt knew he would win, by the way. Matt just wide swung so wide, like a pop and swing with an op.
That's what I'm saying, man. Who does that? Cryo does. Had it on stage last game, not the off, but he's been playing out of his mind here for this series, topping the charts for the 100 Thieves side.
And this is a G2 timeout.
Android है क्या? Android ने
The
iPhone
first
है
one
क्या?
being used on this map. Still one left for
या
each
फिर
team.
Chrome से हो सकता है Chrome से.
But you are starting to press that button. You're starting to
अगर
feel
कुछ
here
ना
that
bro,
you're
100
losing
Thieves
grasp
cannot defeat
of
G2
this
by
map of Pearl against 100 Thieves, who again, remember, have been unsuccessful
strongest
this
team
split this year
G2
on Pearl.
strongest.
But now are able to shut down any type of attempts that G2 is trying to make towards the A site. From entries to post plant. All being won by 100 Thieves
iPhone से कैसे
on this
गिफ्टिंग
A
करते
site.
पता नहीं. इसको पता है क्या chat?
All right, a deep breath for the side of
iOS में नहीं
G2
होता,
here.
web
They
से
have
desktop
been
version
watching
से होगा.
100 Thieves
हो रहा.
just rocket rounds through and through here on Pearl.
Elimination है क्या? Yep. जो आ रहा होगा घर पे.
It has not mattered.
मेरे को लगता है सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया होगा. Language.
Pretty
जो
much
भी
since
लोग
this
टाइप
off
कर रहे
been
हो
online to control one side of the map. But they lose a bit of A this time.
Subscriber mode है ना?
G2 push 100 Thieves back from that initial defense towards A.
iPhone
but
से होएगा
not that
using
C
link.
push.
Join button वाला link क्या?
Still wants the drone. Practice and aim. Oh my gosh.
ये link से देखो.
Trading prowlers, but not space just
तो
yet.
netboard देगा.
TP already comes out now for Cryo to meet up with the rest of the team towards the A site.
Dicky gun के नली लग गई.
He saw the tip of the gun.
Dunzo.
Oh, the muzzle of Fallon's weapon just peeking out beside the wall. And EU tries to take that fight. He's been playing so far back in spawn. That's the first time we've seen him go under that and try and force it.
Fallon was able to drop that smoke just before he falls. Allows G2 to sneak through.
डेस्कटॉप व्यू
Now
से होगा
forcing
ब्राउजर से
rotates once
करके
again, and
वो रहा
Kraus solo towards the A side with the up, and I love the repositioning, going back towards main, control
बारिश हो
this
रहा है
area.
इधर पूरा बूम बम किधर
So you kind of will just keep them pinned towards this A
यहाँ
side.
पे तो
The ult
एकदम धूप ही
is to
धूप
try
पे
to fake
ब्लाइंडेड हो गया
here
मैं पे
towards the B site.
30 seconds left.
Everybody's fighting but Cryo.
They stall.
फेक कर दिए
I mean, Xander was in his astral form, so he didn't really have to rotate too much. They do see the hit coming into A, though. Fade along with the salvos. That's going to be Trent taking a shot to the shoulder. Xander is always there on the crossfire. G2's ready to find their targets. They source out a few in the site, make it 2v2, and Leaf makes it a 1v2 for Boostio here. On the rotation, and Leaf again is pushed forward, and they stop the bleeding and pick up another round on the side of G2.
And look at
नहीं
the map
बंक्स भाई तो फिर
manipulation
वही
for
है
G2. How did they
ब्राउजर
win
से
that
करना
round?
होगा
All of 100 Thieves dying back
iOS
towards
ऐप
the
से नहीं
spawn with
होता
the
ब्राउजर
exception
से
of
करना
Cryo.
पड़ेगा वेब
That
ब्राउजर
fake
से
that was thrown by Leaf towards that B side was so
यूट्यूब लॉगिन
good. Good
करके
enough.
जट मारी बेसिकली
And for G2 to stay alert, to jiggle back into
क्या
main,
राउंड
expecting
निकाला बे
somebody to push up and
वर्ल्ड
gain
में
that
है
space, and
बारिश हाँ
control that
क्या
space towards main.
W
Was a heads-up play on the side of G2 at a man disadvantage.
I think it's a great point you make with Leaf throwing the ult on B, but still being able to get to A to help. The pacing, the timing, G2 know within these rounds, so everybody can help. Crazy to see him get cross-map and then get the 2 to end the round.
And with that thrifty, now 100 Thieves' economy is broken. Hero rifle in the hands of EU. Far away from the fight as G2 is executing towards B. It's an open site for them to plant and
They
take.
scream on through here. Already held
कितना
back
advantage देते हैं भैया
Jogmo
रू
on that back alley elbow area. And this is going to be a tough retake here. Maybe a few shots can go through, but G2 look to clean this up and bring it to 6-5.
Asa's just waiting the whole time and finally activates for the flank behind this B site.
They're actually going into spawn. G2 are now encroaching fully into the spawn side of 100 Thieves to end this round. Leaf with the first one, and now the dominoes start to fall here as G2 clean it up. They swarm 100 Thieves, and we have a 6-5.
And committed into the cosmic divide to fight back in the site for 100 Thieves.
जर्मनी में भी बारिश हो
Won't
रही
have
है
it for the retake this time around,
मतलब
but
वो ट्राई
at least
करने
it's
का
not too
सोचा
bad. I like
आने
that
तो दो ना
they
एक
commit
मैच
that
ट्राई
into their
करने
lower
का
bind.
आने देना
Because in even gun scenarios, it has been 100 Thieves not needing.
What is he doing?
Not needing big util to flood back and fight.
6-6 चाहिए 100 थे उसको 6-6
Now
चाहिए
op for op. Leaf. They've identified that for the side
Morning,
of
Dhananjay.
Arsenal when he got picked off.
Disband
on
का
the
क्या
attempt
सीन
to retake
disband bro
before. And Cryo still has his.
no scrims happening no hard work
Whoa.
Recall swing.
Yeah, you think. I was waiting for it there. And nobody really wants to be the one to give up the
Chatka
first
diya,
blood at this
chatka
point
diya.
to end the first half. I mean, EU already has a low buy on this, so he'll be the one to at least jump and see what he can be as a human sentry with this stinger.
You know, now at
Yo
110
रहेगा?
left, there's a second TP
सारे
coming out
agents
from the
रहेंगे।
Yoru. So post it up towards Art.
Game
G2,
same
they
ही
definitely
रहेगा
want
बस
to make
version
some
mobile
noise here and start activating Leaf so he can
कब और disband आज
slowly
ही
inch
आज
up
playoff
this
से आ
off
रहे ना वो
towards
लोग
the A side. You already see him move just a bit. Now being powdered out and cleared. Leaf wants to let himself get hit by that too. So that should be a tell for 100 Thieves that it is still the
तो
post
चल
up on that
playoff में
side,
6
especially
खेले
now with this flash.
end moment पे उसको please बोल के बोला खेल ले
So much util being used for the ground that really no one's actually holding just yet. Asuna is on the
Bobby
side
sleeping.
though. Relay bolt hits him. Really nice utility used to escape on this one, and Cryo just misses the shot all the way to the side of Trent. Leaf activates. The op is down, and A site is now G2's.
6-6 करना था
Nightfall comes
रे
back so early. Wait, I guess they're seeing if
6-6
everybody
करना
is
था।
there for the tags. The plant goes down, but that's not really going to be used for the retake here. They're going to have to go off what they can. Xander using a few more of those marks still, however, as they last a little longer. And that's going to be the push through. Trent actually makes a very aggressive decision without any help through that smoke.
The lurk.
Oh, right to the cheeks of Boostio. He goes down. This is going to be the shots from Xander, though. And EU looks like they could easily close down this round. They find Jonah P, who's pushed all the way to Flower, and it's not going to be
बोला
enough.
था कि नहीं
6
6-6 होगा
Six first half as Thieves pressure back for that last round.
We tie things again, just like Split, down to the wire. One half to decide now who will move to Toronto, or who will continue for the chance to move to Toronto, and who will get eliminated here. But how many times now in these post months, this time with
Huh?
Did you see right here? Trent holding back towards the default box is not given a chance to fall back to play his usual and get it punished every time. 100 Thieves looking good on their defense, and now they have to fight back on the attack.
We're all tied up at the half. It is anybody's game on Pearl between 100 Thieves and G2 when we return.
अभी भी बार हो सकता है. Chat. Sirate bhai, thank you for the 5 gifted. Means a lot. Very costly. Means a lot, मेरी जान की रोटे. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Love you, love you, love you. That जिसको भी gifted मिल रहा है, please tag करके thanks बोले. Bro figured it out. हाँ ना? W for the मेहनत तेरे भाई. W means a lot. इबुन भाई थोड़ा शर्म. यार जिसको भी मिला टैग करके थैंक्स बोलो. I gifted is one so cast those by the way. Excuse me. मेंबर बना कि नहीं कैसे दिखते हैं? नाम ग्रीन में आएगा अगर मेंबर बना तो. WhatsApp होगा Pacific का आज नहीं है Pacific.
Hope you didn't go anywhere. If you did, get back here. Come back. Come back. It's time to get back into the second half.
चलो guys,
Pearl,
it's time.
the final map
It's
in
time,
this best of 3 series. The final match
ऐसा लग
of
रहा है मैं ही
the
खेल रहा हूँ.
day. And an elimination game.
डॉलर में मेंबरशिप लेते हैं आपको डॉलर का 30% काट कर मिलता है. जो भी अमाउंट
evil
आप लोग पे
geniuses
करते
after their win
हो.
over
For
Crew
example,
today, but it is
$10.
about these next 7
That is
rounds.
basically 800 रुपया for example. तो 30% कट होएगा.
And looking
फिर
at
$10 दे रहे हैं,
recent
30%
history of
कट
this
होएगा.
map for both teams.
$3 कट,
G2, the
$60
amount of
मिलेगा.
times that they played this map against teams from the Americas, you've had halves that went 6-6-4, all of their games C9, MIBR. For 100 Thieves with this composition, went 1-5 on their attack side.
मेरे 30 hours होने वाले स्ट्रीम
Against
देखते
Sentinels
देखते
to
लोगों
lose
का
that.
5000 घंटे by
5 to
the way.
13 is the overall score. So now 100 Thieves
Fuck.
trying to push out and stuff the early push from Jogmo out towards the middle and already pivoting towards the A side.
And they have a lurk on this play too. Beautifully done. Okay, they read that. They all push through. Never mind. I thought EU was going to try to get through on that. But they get themselves safe. Spike's there. Why is he waiting? Why is he waiting with the spike?
Oh shit, again. Pay only by
just
dollars.
making sure there's no flank
Same
here.
here.
It feels like they know what they're doing as they buy a little bit more time. So quick 40
Same
seconds
here.
in,
आप
they
dollars
plant
में
the
दोगे तो
spike on
dollars में
A.
मिलेगा.
And now they reset.
One and
Everybody
the same.
leaves to set up this post plant. You still have that lurk too coming in from Xander.
By the way, मैंने आज तक $1000 का सुपर चैट देखा नहीं. आज
Leaf
तक.
pushing forward. I think they just saw his gun, so they know
Very
that
virgin
G2 is
in
already
that
trying to
matter.
make a
Yes.
slight attempt to get back into the site. A little bit of a smoke maze to get through as they
Chat.
caterpillar their way into sight.
Flawless.
100 Thieves stay alive. Everybody getting a frag on that one.
Chat flawless.
A big piss around for 100 Thieves. And the story continues on 100 Thieves dominating the A site control. We
Flawless
just
chat.
mentioned before starting this map that G2 probably wanted to work some sort of weakness towards B when they had some success towards that side. But
G2
A
हार
is the
सकता है.
name of the game. The story is being told on the A site battles. Always been
मैक्स
won
$500
100 Thieves
की
so
लिमिट
far.
होती है क्या मुझे नहीं पता. विपुल भाई वेलकम टू द कास्ट दोस्त. री मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोटे. कैसे विपुल भाई?
That was a hot. All right. We move through 100 Thieves flying
फाइनली
down
भाई
towards
5th
C
मेंबर
here
आ
just
गए
to kind
कास्ट
of
दोस्त.
abruptly
5th
say
मेंबर आ
we're
गया.
here.
W.
G2 isn't going to hear any of that. It's going to be an orb grab.
एक्सपोज
It's gonna
मत
be a
कर देना
retreat.
कभी मेरे को यश भाई प्लीज. थैंक यू.
They should be good on this.
And they are still trying to bring Asuna back to clear. On the pistol round, he was going all around the map. Now if he goes towards R, that's 3 people
भाई
raiding.
क्या मूवमेंट लेता
It has to
भिंच.
be cleared. You got to use this prowler.
Oh. Full art. There's an art show coming out from G2 here on their second round.
That's Phantom picked up by Leaf.
Cryo. Cryo hits 1, Cryo hits 2, but they are trying to pressure in to get this Guardian down, and it's going to be Valen. taking out another one, a 2v1 out of this situation, but Boostio is there.
Doesn't matter, the win the round.
Down. That got a
All
little
good,
sketchy
Bunks
for a
bhai,
moment.
bata kaise sab badhiya, sab badhiya.
And good call there for 100 Thieves. Under the pressure, the trap play, the surprise play from G2 towards middle.
Yeah.
When they lost that rifle to Leaf, back towards the double doors of Streets. You kept one player back, just preventing the push coming out from G2 from Art. It's
All
only
region,
Leaf
which
alone
region
inside
you
the
love the
Streets.
most?
You want to try to come
That's
back
a
and
fake.
fight and trade in that spot. Salvage
I
the
love
weapon back in your
DRX, I
favor.
love
And just
Genji,
stuff
TRX,
the last remaining
G5.
players from G2 only at Classics to work with
T1,
towards the Art.
RRQ also. Give up.
Salvaging around, winning the anti-eco, now going into the bonus that's very healthy. 3 rifles on the side of 100 Thieves. Austin already moving forward towards control of the site. It's given up by G2 side. This time though, there's not too much pressure coming in from G2 on Stacks. They want to try finding information in the very beginning where it's hard to get. Jonah P hasn't used his eye in the very beginning. So you're just trying to leverage this player to jump spot for information. Now it's being used. 112 on the clock spots, nobody towards middle. And that gives the upper hand now for 100 Thieves to start working around that map. Doing forced out the for the second. Within 10 seconds, both utils been used.
And Xander's been keeping his stars, placing them kind of as battle stars over towards C, to B, dismisses. Now places towards A, so the team can activate. So they're trying to throw a bunch of misdirection, and there's one that works. Austin has got the side of Leaf as they swipe their way through Art into sight here. Cryo with the spam, with the eyes. The haunt comes up huge on the entry into the site. And Valen is only able to answer back for now as the rotation comes in very fast. This hit from Xander on the left side lets them know everyone from G2 is rotated.
She's free agent, he's my agent. वो कोई और के लिए किधर नहीं खेलेगा.
Don't go one by one.
That's the thing, though. Do they know where 1x1 is right now with the movement of 100 Thieves on this one? So much credit to how they played the back and forth here. Very G2-esque, actually. They get a taste of their own medicine on this round, and they can't figure out where 100 Thieves is popping out of the woodwork.
Well, we just talked about the haunt and the drone coming out from both players, both initiators for G2 side. The only thing that they saw was one posted up towards the orb of the 8 boxes, and that window of opportunity is utilized by the ult of Cryo. Asuna can now scale behind that. And because the information was not gathered by G2, you can't over-rotate. You can't rotate early. You're still
lower bracket है, upper bracket है, lower bracket है. जो आ रहा हो घर
on the
पे.
extremities of the site.
And views on PRX performing no views, yeah.
Into the A site, and you punish Leaf.
I just love PRX.
Right towards the yard. And it opens up everything to allow 100 Thieves to even get a bonus against G2. Economy's back in shambles, and Valen seems like he wants to go for a hero.
Attacking map, buddy. Attacking side, buddy.
Somebody's got to shoot that haunt as well.
10-6, buddy.
Yeah, that haunt had too much time. And
one more round and they're fucked, buddy.
He's feeling it. Despair. We're seeing the duality of man change back and forth between Josh RT and Zix, and who's winning and who's losing the round. And right now, Zix is feeling the power that his team's bringing to the table. Mid covered here by Boostio, as he's going to hear this and have to call it to the team. There is a big rush coming from the right side of the map. He knows he can't get out of this, and he's going to have to play for his life and play for some damage. One. Almost a second one, but the swing and squat coming in is enough from Valen as they got that trade in.
And on the other side, Leaf is playing soft side on B, so he could activate both of the Razor Thorns and slow down the pacing from 100 Thieves and kind of keep them pinned inside the site. So slowly but surely, you're seeing the pincer maneuver coming in from all angles. You need to find the right timing now for G2 or for 100 Thieves to just flip somewhere across the map. Boostio already found the information on flankers, so they could fight back towards the spawn.
They feel like going a little bit closer is what's going to give them the info they want. Well, they know where Trent is, and he's usually alone, so we actually see them peeling off to go back to site to find out where the rest of the G2 members are. And it's a tell. Xander knows he's killed the flank, and 100 Thieves can now lock down on the target. Jonah P, 2 shots left in the Sheriff, and he just needs 1. Xander's got the Vandal ready. And caught stuck. That's the shot he needed.
Just imagine.
Nicely done by Xander, and always having the stars ready, even in the battle moments, to clutch the round.
3 flankers coming out from G2 at the front of the site, and only one player flanking towards the end for Trent. And Trent needed to win that fight on the 1v1 against Xander. You saw what happened towards the end. He stays alive, plays both stars. It would have been a different story because Jonah P let in some beautiful shots at the very beginning on the lower buy that you had for G2. And now 100 Thieves have reached double digits. G2 playing from behind. G2 potentially about to get eliminated in this series.
Operator for Jogamo. These are the moments for 100 Thieves we talked about before. The first 3 rounds of a half, the first 4 rounds. For some reason, the 5th is when G2 come back. But Cryo says no, not this time. They want to take this 5th round for their own as well. Few smokes forward. We can see the stars are laid down by Xander so they can progress through the sites. The wall goes up, and 100 Thieves do not look like they want to stop the pace of this round.
And Trent gives up the space.
Spam comes through, insta headshot from Trent. They delay the spike. They have to figure out what the back of the site looks like before they continue and try this again. They're already leaving.
Oh. And it's a cosmic divide on the defense. Yet a drone spots Boostio.
That could be huge.
It doesn't matter anymore. He gets the pick. But with the cosmic divide, everybody's rotated already back from 100 Thieves, and it was never hurt by G2. This is now an open fight, and now you have instrument players on late lurks. EU might be the backstab that will kill G2.
They're checking the site. They know they have a bit of time. Oh, there it is. EU gets Leaf, and now they have to worry about where that lurker is going to be. 11th round for 100 Thieves on the horizon here, but you have Trent and Valen, 2 huge clutch potentials on the side of G2. The spams come through. They're just trying to create chaos on 100 Thieves when they need structure. They have this round without spamming into the smoke. Why do
That
is it. The haunt catches. They get the marks. Asuna files the last 2 away, and that's another round for 100 Thieves.
EU now in flow state in this 3rd map. Util. He's 10-10-10. He's perfect.
The triple-double.
The anchoring from the back of the A side onto defense. The util now in the post plant.
Oh, Boostio's better now.
Imagine
Stringing out
karo
5 rounds in a row for 100 Thieves, forcing the last time out of G2.
The fact that Boostio could get a kill there and was seen by the drone delays that rotation from G2 that much more. And like you said, the wall, not knowing the rotation, G2 almost played against themselves on that round, honestly, and it's going to be a timeout. So they can play together, get themselves back in. They are 2 rounds away from being eliminated.
Possible to hai.
And it goes back now to the veto.
Possible to hai.
Haven was let through. G2 wins it, and you think, okay, well, Split and Pearl, they have not been successful maps. 400 Thieves. But they've mentioned now the interview, the conversation that Zix had with Liz, worked around the clock, building up a game plan to play against G2. G2, who has been unstoppable this whole split, coming back with a vengeance from Bangkok and being flawless in the run. Now potentially faltering 2 games in a row to get eliminated in the lower brackets by 2 other favorites. Sentinels and now potentially 100 Thieves.
It's crazy what they've been able to do. Zig saying it was pretty much overnight how proud he is of the team for being able to do that. You gotta wonder now what that next level of 100 Thieves looks like. It's hard to understand.
And it's the most crucial round for G2. You need to convert. They've done it before in 50 rounds. They have the lowest bias possible, and they're buying so they can play the overtime if they lose this round. But they definitely do want to get the thrifty as they've done before. Stacking towards the right spot in the B side to start.
G2 looking to defend this. They want to get back in immediately. Use these small buys to get into the site. They played this yesterday, trying to get the comeback, trying to get the round, that gap closed, and they are going to be able to thrifty 1 more round in their favor, but there's a long way to go.
Although it's later in the second half.
Crazy crossfire
G2
right
in
there.
a similar scenario as they did against Sentinels yesterday. Sentinels winning a pistol round and G2 forced into a thrifty buy. And they string so many rounds in a row.
That's some crazy crossfire right
push
there.
it into overtime and just falter in the at the last second. And now they have some room to breathe once again, breaking the econ somehow of 100 Thieves. It was 5 rounds in a row won by 100 Thieves on the second half. And somehow, there's only a rifle in the hands of EU in round number 19.
OT ही कह दे.
Ooh, attempting that first
OT
arc
ही
play
कह दे chat.
initially. Jonah P backs up here. He's one from alt. Steel Gardens up.
But
G2
say
has a lot of ways to play this one where they can wait till the
जो लोगों
last
को पता है
moment.
कि
But
ऑफ आ
Jogamo
गया
is going to say
लग गए
right
करके.
off the bat, we want to make a mark on round 19. Spike's down here, so you know they're just looking for the fights on the side of 100 Thieves. There's one. Stun for Valen means nothing, but EU does get that trade. Leaf's already there on the back to help his teammate out here, and it looks good for G2 to take a breath and figure out how to instantly close this round out if the spike does get planted.
And thankfully they're finding all of this here in a lower buy for 100 Thieves.
Yep.
They know now that Leaf's utility is being set up towards the B site, that they're playing a buddy system. The op also is identified with Jogimo pushing up here with Trent. So you're using a drone to clear space, and
टेंशन
then
मत लो
once
G2 भी हार रही
you
है
hold up that spot with
कुछ
the
तो
op,
सीन है
you
समझ
see
रहे हो इस
Trent
मैंने
moving back.
Love
They're
you.
keeping a buddy system of a 2-2
Next month से
right in
boom
the
bam.
middle area so they could trade out against an aggression.
That's
potentially
some
from 100
motivation
Thieves.
right there. That's some motivation right there, chat.
So in the later rounds where 100 Thieves have weapons to work with, they're probably going to start
Rugby
beating
like
this
match
wall out towards the B
G2.
side. Just to thin out the defense on the
Rugby
side of
like
G2.
match G2. अपने को क्या
Just waiting for him to take down Cryo. Ooh, those Josh RT timeouts are pretty pivotal. Resetting the team,
मेरा एग्जाम में
slowing
130 का और मैं
down
यहाँ देख रहा हूँ
100 Thieves,
W
but this is exactly like you said how it happened. They paused at
तो
11,
जीत गए
then
तो
it crept over
मैसेज
to
डिलीट
12.
बट
It
से
took a few more rounds, and then it was solidified. G2 were just in this spot yesterday. They have to know what to do.
बोल सीन्स के खेलना
Get to
प्लीज
round 20 now. The operator is out for Jogamo still.
भाई है आवरा है
Three more to
G2 जीता तो
continue this
मेंबर से
pressure.
अपग्रेड वेरी अनलाइकली रे 100
This might
Thieves
be a
अच्छा
fast
खेल रहा है
tempo. Busio will put this turret up on
अल्ट्स
middle.
है G2 के पास
While the rest of them are
Crazy,
taking the
comeback
A-side
करने के लिए,
control,
but-
Busio is going to meet up with the rest to try to get this lockdown if
उसके बाद
possible.
100 Thieves का
Already
अल्ट्स है
though, counter util coming out from G2 to push them back and not allow the lockdown to be picked up yet. But if it does, that could be an instant ult towards the A site.
Everybody hopping away. There's 3 cut audio and stay, or yeah, 3 cut audio and stay though. That drone is just going to be a footstep until it leaves. And now they hold. Noise made towards mid to try and reactivate. Wait. Yeah, that was Boostio running into the corner there to make that noise and get everybody a little activated with this lockdown.
But the drone already spotted towards middle. They know the split's coming towards the A site.
Bro
TP out. Jogamo till the last second. Obviously, he's going to catch someone off
कैसा
guard
बंदा
there.
है
It's
भाई
exactly the type of plays that G2 needs right now.
कैसा बंदा है
Look at
बे
all of these
Jogamo
marks, finding the members of 100 Thieves, trying to get into the site from Jonah P's Nightfall.
भाई फेड का पुसी ओपी बे यू का पुसी ओपी
Big spot now.
He can't look away. He cannot double take this. He has to go. Oh, it's just in time. Never have I seen timing like that. EU goes down. Everything's working well. They have to pressure him. They jump into his face. Again, 100 Thieves trying to create chaos when they could use a little bit of structure in those situations. And G2 get another round. You don't need to be jumping around corners like that when you know what's happening. I gotta say it, but
Well,
G2,
I was
they are
talking
playing
about
structure,
this.
they're feeling good,
Ab
and they are making
100
the
Thieves का
plays
alt
that
का
matter
rotation
here.
आने
And
वाला
the
है
closest one to the
and
ult
if
on
they
the
play
side of
good
G2 is Trent, so they'll have him
it's
get them
gonna be
confused so they
13
can
10 or
get
13
the
11
rotate on the
for 100
Armageddon as soon as possible. But again, I gotta say that
या फिर मेरे को मैसेज
having
डिलीट
EU
करना
coming
पड़ेगा
back towards the top middle and breaking that drone that came out from Trent, it kind of defeated the plan that Busio was trying to do there. I thought he was going to try to sell some sort of fake with the ult.
Trent
He
की
tried to
गलती नहीं
push
थी
back
नहीं
towards middle instead. But now it seems that they committed themselves
वो
to
तो
split
एच पे
towards
था
the
उसको
side.
लगा भी नहीं रहेगा कि
Joggamo's
अल्ट
been good.
में
That's the second time that he waits for the last second
एकदम
on
एच पे था वो
any type of util to get the op kill and escape.
Speed? Going fast. Haunts go out, so they
Double
get the
damage.
haunt out for now at least. Get a smoke out. They're in and out for the orb.
असुना का अल्ट आएगा जेंडर का अल्ट आएगा
You already
कायरो
see
का
on the
आएगा
side
यू
of
का
the
आएगा
B-side, Xander
सबका
is
अल्ट
watching
आने
for a
वाला है
push on that end.
और यहाँ पे आएगा
Probably
ट्रेंड का
try to do a
अल्ट
recall,
by the
swing
end
out
of the
towards
game
that side, maybe punish Jogamo if you can. Actually, 100 Thieves are going back to work middle.
14 I think 13 10
They still have 2 prowlers on the side of EU.
13 10 for 100 Thieves
find
Drone is down.
where defenders could be on the side of G2 side. But again, this is just a lower buy that you have for 100 Thieves. Around where you're just trying to find if you're playing passive or a little bit more aggressive here for G2 in the later rounds, and maybe try to punish that when you have weapons to work with.
They know that op is ringing out now. They push him off the line so he cannot have such an easy shot. And they're starting 100 Thieves to encroach towards this site. Leaf doesn't even miss a shot on the jumping boostio, and that almost hits through the wall. Everybody trying to get the right play in here. Oh, just turning the corner. Cryo gets that shot. A little bit of revenge from earlier, but Leaf is still doing work. A 3K to his name and a possible ace on the board here. Very healthy up top. Actually hasn't taken any damage as they find one more. Cryo underneath with a 3 of his own. A double ace on the boards as Trent steals that away from one side. And Trent's gonna get the last 2. A little bit of a full house. Leaf over Trent. They're gonna get that defuse for the
streaming as if there is no time limit. Bunks by love you, Surya bhai.
Comes up here for G2. Will this not be the comeback?
We'll have to see here in the later rounds, but that at least 400 Thieves to make that very close and almost even convert that in their favor is looking dangerous. Again, these moments for G2 when you're getting closer and closer towards the tail end of this map, they've always let it slip on the side of G2. You're seeing similar scenarios this time around against 100 Thieves, and at least what I like from that 2v2 towards the end is when Cryo was able to insert himself towards the spawn and get that kill onto Jonah rotating.
वो लोग को लगा रहेगा वो लोग नहीं देखेंगे पीछे फेक
Push
होगा
back
करके
with the stun here that Trent had
करता
onto
नहीं
the
है
planner. I think that was EU. Double up and get the
possible
pick. But all these plans, all this orb maxing coming out on the side of 100 Thieves. EU now has a Nightfall available going into the next round. So you're calling out this
अल्ट मारा था नहीं अल्ट मारना वहाँ पे वाइस था ही नहीं जो अटक गया था ना एक अगर अल्ट मारा तो जो अटका है उसको वैसे भी मारा बात अलग है बट जो चांस है बैकअप का वो चांस भी खत्म हो
point too, because even in 2 rounds it's got to be some pretty spectacular things to get G2's ults very much online. They have the Armageddon. So you're right, if 100 Thieves can figure out a way to use these, they have the upper hand just looking at what everybody's bringing to the table here for these final rounds. The buys are there, Jog keeps the operator. The money obviously in favor of G2 here. We head into round 22. 4 in a row now for G2.
You just saw us going to this map here, and there's a lot of pings towards the back of the site.
Yeah.
And it seems to be a straight line, so maybe the plan now for G2 is to play the retake. You're seeing that it's a weak side towards B. They're putting the up from Jogamo on that side first.
I think there will always be 2 imports and 3 Indian.
And then you could use the Armageddon for the retake if they falter and give up the B side. But for now, 100 Thieves are splitting towards A, and the wall is late. It's actually deep into the site to try to split the push. Behind Cryo's
thank you, Surya. Thank you for the $2 and the $2 and the 5 gifted मेरे जान के
I don't think he's gonna make it. Oh, he does just on the side. A little bit of damage is done, but G2 is able to come in huge. Trent gets another salvo kill on the week, we should say, as Asuna answers back.
Crucial left kill मारा Asuna ने.
Reset.
Crucial
what's next?
There's no util for G2 to find information through these smokes, though. They have to be now timing for the retake.
Nobody can be in those hot spam spots. Get yourself behind a wall and try to hide. Valen quickly swinging out of the smokes, able to get one. The battle star for a smoke and a defuse to come up on both sides. As he now puts up the A main one. Early spam from Boostio is retaliated by Jogamo, and it's not going to be enough. This is a tie game now for G2 versus 100 Thieves.
And all of that util coming from the timeout. So rare do we see walls being placed down towards the staircase of the art. Razor finds to combine. The trap play was also set. So Trent, his position towards the A site is not only to allow him to use his Armageddon to retake towards B if the read wasn't correct, but you just saw what happened within that site when 100 Thieves tried to go for the plant. A huge trap play off the Armageddon and salvos towards the right side to completely take cover of the A site and not give a chance for 100 Thieves to position themselves to crossfire setup, to play the post plant. And now tied 11-11. The economy is broken back on the side of 100 Thieves, and G2 full arsenal, all back in hand, still in hand of Jogimo. And they have everything covered up for now.
Yeah, they've moved that op over towards A, trying to give just a little bit different of a look. So they have to figure out what they want to do next. They've been expecting this op at C, pushed up at C, etc., etc. But it's a little bit of a switch here that G2 have made very late in the game. Good coverage toward mid, but now they know they can work this with that Prowler expired.
Broadcast
They're given the space by Jonah P, but gaining the space, I don't know if it gives them that much. They're still just falling into the hands of G2 at this point.
The thing is you might nightfall back into sight.
That's a
When it did that last time, it smothered a lot of sounds here to allow potentially Asuna to get the overdrive value into the site.
And that's Asuna right there.
Through. A big C's prevented them from getting in right away, so it did give G2 an extra moment to set up. I like the push though from 100 Thieves. That's a lot.
That's a
Cosmic
W
Divide.
ult.
Nightfall comes out. Alt for alt here as we're getting to the pressure point of the final portions of this map. And now tagged up, moving in. It has to be G2 hitting the right shots here. Cryo actually has a really good positioning as he gets himself around, but they're not going to leave it with a bit of a high load that they have on the other side. A C's comes through as well. Too close is Jogamo. His shoulder peeks through, but Leaf's able to capitalize on 2 kills. Cryo has to do so much work here.
That's
He's
a
W
round.
Crash to get a bit of a fake out here. A shot. Does he know the HP? He doesn't even care. It's a headshot. Cryo with the Guardian saves the day for 100 Thieves.
Cryo with the Red Bull clutch. About to break the dreams of G2 moving forward again in the lower brackets, 26 and 18.
भाई G2 बाहर जा सकता है?
Calm under the pressure. When the wall came down in, G2 was looking so good for the retake. He gets the cleanest shots.
And this has to be a memory for G2. The score line they face once again, the same thing from yesterday.
बहुत बाप
100
पलटे.
Thieves could
OT
put
जाने के लिए.
a final
Clean OT
nail
जा
in the
सकते हैं.
coffin
All
with
they have
this
to do is
round.
play
It couldn't
retake.
even be
Take
possibly
info
the
comeback
4v5
retake.
they
Info
have to do
comeback
more right
retake.
off the bat because G2's come back from just about everything.
They're moving so quick. There's still ults available for G2's side, though, to try to stall this one more time, trying to push this into overtime.
He doesn't see anything in sight just yet. Molly goes up top. It's going to be a dimensional drift that nobody sees that for the moment. Oh, Trent! Jonah P, you're going to activate on both Busio and Asuna. Not looking good for 100 Thieves. Jogamo is ready to activate for the back of the side as Valen gets 2, and this is looking like an overtime pro matchup. As Xander is left versus 5.
And they already knew that he was towards middle. The wall was activated there. Leva's watching for that push, but the spike is out in the open. Cole gets the first pick that went to Trent before he gets jammed and forced to fall back, but this is looking grim here for 100 Thieves rather. G2 will definitely be able to push this into overtime unless Xander pulls out the M80 Challenger Xander that we know he could do.
No, right? It's just there's too many. There's too many.
They almost had a chance there.
30 seconds left.
At least already on the lurk.
And now they hide from him. They're like, you know what? Let's not. Okay, gets the spam through. That's the shot they needed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all tied up on our 3rd map now. G2 have done it to make the comeback happen.
भैया falling from ये shotgun पता है मेरे को. Video आज भी load time में वही videos देखता मत करो. Awesome videos. You are spreading happening. Love you, ID Gaming. Bye.
This is
Hi,
once
Santiago.
again deja vu.
Love you, मेरी जान के टोटे.
Playing overtime on this map. And if they have that PTSD, they probably have to keep somebody anchored up towards this B side. Once they play the defensive end. But at least for now, they start on the attack and they want to fight as a group. A glass cannon off. In the hands of Cryo, they're trying to hold up towards B. It's a perfect read to start.
The OT went in favor of 100 Thieves last time, but this is completely different. Cryo misses and actually turns before he activates the gate crash. It's enough time for him to go down to the hands of G2, and now they have to reset themselves to have a good defense versus a full G2 squad.
चलेगा. अभी भी खत्म नहीं हुआ है.
A 4v5, they had to try to make a play to find information, and both of them on each extremity get punished on an overextension. A fortunate miss from Cryo, shooting between 2 players on a double swing. And we go back to the game plan of G2, trying to find the KJ util and trying to take down Busio on the B side. But thankfully, Asuna is still there. The crosshair is being set up.
2-man crossfire.
That is
प्लस 2
silver
नेट
lining of the last stand
बेसिकली
potential
4 मैन में जा रहे
for
वो लोग
100 Thieves under defense.
All the throws go out. Hopefully they shoot that for Boostio so he can stay alive a little bit longer in that position because he's actually still got a good spot now. He's tethered. He's known. Jogamo's going to clean that one up, but Jog took a lot of damage. He's looking for his side, and he's got enough coverage to keep it going. G2 get a flawless first overtime round. 13-12. Game point, G2.
G2 able to crawl back, claw back, and take the lead back in the series. I don't think any of these teams are humming right now. This is intense. It comes down now to G2. Can they actually close this out? This would mean a lot for a team like G2 to be able to win the map of Pearl in overtime. To knock down 100 Thieves.
Please. Crazy, कुछ crazy
And
सा
100
round,
Thieves
crazy
are
सा
trying to
round.
move in as a group. Back into a B main control.
Focusing with Boostio still on the right side. It's a strat they've run numerous times throughout the map already. So they know they want to get a little bit of info here. And then see if they can move the map. A kill moves them forward. They're going to go ahead and drone pretty early, or clone, I should say, pretty early. They're committed somewhat to B here, so it's going to be tough for them to get out if Boostio loses any info in mid.
करेगा लेकिन नीचे है काटें
Then
और
he's gonna
आएगा
go ahead
तेओ
and
का
now already
नेड
start to rotate over, so this is the
लेकिन
commit.
असुना भाई स्लाइड
They
मार
want
के
this
मारेंगी
fence.
गाफ
Everything's going to stop them. Asana's cool. HP is slowly going down, trying to avoid everything, and Valen punishes him.
Runs through, Valen runs into the site, the controller on G2's side. Yo, Boostio's gonna be able to grab three. What is this from the IGL? Boostio continuing to run in with Xander. The whole team's moving in the pack, just like you said they needed to do, and stick together here, hip to hip on these trades if they want to get through G2. It looks like we're going uno mas.
The triple kill out from Boostio activates the lockdown, and yeah, we look like we will go into a double overtime play.
Just the plays
You're
through.
running across a one-way. Crossfire is being set up. Not gonna happen. And Cryo, who missed an op shot, a crucial op shot in the previous round, is able to get that easy kill on the Juggle to bring the confidence back into this round.
It's a sigh of relief. Never happened, right?
Never
Reset,
happened.
you're good. You're good.
Oh my god.
Damn.
That's twice now that Boostio in this BO3 is able to do a
Oh
beautiful
my god, bro.
Yeah, to get a triple kill.
Jeez.
हाथी वाला गाली दिया
That's
क्या
what he
उसने?
said he
कौन सा
wants
गाली
to
दिया
do, get
उसने?
back to that play style, back to that flow state where it just becomes instinctual in that moment, and we saw it there. Coming through just a little bit for Boostio. Push onto A site here for 100 Thieves. They want the instant information, and they're going to have to be chasing G2 on this round because they're moving just as fast towards B. Uh-oh. Oh, back-to-back, trying to actually get that spam through the screen. Yeah, that
Another
little
wall bang.
Yeah, not looking good. The way the G2 is picking up their attack rounds is so brute force and quick. Do not see 100 Thieves having a good time on these switching sides.
And this time, at least 3 players to go back towards B main to support Leaf. And while this happens, I mean, he gives it up. Asuna is moving back towards Street, but that means that Salvo's be ready. Valen could start falling back. Probably has another star to work with. Waiting for it to probably regen. Actually has no stars left. Using it now for the execution for the side of G2.
Oh, it's so tough. Just everybody on the other side. Jog making the shot on Asuna as he has so many targets to dodge and prepare for, and that is going to be another flawless overtime round for G2's attack side.
चल भाई मेरे को बताओ मैसेज डिलीट करूं कि नहीं करूं
on the B site hit.
हाँ
And the story once again is repeated. G2
मैसेज डिलीट करूं कि नहीं करूं
point. And right now in this
भी
overtime,
मार
both
रहे
of the
भाई
teams are just brute forcing their way as a group.
Nice.
सच्ची कर दे
All right.
मेरे को लग रहा है एक और ओटी है
No op this time. Everybody heading in with the rifles, knowing these rounds are getting faster, quicker and quicker each time.
अच्छा
Spikes dropped here for
जो
100
तुमने
Thieves.
किया हम भी
This is a
करेंगे
round
वाला
they look for
strategy
fights.
And look at the change from G2 though. They're actually not using any razor finds towards the B
वो वाला
side. They're
strat नहीं
anticipating some sort
वो
of
वाला
late
strat
hit
नहीं
back towards middle. kind of know that there's some sort of early
B
conditioning
wall
now for
trigger
100
करके
Thieves
A जा
aside.
रहे हैं.
So the clone comes out. He'll get shot.
Wall नहीं है लेकिन.
But on the side of 100 Thieves, it didn't
तो
activate
wall
any
trigger
walls.
नहीं कर पाए तो कुछ trigger होंगे कि नहीं
They
होंगे?
must
That's a
know
good
now
question
that the
रहता
Vice
है.
is currently playing towards the A site, but that's still a different story. It's only a wall for information that G2 likes to place towards this art.
Delay चल रहा है 100 this wants no
Play the
fox.
solo for the Teo out towards the A main.
Do you like
You're just still
elephants?
playing the 4-1. 100 Thieves are slowly walking into this
एक
one.
दिखा सिर्फ.
Back into street to try to clear out that spot. He gets spotted by the Prowler too.
We'll slide in.
Oh,
Spike is actually on this play.
shit.
Asuna had to pick it up on the way around.
45.
Oh, this is
shit.
bad. This is bad. The spike is there, but they're able to actually trade this.
Oh shit, 43.
Possibly pick it back up. Yeah, a little bit of a walk up by Boostio, but it is 2 down for 100 Thieves here to G2's 1.
30 seconds left. But the wall
क्या
is
लगता है?
down, so 100 Thieves can start walking into this. But the more that they wait, Trent's in the perfect area with the salvos to delay.
Need है.
G2 made the comeback. They put the pressure on each round. They're now giving up a little bit of the space here on the round that could be theirs. The
Lol,
plant
उधर plant ही नहीं है.
waiting
Lol.
on the salvos for that, and Boostio is going to be forced to put it on the right
Lol.
side. And the mollies aren't to pause the
भाई
plant.
अच्छा
they're to pause
मॉलीज
the
अच्छा है.
entry
मॉलीज
back
अच्छा
into the
है.
site.
Delay करने को.
One kill gives
3v4.
Boostio an ult.
Can he find it? You see him kind of peeking out, looking for it right through the window. Boostio
Yeah, spam.
does not get haunted, but he does get spammed for a moment. Xander answers with one at 3v3 as they start to enter the site. 100 Thieves trying to stay alive in this series, trying to stay alive from the elimination. The jump over is not enough, and it's going to be the kills for 100 Thieves. We go again.
The crossfire set up.
G2
out
अभी
in
भी
the
हार
open.
सकता है.
A smoke to isolate and funnel G2 right into
G2
the
अभी भी हार
opening.
सकता है.
And you're playing the bait and switch. Boostio being selfless just at the corner of Church. So they can re-swing on the side of Heart, re-swing towards main, and push this into another round. Both teams now finding a lot of success on their attack sides when they falter
ये मैच
round
एक
after
राउंड
round
चाहिए था. 4v3 आ रहे.
into regulation.
Ooh, the timeout comes through, Vans. Twice now, G2 has had the game point chance, and twice has 100 Thieves pulled it back to all tied up. We go to a third overtime now as 100 Thieves will call the timeouts as
crazy
Zix
match,
get in
भाई.
the ears.
भाई अगर घर जाने वाला मैच हो तो ऐसा हो
Reset
भाई.
'em. Maybe even something different here as you're flipping the last pages of the
बुरा तो
strat book
लगेगा
getting
लेकिन
this late,
अच्छा
and
बुरा लगेगा.
G2
बुरा
is
बुरा
now
नहीं लगेगा.
in a second situation
यार
where
शायद
their
से बहुत ही
series
बुरा
is
लगेगा
just
पता नहीं.
going the distance. And it's the first time we've really seen them in this state
1.5 साल
throughout
पहले
the stage
मैसेज
and
किया था
playoffs.
भाई.
And it's the same story for 100 Thieves.
तो वो स्ट्रीम पे नहीं है.
A team that
Travel
has
कर
been
रहे.
altering match after match
Yeah.
on Pearl is actually taking it the distance and actually looking quite good against G2. Their #1 seed in Omega against the #3 seed in Alpha. They had to get decided in the mid-round. 100 Thieves who didn't have the greatest of starts. Remember, the victories that they had were against the #4 seeds and lower. And they're now fighting toe-to-toe against G2 like they're also a #1 seed on Alpha.
क्या लगता है?
Yeah.
And in this round, G2 working as a group, but this time towards the A main. No more towards B. The read out of this one from this timeout is fight towards B for 100 Thieves. It's
ये
not the
लड़के
best
वापस
of
भी
reads
जाएंगे.
yet, but there's enough stalls from the amount of stalls
जाएंगे
and
तो भी.
util from both Xander
सुबह कैजुअल
and
जोक से
Boostio
बट
towards
क्रेजी
A.
सिन्हा चैट गाफ
Think
मारो.
we've yet to get a win
इसकी
from
बहुत
that
प्यारा
defensive
बंदा है.
squad, right?
बाथरूम में देख रहा हूँ बॉस.
We'll have to see who can flip the
Thank
script.
you for the 100.
Towards A, that 3-stack still stands as now G2 start to lurk towards the left side. They're doing this again. The breadcrumbs they leave across the map, continuing to insert one player as they now pull the furthest one away back to the team.
Asuna was overcommitted here with the Phantom. Now with more util coming through, he's forced to fall back, and nobody really from 100 Thieves are rotating yet.
भाई,
And there's
वो लोग
such
को
a
लग रहा है
huge
ये
gap
होने वाला है.
there's nothing holding for information
हिल
on
भी
the
नहीं
side of
रहे
100
वो
Thieves. This
लोग.
is the perfect timing now for Leaf to start activating and pinching into the side, especially now that the Prowler misses and doesn't get information towards Street. They have to anchor up now for EU and for Asuna, or to play soft side and give it up.
Bye-bye, Asuna.
He's trying to find a way to stand. Where to stand? Leaf takes down EU. You
Lucky
talked about
way.
how free that street side was. Trent turns on to
Bhai,
Asuna to
zero
take him out. And
rotations.
the heavy-handed defense over at A
मत
does
मारो
not pay
लिखा
off
है
after the timeout for 100 Thieves as they're forced to rotate.
I see the TP from Jogimo as well.
मत
Get
मारो
damage
लिखा
from his own teammate Salvo just to get that space.
गांड मारो पे
Now
क्यों
the
जाता हूँ
flood
मैं
retake, you have to come up huge for 100 Thieves. You need a miracle now to win the round.
Xander with one. Is it going to be enough? No, they're not turning. They don't have the angles. And they can just see him in Jogimo's dimensional drift here. Two left, though. It looks like it's going to be half. He knows where one is coming from, but now his back is to the firepower of Trent, too, in this situation. It's so tough. G2 are just going to toy with Cryo on this one. The time is gone for the defuse, and Jogimo hits the final shot. Anyways, 15 to 14, G2 pull away with another attack round.
अब जीत गया इसको मरवानी है तो तुम क्या कर सकते हो लैंग्वेज
back and forth.
अब जीत गया चैट जो हारा वो घर पे
Now you're trying to
जो जीता वो EG के सामने खेलेगा
They had to use a timeout
crazy
to
game
figure
ना
out a strategy against G2's attack, and it was still a wrong read. Again, we just talked about they have to play soft side or give it up, and both of them get caught off guard for both EU and Asuna. Now G2 back at series point.
अब जीत गया जी
They're playing a 2-1-2 information for streets that was missed by 100 Thieves in the previous round.
Ooh. Asuna on a solo mission. Activates wall. Finds a fight he might want. It's just Asuna go kill. Nobody can help him right now. This is literally the strat. He's feeling it, and he asked for it. They're going to give it to him. Give him the space. He dashes in, but Valen's going to shut him down. The 1-for-1 now. Valen taking a bit of damage. They figured out where he is, and it's pretty much the same setup that 100 Thieves has, so they need to uproot him from this, and they do, Vans.
If he got one kill, it was good enough. But
टाइम है जीतने को ऐसा थोड़ी जीतेगा
expected by 100 Thieves.
हाँ
Prowler
एक और
trying to
रोटी
stall. Prowler trying to find information. Trent with salvos. Now spotted. Here comes the hit.
They're waiting for that TP coming in from Cryo. He's not going to take it, though. The fake TP to get rid of that gate crash.
Trent shot it. They want to keep it inside the site.
2v2 है
Shoot. 1-2.
Half हो गया
Oh, they're letting him get half. It's getting risky, though. It's getting very risky, though. That's going to be the shot. Trent hits it.
Finally,
they shut down the heist. G2 eliminate 100 Thieves, and they'll move on to playoffs.
It had to come down to Trent on a 1v1 to get that final kill. It was labored, but G2 is able to move on.
Motivation के match
Push to the limit in these final games here. You are seeing G2 be tested, and it was one hell of a day for the squad to be able to pull out these rounds after the timeouts. Josh, RT, and squad really having a pivotal hand in why these rounds were changing for the side of G2.
Yeah, and that's going to feel good for G2 once again. Being worked on a map like Pearl and able to close that out is going to mean a lot for this team moving forward too in the playoffs. Sigh of relief for a lot of the players. I think even with this type of victory, they are kind of happy, but you definitely want this to be a lot cleaner than what they actually showed here within the map. But at least they're able to move forward. They have a chance, a second bite.
9 बजे तक मैसेज डिलीट कर चाहिए पढ़ लिया तक भाई ने सुन लिया ऑलरेडी मैसेज
Face up against evil geniuses and the mastermind of Potter, who's
बिना
actually
बकवास
going
में
to
डांस
be
सुनते
trying to pin down all the maps that you play,
भाई
right?
सेक्सी
All
खेला
those
भाई
counters, and they'll have
कौन
time
मेंबरशिप
to think
अपडेट करने
about
वाला था
that.
बाहर आ
But
जाओ
I
चलो
say, great play to 100 Thieves, though. They showed us a completely
बाहर आ
new
जाओ
side than what they had during the regular stage. The playoff form from them was huge. Solo from the players as well.
Yeah, let's talk about this series,
Shit,
though. It's been so
crazy
good for
game,
both
na?
of these teams.
Yeah.
The split game actually looked like it was.
तो बेसिकली तुम लोग मेरे को बोल रहे हो कि 100 Thieves EG को हरा सकता था, लेकिन क्योंकि G2 ने 100 Thieves को ऑलरेडी हरा दिया तो अभी EG जीतेगा। मैसेज करना छोड़ दो ना, टीम केस करेगा, मत करो यार। मजा आ गया आज। इसकी सुबह के 8:30 बजे नींद की भी गांड मारी। हाँ क्या गेम था भाई. कौन था वो 10,000 सुपर चैट वाला? किसी ने तो 2-1 बोला था. बाहर आ जाओ भाई सब लोग, बाहर आ जाओ. जो अपने जुबान का नहीं वो अपने बाप का नहीं, ऐसा सुना है ना? सुना है ना? सुना है ना? मैं जा रहा कॉलेज. गुड नाइट बिंगी भाई. सेक्सी गेम था ना, सेक्सी गेम था ना, सेक्सी गेम था यार, सेक्सी गेम था. मजा आ गया. सेक्सी गेम था यार, मजा आ गया ना. चलो guys, bye 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 bye, adios, चेडी में adios. I hope you guys enjoyed. Take care and please जितने लोग भी पॉसिबल है प्लीज गोल्ड बाय तकबर और मॉर्टल को अच्छे अच्छे मैसेजेस भेज देना. रफ 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 वीक बट अ लॉट मोर गुड थिंग्स टू कम. तो थोड़ा अगर मूड अपलिफ्ट कर सकते हो प्लीज अच्छे अच्छे मैसेजेस भेज देना. ठीक है. Guys, thank you for the 200 and bye 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 bye. Adios, chedme adios. Take care. Love you. Keep smiling. Stay happy. And हो सकते हैं तो प्लीज 2 मिनट निकाल के अच्छे मैसेजेस भेज देना. ठीक है. Bye guys. Take care. See ya. Bye bye everybody.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. How can somebody be so beautiful? Yeah, it's only a dream. It's how I feel. You deserve better